Ooh. Mm, mm. Just wanted to pass by and wish everyone a good day.
Did I miss anything? Hey, Mr. Ed.
Hey, good morning, Wild Bill. How are you, sir?
Oh, pretty good. How's your day?
Oh, I'm not too bad. Just sitting in the hot tub a few minutes here over at the CDD and
Nice.
Yeah.
That sounds relaxing.
Had no chemtrail in the sky.
Ha. That's an unusual day.
I will say this, that since we returned to Florida, we rarely see chemtrails.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I've got a
we used to see them all the time down here. Like when we lived here previously, we saw them all the time, but they passed a law here that they're not allowed to put up chemtrails, which I kind of laughed at because I'm like, well, the federal government's going to do what the federal government does. But you rarely see chemtrails here.
I got a buddy down there. He sends me pictures of them every once in a while, but it must not be too often.
Yeah, it's they passed that law last year, I think it was. I think.
Okay. So
But
maybe,
used to, like I say, used to even see this big old checkerboard pattern over the sky. And
yeah,
then
yeah.
yeah.
I used to get pictures from down there, hit checkerboards. We get them up here all the time. But there was that 2, 3 summers ago, I forget, maybe 4. There were numerous states put a moratorium on chemtrailing, and
Yeah.
all summer long, clear, perfect, beautiful skies. What the heck? How? Why did that get sidelined?
Yep. Somebody got the order.
Yeah, yeah, got the payoff. Crazy. I don't
Yeah.
see how I don't see how they can warrant spraying chemicals and whatever heavy metals and radioactive cesium. What is it? Cesium 1, 2, and not 1, 2, 3. I forget what it is, but crazy.
Well, I have a friend of mine who had a theory that I think is actually worth considering. I don't know if I would consider it, outside of speculation without us being able to prove it right off. But his his thought, and he had done a little investigation, uh, and just to preface that, without saying who he is, he was world renowned in his industry, and he did when he looked into something, he didn't just come up with the first thing that sounded good. He made most people sick of talking about it, and digging and digging and digging, and that was one of the subjects he dug the deepest on. But his thing was that he was convinced that it was hazardous waste, because you can't really have a hazardous waste junk. I mean, uh, trash heap, whatever, landfill. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, you can't really have a hazardous waste landfill because things get really, really nasty. But if you spray it way up in the sky, the way the wind blows everything around, it would be everywhere, but it would be nowhere kind of at the same time. And
Yeah,
so,
that's interesting.
yeah.
Well, I mean, they did that with fluoride in drinking water. It was a
Yeah.
hazardous waste product, and they came up with some explanation to dilute it into drinking water. So why wouldn't they do that in the sky? Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And then after hearing that years later, I heard of a operation that was here in Florida from like very late 50s till the maybe 1990, maybe 1980, end of 1980, somewhere in there, then it stopped. But the person I knew was personally involved in it, and I was able to confirm some of the story because it was a fiasco. But the guy, like 1958, 1959, he was sitting at a stoplight in Miami, and he saw a semi truck that a little drop of something came out of a trailer, and he got this bright idea, and he got in the hazardous waste business, and so the trucks had a little remote control valve that the driver would pull, and it would just drop out a few drops, and they'd be able to drive down the highway and just get rid of all of that hazardous waste.
Unbelievable. Yep. I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, and they got caught in the Everglades a few times, and he had figured out the way that you deal with the government is that they send you a letter, and you've got so many days to reply. So he learned the art of constructive response with no meaning, but adding about 10 other questions. So he would wait to that very last day, fire off the registered letter, and this would go on, like, so there'd be some case, and then he would write these big flowing letters and everything, might be 50 pages long on a letter, and then he'd get another one from him 6 months later, and he would just keep that up until the person's desk files were so overwhelmed, or they got promoted to some other department, and then the stuff would just kind of disappear. But
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'd say that I would say that the hazardous waste in the sky has, even though it's strictly speaking speculation, something there.
Oh, I think that sounds very plausible. Very. I mean, it sounds more plausible to me than trying to block the sun and whatever else they're talking about. Find a cheaper way to get rid of hazardous waste. That makes perfect sense.
Well, I'd go so far to say that when you're running a information campaign, you have to lay out the alternatives, and
Sure.
so that way you don't end up. So you lay out the, oh yeah, we're doing it because it blocks the sun rays, and it's going to help with. So the next time Artemis 12 goes up, they can get a better picture of the Earth, and so it's not so foggy.
Yeah. Right. That'll be the goal.
Yeah.
They can listen to all the criticism that we had for them and try and correct it with their AI CGI. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. I'd like to know how they're so stupid they don't even make the land masses that they photograph allegedly match any known map or model or whatever. It's just like these brown blobs. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. It's here's the when you have a good story going, you never close the story. You never finish the story. You find a way to but wait, before we get to there, let's go through this. Yeah, that's a really good point. But before we get there, let's go through this instead.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Well,
and my
the other
wife was
one.
she was pulling up the pictures of the moon and everything, and she was telling me how fake and absolutely CGI, AI, and Photoshop it looks. And I told her, I said, well, I said, I want you to think about something here for a second. We know that the astronauts never left Studio 12B, but having said that, let's just pretend a moment that they did. And now that they have these wonderful cameras and technology of it, what can you do with them? Because let's just say you do take a real picture of the moon. Now, do you go back to the original footage and say, oh, we were just kidding, that was fake? Do you go back to the moon photos from a few years ago where you got to say again, oh, that was fake too? So even if just pretending that they could go there, though we're certain that they cannot, let's just pretend they can for a second. They're in a real conundrum because they can't release the real footage if they want to.
Yeah, right.
So they've shot themselves in the foot without having to say, the flat earthers were right. All this footage was fake, but it's okay because we needed some footage at the time, and something was
Sure.
better than that.
Sure. So we made it up. That makes me think of the credo of the con man: die with the lie.
Yeah.
You never give up the con.
Yeah, there's that Outer Limits episode of the preacher who claims to have healing powers, and then actually gets them, and has to deal with that. He was just a slick con man, and now he actually has healing powers.
Oh, that was a great show.
Yeah.
I don't remember that episode, but I think I've seen that, but I don't remember that one specifically. But what a great program.
Yeah, that concept also got in a movie. I think, if I remember right, Steve Martin was the preacher in it. I think. That concept's been done a couple times, but my favorite one is the Outer Limits episode.
Yeah, what a great program, Outer Limits.
Yeah.
I never forget. I'm sure it was Outer Limits. Maybe you remember. There was an episode where it was an advanced civilization in the near future, where everybody had an implant in their brain and was hooked to a central web, worldwide.
I watched that episode again about 3 weeks ago. Actually, yeah, that was the '90s version of the Outer Limits. Yeah.
No, this one was old. It was like the '60s. This episode, and it was black and white. And there's one guy
Let's see. Did I lose you there, friend?
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
I think I lost you there.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, cool. No, this was an older one, black and white, but there's a guy, and so everybody was like hyper intelligent. Everybody had all the intelligence of everybody else because you were hooked. Your brain was hooked to the internet, so to speak, before the internet existed. And anything you wanted to know, you already knew it. Well, this one guy, he was allergic, or the implant wouldn't take.
I didn't realize there was the '60s version of that too, because that was the one I watched was from the '90s version. I'll send it to you here a little later when I'm not in the direct sun, so I can actually see my screen. But
yeah, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, and I'll look for that older one, because that's actually really exciting to know that because that's one of my favorite episodes actually.
Oh yeah, it was in black and white, and it was excellent. And then the system went down, and he was the only natural minded man left, and then he was the genius. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely older. It was black and white. really good actors, like they had back then, you know.
Yeah, there's one of my favorite episodes of the '90s Outer Limits is called A New Life, and I actually think that it's a nod to the Earth being flat.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's. I'll send it to you, and I'll let you watch it so you can make your own independent mind up.
Yeah, I'd like to
Um,
see.
yeah. Uh, it's from 1997 or 1998 one.
My friend building
Hello,
circuit. Hello, my
hello, my
friends.
friend.
Hey, good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Man.
How are you guys? Are you do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we know for a fact
Oh,
it is. We measure it that way.
Yeah, I don't
really?
know about it
What?
belief. I mean, there's channels out there I know where they hold flat Earth as part of a belief, but I don't know anything about believing it being.
Hi, my friend building circuit. You watch
Why?
live of NASA?
So you guys, why do you believe it's flat? Like,
The NASA, the counterintelligence intelligence organization founded by Satanists. That one.
okay, so you believe NASA's
Well,
evil
my friend, in this
organization?
room here, we don't talk about beliefs. We talk about objective facts.
Okay.
So, I know there's some faith rooms in the server here. So if you want to talk about belief, those are probably the places to go to. Here we talk about what we objectively know, and if we don't
Mhm.
objectively know something, then we talk refer to it as speculation. But we try to avoid speculation here. And you've asked a couple times about belief, so you know uh,
Okay, so,
just to make sure that you're aware that we only want to talk about things around here that we know one way or the other.
okay, so yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, I guess you already know what I mean by saying, do you believe or do you think that the Earth is flat or not? Like, it's a yeah. For example, I believe that yeah, some stuff exists and some not. So it doesn't matter like the word believe or not. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean it
Well,
that
I
way.
think the idea that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wild Bill, but I think the idea is that we want to be certain of what we're talking about. We want to talk in terms of science, and we want to talk in fact of reason, and we don't really want to just talk into what I believe because if you say I believe in a ball, and if I say I believe in a flat Earth, then we both can say, "Oh, okay, great, we got our beliefs. Have a good day." You know, uh, whereas we want to sit down and talk about what we actually know. So, uh, so that would be my question for you: Is are you trying to ask us what we know, or are you just trying to ask us like on a matter of a faith statement?
No, what you actually know.
Okay.
So
So what would you
do
like to
you,
know, my friend?
I want to know the system because for example, in like let's say in normal schools and stuff like that and universities, we have like the uh, galaxies and the planets and the uh, sun and stuff like, and they're all round. So do you like know that the Earth is flat, and for example, Moon is also flat, or like how exactly is the system? Is there like gravity, or what exactly like the solar system of our
Well, I
planet?
mean, you tell me, my friend. I mean, you tell me about that. I mean, you've gone through several different points there, my friend. So, what's the one thing that's most urgent and most pressing to you?
Yeah, for example, our solar system, like planets and sun, and like satellites, or like there, what exactly, like the contradictions about, like the what is the difference in your knowledge between the stuff that we take in school and the stuff that you know?
Let me ask you a question. Do you, because I don't know where you live, but when you go outside of a night and you look up, what do you see?
When I go outside,
Yeah, you go outside, just look up at the sky. What do you see? I know it's
uh,
different in different parts
I
of the Earth because of uh, humidity and smog and things like that. But like, what if you were to go outside tonight and look
okay,
straight up at the sky? What would you see?
maybe I will see stars or the sun, clouds,
Okay, so
also maybe planets.
so I'm just kind of confused. So if what you're asking is you're asking if you go outside and you look up and see a system, and we go outside and look up and see a system, is it any different?
Yeah, it's for example, it's there's time zones, and if there's
Okay. Well,
some
if my
people,
friend now, okay, you were asking about the stars and satellites, and now you're switching off to something else. So let's find the one thing that's most pressing to you.
okay,
What's the one thing that's most pressing to you?
uh, maybe time zones, like how if it's
So why did you bring up the
offline.
stars and satellites if the time zones are more pressing and important?
I'm just saying examples,
Okay.
like
Examples of
you,
what?
examples of the stuff that I do not know how it will work. Like I just want to know, because there's, like, let's
I mean
say
by
there's
how it would
two.
work. I guess, my friend, I guess what we have here is you've not really come in and said exactly what you're looking for. You're just kind of throwing a few things out. So I'm not sure what your objective is. So,
I, my
what
objective
exactly are you asking? Because you've said a few several different times, how would it work? And I don't know what you mean by how would it work.
my objective is to understand what you let's say that there's two series about planets and Earth and Sun and stuff like that, and you believe in, like, let's say, different systems. So I just want to know, in summary, what exactly do you what's exactly that system? Like everything is flat. Like, for example, like just summary. I just want a quick summary.
Okay, so let me ask you this. I asked you a question earlier, and then you galloped off to some other topic. So I asked you earlier, when you go outside of a night and you look up at the sky, what do you see?
I see stars, sun,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Now, what would you imagine that I look up and see?
Also same stuff.
Okay. So ultimately, at the end of it, what you see and what I see, and what you experience and what I experience are virtually the same. So I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. I don't know if maybe there's a language barrier. I'm not quite understanding, my friend. But if somebody else here wants to try to see if they can kind of punch through, please jump in, because I'm not sure what else to say, my friend. But I do wish you a good day or good evening.
Yeah, you too.
You can travel around the world in one direction and return to the same point. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, you can do that.
So, how is flat?
You mean on the same latitude line and then come back to where you started?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can walk around my kitchen table and end up at the exact same place I started.
No one direction to return to the same
Yeah,
points.
but are you saying you're going in a straight line?
Yeah.
Well, so that is a possibility on a globe, although nobody's ever done that specifically. If you're talking about circumnavigation, staying on the same latitude line, like let's say 30 degrees north latitude, and you're just going to go around the world, you do not do that in a straight line. Even on a globe, you have to declinate to the north to stay on the same latitude line. The only place on the globe that you can do that on a latitude line should be the equator, but I'm not sure if anyone's ever documented doing that in a straight line.
Yeah, there's no. I would just add in, Bill, that there's no nobody in history or near in the future will be able to stay on one latitude line and go all the way around, because you have to deviate at some point to go to an airport to refuel to something. You can't just go straight one direction or the other. So, point being, my friend, and that's why I'm going to let Wild Bill take over here. But point being that it would be incumbent upon you first to show somebody who's done that, and then we can discuss the exact trip, and then we can see. So, what I would ask you, my friend, is tell me one person who has done the exact circumnavigation as you describe it, and then let's actually look at the path that they went, and then we can discuss that. So, tell me somebody who did that, my friend.
Google it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's not an answer. Yeah, that's no. You brought the topic up, so it's incumbent upon you to show the evidence that somebody did it, and then we can discuss how that happened. Am I wrong, Bill?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, that's true. Yep. It's never been done. And,
Okay,
and
I
it,
will. I will.
it's only in theory that can it be done. It's theoretical. But really, when you're traveling a latitude line in reality on the Earth, long distance, you can't do it in a straight line unless you're on the equator, um, because you have to declinate to the north to stay on a concentric circle. Now, in the south, you should turn away from north to stay on a concentric circle south latitude line. But to my knowledge, I've heard reports that shipping containers and sailing vessels, and I don't know about airplanes, but other craft that require navigation, they end up declinating north. That goes against the globe.
Okay, I have a question here. I traveled 2 times from Egypt to the United States, and when I traveled, I traveled one time to New York and one time to Alaska. And when I traveled from Egypt to New York, I took the plane and I traveled from east to west. And when I traveled to Alaska, I did the opposite way. I traveled from west to east because it was shorter. And the first trip I went through Europe and stuff like that, and the other I went through Asia. So how it's possible that I went to the same continent by 2 different directions?
Yeah, so the same thing is going around my kitchen table. My kitchen table is round and circular, but it's also flat. And I can circumnavigate it by walking around it and ending up in the same place. But however, what you're saying goes against the globe Earth claim of great circle routes, but they're not actually great circle routes. So, for example, in your part of the world, um, uh, Istanbul, Turkey, that's quite a ways away from you, but it's kind of over there. And where I am on the western coast of the United States, I know for a fact I've observed these aircraft taking off and traveling almost directly due north. And I know that they're going to go land in Istanbul, Turkey. So they could go a little further and get to Egypt, but they go basically over the North Pole. Not quite over the North Pole, but that direction. So what the actual paths that they're traveling are incredibly far north latitude lines to they're not for example, Egypt would be what, like 20 degrees north latitude or something, 10, I don't know, but you're not staying on that latitude line and then coming into the United States. You're going way north, probably up over Russia, Europe, Russia, whatever, and then way over China and toward the north to get to those destinations you're talking about. But that makes more sense on a flat earth idea, because you're actually flying in a perfectly straight line for the most part.
Yeah, if I just add in as well, Wild Bill, the one thing I think you're forgetting, my friend, is you're asking about New York, which is about far east as you can go in North America, to Alaska, which is about as far west as you can go in North America. And you're asking why would you have different routes to go to both of those places? So unless you're just unfamiliar with how far it is between those two places, most places in the world, you have 7 or 8 countries at least in that distance. But here in North America, it's huge. So I don't know, what is it, 7,500 miles between Anchorage to New York, Wild Bill?
Sounds right. Yeah, something like that.
So you're asking that. You're asking here, why do you go a different route to places that are extremely far apart? So of course you go 2 different directions. I don't know what else you need to know, my friend. It's not like you went from New York to 150 miles west into New Jersey. You went an insane distance difference between New York and Alaska. So what did you expect, my friend?
I expected to go to the same direction, like in the same direction, but I will travel more, because if it's like, can you, for example, like, can you send me a picture of the Earth?
Can you send me a picture? First off, how about this? Why don't you send me the picture of the Earth that you think is correct? And then
it's normal, like Google Maps.
Well, there isn't. Okay, so Google Maps is a well-known distortion. So Google Maps is not it. So, but show me the one image of the Earth that you think is correct.
Yeah, as I told you, like Google Maps.
So I just said that Google Maps is well known for having all kinds of distortions all through it. It's definitely not and it was never intended to be a accurate portrayal. It's a bunch of local maps kind of stitched together the best they could. So let's try this again, my friend. If you so your final answer though was Google Maps.
Yeah, and what's your answer about for that?
No. First off, we need to just see what you accept as a flat. I'm sorry, not flat. I'm sorry. First, we need to see what you accept as an image of the Earth, because Google Maps is a map. It's not an image, and you asked for an image. So, what is?
I just want it doesn't necessarily to be an image. I just want, like, let's say I draw like any sort of representation. I don't
So
care
there
if
you
it's
go.
a map
Whatever you have is a representation. So whatever is drawn out is a representation. It's not the real thing, is it?
Yeah, it's representations that it's somehow identical.
It's not identical.
Okay, so what's your?
If it was identical, because it was identical, it wouldn't be a representation now, would it?
Okay, so what's your, like, if I let you, like, for example, if I give you a paper and a pen, and I told you draw how the Earth looks like. What exactly would you draw?
You would expect me to do that.
Do you know like
See, my friend, I think.
how the
See,
Earth
my
looks?
friend, I'm not. I'm not kind. Bill, are you understanding this, Cat Bill?
Not really. No. Yeah, we can't really. Nobody really can do that on any side.
I mean, I'm not really sure what he's getting at. I mean, his first evidence of whatever is that he took his airliner took a different route to Alaska than it did to New York. I'm not sure what that has to do with the price of apples in China. And then same thing with what I might draw on a map. And then he says that a Google map is a representation, but yet then he says it's the exact. So I'm guessing to be charitable, Brother Bill, I think maybe we have a language barrier here. So I promise this time I'll bow out of it and stop trying because I don't think I'm getting anywhere. Do you feel like you're getting anywhere?
I was a bit distracted while he was going through that. Do you want to go through that again? Whoever was talking earlier.
What I want to do, I'm not here to convince you with anything. I'm just here to understand what is that exactly, like flat Earth. Yeah, I hear about that a lot. I just want to understand what is that exactly. What exactly that system that you have? Let's say that we have two systems of like the Earth that we have here. I just want to understand that second system that you.
Excellent question and well phrased. So, as far as maps and stars and whatever, that's hard. That's really challenging, right? That's a large scale question. Some of it we can't really get to, but as far as what we observe and experience the Earth goes, so when we take measurements of the Earth, we don't observe curvature. Now, what does that mean? So we're told that the Earth is a globe, right? Yeah. So we're given certain dimensions for that globe. I'll go over them if you want me to, but I'm going to skip that part. We're given certain sizes in miles and distances and kilometers, whatever. Now we're told that that globe is 71% water. Yeah. So if the nature of bodies of water at rest are to seek and find their own level, and we were on a globe with a prescribed curve rate, I'll get to that part here in a minute. That water would have to demonstrate a somewhat symmetrical curve rate. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, so you mean we like the oceans and stuff like that would have the same curvature?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, let's just ballpark it. Yeah, if the globe Earth is 71% water, that water would have to hold to a somewhat symmetrical curve pattern. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's examine what that curve pattern is alleged to be. I'm going to go through this kind of quick. If you want me to expound on something, please just stop me. But so we're told that the Earth has a circumference of 24,901 miles with a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, that gives us a curve rate of ballpark 8 inches per mile squared. What does 8 inches per mile squared look like? If you're an observer standing on the beach at the ocean's edge, we're looking over the ocean because there's no obstruction by terrain or topography, and the nature of bodies of water at rest is to seek and find their own level. So it's our best unobstructed view of the curve of the Earth, right? So we're standing out there. If 8 inches per mile squared is the correct curve rate, at 3 miles, a 6-foot tall man standing on the beach should lose sight of something going beyond 3 miles. At 10 miles, there would be, now this is not from the observer, this is from the beach itself, the man's feet. At 3 miles, there would be, okay, yeah, 6 feet of drop. At 10 miles, there'd be 66 feet of drop. The obstructed view of that person standing on the beach would be somewhere slightly under, it'd be 60 feet. Yeah, minus the 6. So at 100 miles, it's 6,600 feet. So a small mountain should be hidden at 100 miles. But we have observations over the water with photography, high magnification photography, telescopes, so forth and so on. Some of them using the backlit sun as it goes away beyond a mountain or something we're looking for over the ocean of hundreds of miles. We can see mountains, and there should be nothing visible if they're going beyond the curve. They should be obstructed by the limitations of view required of a geometric horizon that matches the dimensions that we're given of the globe. They don't exist. They're not there. When we go to measure them at 20 miles with, let's say, a laser, and you got that set up over a lake or a body of water, there's no drop, no real measurable drop at all. It's pretty darn even. That tells you that body of water is horizontal, it's level, and there is no curvature. At 20 miles, the curvature of the Earth should be about 266 feet. Let me double check that. I've got a curve rate calculator. And if you want to confirm anything I'm saying, you can look up NASA, you can look up all kinds of curve rate calculators that tell you, and they even give you what should be obstructed by view. And then you come to places like, go ahead.
So for 1 mile, you said how
8 inches.
deep? Okay.
In 1 mile, 8 inches, but that's squared. It's exponential. So in 2 miles, that would be 64. Then no. What am I saying? Yeah. 8. Oh no, the mile squared. So it would be I'm screwed up. I think it's 64, and then you go out, but that's 6 feet, isn't it? Yeah. At 3 miles, it's 6 feet. Let's see here. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So in 2 miles, it would be 2.5 feet. So like 30 inches, and then 64 at 3 miles.
No, how is it possible? If it's if you said 1 mile is 8 inches, and you said the
right, but it's per mile. It's per mile squared. It's exponential.
Okay.
It's exponential because as you go further away from the baseline or the start of the tangent, the observer's feet, if you're looking out horizontally, that drop, that curve drop will increase in its rate of descent.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I had the numbers a little screwed up in my head, but I have the curve rate calculator here. And I was right. At 20 miles, there should be 266 feet of drop, and we have mirror flashes, laser observation. What am I forgetting? But some of the guys I'm not real tech savvy, but some of the guys on the channel here can readily provide you with documentation of what I'm talking about. And you can go confirm what the obstructed view should be with curve rate calculators that are made by Globers. I'm quoting the Globe prediction, and it does not exist. It is not observable. It is not measurable. It is a fairy tale. That's why we talk about the Earth being flat, is we cannot observe curvature anywhere. So if we can't find curvature, every other topic is moot. What are the stars? What is the moon? What is the sun? It's hard to say, but does it matter? The Earth is flat, you know?
Okay. But when you, for example, go for a sail or something, the first when you have two ships, the first thing
Mhm.
that you notice is the top of the ship, and then you see like the bottom. So it's some sort of curvature, or what do you think? Like, what?
Well, that's an excellent observation. That bottom up obstruction. Okay. That is what led people to believe, like Alberuni and later predecessor or later observers. That's what led them to believe that the Earth is curved. Is as things became distant, they disappeared from the bottom up first, right? So what's obstructing it? Well, here's the problem: is with today's magnification with cameras and telescopes, we can see much, much further. And what we discovered is that those distant objects are actually going beyond our optical resolution capabilities. They're going beyond the resolution, angular resolution of the eye, and they
Okay.
disappear. They disappear bottom up first, because the angle from, let's say, the distant ocean to our eye is more acute than the distance than the angle from the mast of the ship to our eye. So at the smaller the angle of resolution disappears first, and the top of the ship is bigger, or a more broad angle,
So
and we still resolve that for a period of time until that goes. Get a telescope, get a high res or a high magnification camera,
one
zoom
question,
out,
one question.
and there's the
How
ship.
how different sunrise you imagine?
Say what?
How different sunrise? How imagine it?
Well, let's finish our point with our other friend here first.
Sure.
So so did that make sense about angle of resolution to the eye and how things disappear from sight?
No, do not really understand. So you mean because it's like the bottom side of the chip is like a more acute angle, so we lose that first, or what exactly?
That's exactly right. Now
Yeah, and why?
open that angle of resolution up with a high magnification camera, and it comes back into view. If it was actually over a geometric horizon, you should not be able to bring it back into view.
Okay, but that means that if you have really good telescope, you can just see the whole world. Like you can see whatever
No,
you want, or what
no,
do you
no,
mean?
no,
Okay.
because light, which carries how we observe objects, yeah, the light has a limitation of how far it can travel in a medium. So the medium that we're talking about now is air. Well, air changes its density, temperature, atmospheric conditions, so forth and so on. And it will change from day to day. We might be able to see 3 miles one day. We might be able to see 10 miles one day. Pilots deal with this every time they fly. They have to check their um, visual capabilities. I can't think of the right term, but their capability to, their I can't think of the term. Visibility. They have to check their visibility before they fly, so they know the conditions they're going into. We can't. You could, even if you had the most powerful telescope in the world, in history, you couldn't see beyond the limitations of how far the light can travel. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So how different sunrise and different zones?
So satellites. Say again. What are you?
Sunrise. How different sunrise and different time night
How,
and light.
lights. The light given from satellites. What?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean.
No,
So
it means like why we have different time zones and how the sun rises.
exactly.
Okay. Is that what you're asking? Time zones?
Yeah.
Okay.
How you
Yeah.
imagine light in west and east?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's related to what we were just talking about. Directly related. Excellent transition. So we know that light has an attenuation rate or an extinction rate, yeah, through a medium. It can only travel so far from its source, and then it'll get dimmer and dimmer until it's black. For example, if you're swimming in the ocean on the surface and it's noon, the sun's directly over your head, and nice hot sunny day, brilliant bright, and you dive down, the light is going through the water through a denser medium. You go down to, I think it's about 200 to 300 feet, which you're not going to dive. You're not going to dive that deep, but about there, it becomes pitch black. Now, 200, 300 feet is not that far, but the light is going through an incredibly dense medium of water. Air's not that dense, but it still has density. So the light is traveling through a medium of air. As the sun goes away from us, it takes its light with it, and it dissipates and dissipates and dissipates until we have blackness, because the light has reached the limits of its extinction rate, and we have dark. The sun is too far away. It has taken its light with us, and then it's sun time. It's daytime over your head, wherever you may be in the world, where it may be dark over my head.
Uh, how it move, the sun move. Uh,
The sun is
so the
moving.
earth is flat
You're saying
as the sun
you're
goes
saying
up and down. So
the I'm having a hard time understanding. Say again.
the sun the sun goes up and down. That's
Oh,
meaning.
sunrise and sunset. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so again, like the ship going over the horizon that we were talking about, bottom up obstruction and angle of resolution, and uh, how our eye works, how the optics of our eye works. As the sun is more distant and it's coming towards us, it'll appear to its apparent position will be at the horizon, but it's actually not on the ground, right? I mean, it's not touching the ground, right? But it appears to be at the horizon. It comes up over our head at its highest point, its zenith. It's directly over our head. It makes like an arc upwards, and then it starts arcing downward toward the horizon, where it goes beyond our ability to see it. It goes into the apparent horizon. So imagine, I like to use this one. So imagine you're standing between two railroad tracks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're on either side of you, and they're straight and level. And as they go away, they get closer and closer. They appear to get closer and closer and closer until they touch. But the railroad tracks don't touch, right? That's specular convergence. So they're going into a point where it's the limit of your eye's ability to resolve, where the railroad tracks appear to touch. If there was a train going down there, it would go until it disappeared, but it's still there. It's just your eye can't. It gets too small for your eye to see. Okay, turn those railroad tracks on their side. The bottom railroad track at your feet is the
Okay.
ground. The top railroad track is they're parallel, but they appear to converge, and the sun is the train, and it goes beyond your ability to resolve. Well, I don't know if I'd say resolve, but it goes beyond our ability to perceive its apparent position.
I don't imagine the sun every time on the top of Earth. This is not in under of Earth. The under
Underneath,
of Earth
no,
is
no.
called so
Underneath, no, 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 no. It
under Earth.
doesn't go underneath anything. It's going away from us or coming towards us. And then it goes over somebody else. and then it goes away from them. And then while it goes away from them, it goes towards somebody else on the earth and then goes away from them. It's doing a cycle, doing a loop.
And is the sun round or like how?
It's bright. It's bright. I can't say what it is. I don't know. I have no way to measure it or know. There's people that claim they do. I couldn't speak to that, but it's bright and it moves. That's all I can say. It kind of looks round, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So
So the sun
like,
only appears above the earth.
It does what?
The sun only appears above the earth. This
Yeah.
don't appear under the earth. So the under is cold, but the top is hot. How?
There's no under. There's just more distant from where you're at. But the people more distant than where you're at are standing upright, just like you are, on the exact same plane.
I can't imagine.
Yeah. Hey guys, I've got to make a phone call. I'll be back briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Sure.
Like cool. Stood.
Who's got a pinch hit for Wild Bill? I can't do it real quick.
What is it?
Anybody else? I was saying if any flat earthers want to continue answering y'all's questions.
Yeah.
I can't really do it.
Yeah. You
Now,
can do it?
I'll try. I hope. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
How sun appears above of the earth and not appears the under.
Say that one more time. I didn't get it. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't understand it.
بدك تذكر can you
Ronald, do you mean like what's it? I also didn't get the question.
Somebody translate. I don't understand what y'all are asking. Can anybody else understand what they're saying? Anybody else at their mic?
I've been having a hard time. I'm back. You guys want to try again?
Yeah, see if Wild Bill can interpret it. Go ahead, Wild Bill.
Can you guys ask that again? Oh, looks like they might be gone.
No, I'm here, but I didn't ask the question. Michael asked the question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this is
I ask you the same question. The sun above the earth and don't under the earth.
Well, we don't know what's under the earth. The sun does not go under the earth. No, because if it did, there would be people that when it was nighttime for me did not have daytime. So because it would have gone away from anybody. We don't know what's under the earth, but the globe doesn't know what's deeper than 7.5 miles either. So the people that think the earth is a ball, nobody knows what's below 7.5 miles. It doesn't matter what the shape of the earth is. It could be a.
So how different weather?
Say what?
How different weather? How Iceland? How Africa? How?
How I don't understand that.
The weather.
Iceland and Africa? Are you saying
The
one's
cold,
underneath
the
the
cold
other?
in north and the hot in Africa.
Oh, seasons? Seasons?
Yeah.
Okay. So the sun, we know the sun's moving day to day, right? We have 24-hour, well, we have sunrise and sunset, and we watch the sun move past us. Well, every day it takes a slightly different course to, is it June or July 21, and December
Yeah.
21. So July 21, it's directly over my head. I'm 45th parallel north, and then December 21. I'm not saying that right, am I? I can't remember when the solstices are. But after it's directly over my head, every day it takes a more slightly southern path below me till it gets over the equator, the equinox. Then it moves toward the southern latitude 45. When it hits them on Tropic of Capricorn, it starts moving back toward me every day. In 365 days, it will go from me down to the south and then come back to me. It's a making a procession. So that's where the seasons come from. Is the sun's path, it moves throughout the year.
Okay, I have another question.
Yeah.
You know what the problem with that theory?
What's your question?
You know what's the problem with that theory? If you count on the fact that sun is the most in the sky 2 times a year, that would mean that would be 2 summers and 2 winters that will exchange for summer and autumn.
No.
This is not,
No, not in 1 year. In 1 year, you'd have one.
What did he say, Wild Bill? Can you say that again? What do you mean 2 summers? There is 2 summers. There's one in the south and in 6 months. There's another one in the north. Is that what you're asking?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Michael, were you going to ask something else?
I don't have question now.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually have a question. How the moon looks like, and how sometimes it's like it has different shapes. Sometimes it's like full moon. Sometimes you see there's
The different
like
phases.
ring. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, excellent question.
And like, is it also moving like the sun, or like how is the system?
Yeah, most certainly it's moving just like the sun and stars, and it does its precession from tropic to tropic in 1 month, and the sun
How
does it
it
in
does
1
that?
year. The sun does it in 1 year. Yeah, so I think the phases are related. I can't claim to what the phases are exactly, but I do believe they're related to its position over the Earth. But it moves to the south and then back to the north much more rapidly than the sun. Its travel path is slightly slower than the sun, but yeah, that's all I know. What causes the phases? That's a good question. It's interesting. I just heard it discussed not too long. Might have been today or yesterday. During the new moon phase, nobody can detect the moon whatsoever. Now, supposedly, it's
During the what?
during the new moon phase when the moon's there, right?
Yeah, okay.
The moon didn't disappear, but we just can't
Yeah.
see it. So I'm not sure how the heliocentric model explains that, but it's there, isn't it? So, but we don't see it, and apparently, I've heard here recently there's no way to detect it during that time.
Actually, that's really
there's
not
two
really.
versions to that. Some people say that you can detect it, other people say you cannot. So yeah, it's I think it's up for grabs unless there's some type of optical equipment that you need some type, I don't know, a special camera, you could probably see it. Maybe, but I haven't seen that myself.
You need Joseph Smith's crystal glasses so you can see the invisible tablets.
Possibly.
Yeah, actually, that's like not true. Like you can even see it by your eyes, bare eyes.
During the
When
new
it's
moon phase?
yeah,
No, with your eyes.
no, you can actually see like that. It's dark, like, but you can actually see. Like you don't need any equipments, but that doesn't make any difference. It's
Are
okay.
you using your imagination?
Wait, are you saying that you can see the new moon with your eyes?
That's true. Yeah.
No. Probably new moon means for you like it's like a full moon, but it's not full moon. It's actually when the moon is basically invisible to your eyes. That's
Yeah,
that's
but
the new moon.
you will see a different color in the eyes that looks like it's you can see it. But that doesn't make it like try the next month or this month. Try to see it, and you can actually see it by your eyes.
Yeah, maybe you have special eyes. Maybe the creator gave you some eyes so you can see the new moon. No, not my eyes though.
Okay, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't make any difference.
It sure makes a difference if you can see the new moon, and you're saying that you can do that, man. Amazing. What do you think, Bill? Wild Bill. He said he can see the new moon.
Me too, I see by own eyes.
Why you say, Michael? What was that?
Hey, Jimsy, I want to butt in and highlight real quick that Wild Bill was trying to attempt to explain things here on the ground that we know, and he keeps asking sky questions. So just because you have a sky story that we all got taught, doesn't mean we have a replacement story. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, we see the sky phenomena from the ground, and the ground is not the sky. Obviously. The earth is not one of those things up in the sky. Different. What we observe from the ground, when we look up and see the moon and the luminaries, that stuff is nothing like the ground you're standing on. But he caught me by surprise. He says that he can see the new moon. Now he got me wondering.
Yeah, I'd like to see evidence of that. As far as I know, no one can see a new moon. I could be wrong, I guess. I don't know.
Just try to see it. Like I guess just try, and you will be able to do that.
That's the whole point. People have tried, and actually, it's not visible. That is like a known thing.
Okay.
But maybe there's people out there with special eyes. I mean, why not?
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I'm one of them. Yeah.
You might be one of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I guess I will go.
Good theory, Jimsy. People born with new moon eyes. It sounds good. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So, good day, everyone.
Bon appetit. I heard your food is ready.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, Jimsy and everybody, it's just funny. We try to convey our information about the stuff here on the ground, and I always want to go to the sky. It's just weird.
Yeah. Mentally, they want to go to the sky. Just a thing of wonder. A lot of people wonder about the sky stuff. Yeah, it was kind of designed for people to wonder about it, but making assertions about it—that's a different story.
Exactly. I mean, I'm all for the wonderment of imagining what the sky stuff is doing, but as far as proving any of it, I mean, we can prove that the water down here is laying level and we're not on a ball. But people want to skip right past that, Anyway.
Kaiser. Welcome back, Kaiser. Kaiser. He was leaving, joining.
What was that movie with Kaiser Sose? The Usual Suspects. You ever seen that movie? Anyway.
Yep. That's a good one.
Mello. Welcome, Mello. How are you, Mello? Mello just joined.
Hello guys, how are
And,
you?
and they call him Mellow Yellow.
Good, Mello. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. What brings you by to the Flutter Discord? What brings you by?
I'm just trying to learn English.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's what this server is for. Even though this VC is kind of like the advanced, one of the advanced channels. So, what do you think?
Yeah.
You're like a beginner, or maybe maybe you think you're ready for the a bit more advanced conversations in the English
I'm able to
language?
understand what you're talking, but it's hard to me to know all the words. So I can understand, but it's hard to me to talk.
Yeah, your pronunciation is good. Your English sounds really good.
Thank
Good
you.
job, Melo. Good job.
Yeah, you're doing good so far. I mean, how long have you been learning English? A month or so, or
Maybe 1 year. Yes.
okay? Well, you're doing
Something
good
like
so
that.
far. Go ahead, dude.
Thank you. I'm studying English very hard this week because I have an interview next week, and I'm trying to improve.
What is your native language? Portuguese?
Yes, I'm from Brazil.
I can tell by your accent.
Yeah.
I was
I
gonna
got to
say, are you
throw
from
in
Brazil?
there's allegedly 11 million flat earthers in Brazil. Just saying.
Yeah,
Where I'm from?
Brazil is one of the countries with the most flat earthers.
Really?
Yes, because there's like field engineers and experts on the field that have tested the Earth in Brazil, and they came to the conclusion that the Earth is not curving.
I don't have an opinion about that. I think is not flat, but
That's an opinion. So you do have an opinion.
yes, I have opinion, but I'm not studying about that, so I can't discuss about. But
You haven't looked it up.
yes.
So where have you seen the Earth curve at, Mello? Have you ever seen it curve?
What? Can you repeat, please?
Have you ever seen the Earth curving anywhere in nature?
No, I never.
Yeah, so the belief that it is curving is based on some ideas that were given to you, presented to you maybe in the TV or books, movies, propaganda basically. That's how we
Yeah,
all learned
but the Earth is very big, so you can't judge
the
the
Earth.
Earth is flat
Yes,
just
the Earth
with
is
your
very
eyes.
big. Yes, the Earth is very big. You're correct. Very big. But it's so big and so flat that it's flatter than a pancake.
Yes.
Have you ever seen a pancake? Have you ever had pancakes?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like
So
pancakes.
so pancakes are pretty flat, right?
Yes.
The Earth, as big as it is, it's flatter than that.
What about the images from what's the name of it?
What
Let
is
me check.
NASA space agencies?
Yes, from the. Let me check the word.
Those images basically it's
Satellites?
something.
I don't know.
Satellites, yeah, satellites, satellite,
Satellites.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah, satellite,
satellites.
satellite,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
So there are contradicting photography or image, because there's imagery from a position of the Earth that you and I cannot confirm, right? They say they send it really far away, and when they look back, they show you a curving Earth, like a ball Earth, in the images. But there's no way no one can confirm that. You, me, anyone in here, any normal people cannot confirm that. But there's other photography of the Earth, high altitude balloons, that will show you that the Earth is not curving. So there's two contradicting ideas. One image shows is curving, another image show is not curving. You get that?
Yes.
So the way that you will confirm which one is correct, it will be like by what? Checking the Earth directly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to agree with you.
Yeah, so you yourself are probably what, like 6 feet tall? Maybe you're a tall guy, good looking guy from Brazil.
Yes,
Tall.
I'm
Yeah, you're
185.
tall. Yeah, so 185.
Yes.
So how do you know that? Because you measured. Someone measured you, right?
Yeah, someone measured me.
Exactly. So someone measured you, and you're pretty sure you're 185 at the moment. So that's what we did with the Earth. We didn't guess, we didn't imagine, we didn't base our conclusion by images. We measured the Earth, and when we, like the Brazilians, because we're talking about, this has been done in probably all the countries across the world by many people. And when people measure the Earth, it's not curving. The only place that the Earth is curving is what you said, in images, cartoons, TV. And that's not real, is it?
Oh,
You know
I
how
don't know.
things can be misrepresented in the TV? Like people can make stuff to look somehow, but that thing in reality is not like that.
Yeah,
You know,
it's very
like,
possible.
yeah, exactly, yeah. You've seen videos. You can make a video right now of yourself dancing, and you probably don't know how to dance. I'm pretty sure you do know how to dance, right? Or do you
Yeah.
know how to dance salsa? You know salsa?
Yes, I know, but I don't know how to dance it.
Oh, but you can make a video of yourself, your face, your body dancing salsa. You know that, right? With the
Yes. With
CGI,
AI.
with the AI, yeah, you can do that exactly with imagery of the Earth. That is, the Earth, when we check it for what it is not curving, but someone can make an image of the Earth curving. You get it, right? It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
So what you've seen about the Earth curving, it's a misrepresentation, or it could also be optical stuff. Because when you take a photo, the lens of the camera, cameras, lenses, they distort images.
Yes.
Yeah, so people put cameras on balloons and record the Earth, and it will show you an image of the Earth, but that image can be distorted because the lens itself can bend the horizontal line that we see, and it could look curved. When people take a selfie with a tripod and it looks like it's curving behind them. Have you ever seen that?
Yes, I'm checking a video right now how to prove the Earth is around. Yes.
Okay, you're trying to prove that it's round, even though you thought that it was. You don't know that it is. That's why you're checking, because in your knowledge, what you know is that the ground that you're standing, it's the floor of the house. Where are you? Your home, your house?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's level. The level, el nivel, level of your house. The level of the floor.
No, I don't know.
Level, the when people build a house, the first floor, the second floor,
Yes, I
they
know.
have to use water to make it horizontal, so you're not tilted and walking like tilted, right? You're not walking like sideways.
Okay.
You walk straight. You walk straight and horizontal across the floor. The floor is flat, horizontal, level. And feels good that way, right? What happens if the floor was curved or tilted? Does it
No,
feels
but
does it
there's
feels
a
good?
difference. We are so small. We are so small. Comparing with the curve, so we can't feel the curve.
the earth is
Jimsy,
so
can I
big.
point out his problem real quick? That the problem you're saying is so small. They gave us a number, and what Jimsy's trying to tell you, we're all on the level, and they gave us a number for how big this ball is, and we can measure that. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. So what he told you just now is the same idea I'm trying to tell you, that level that you see, that you experience it of your house, is the case for all across the earth. The earth. So where are you at in Brazil right now? Are you in Brazil?
Yes, in Brazil.
Okay, I'm in the United States, up north, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you can start from the small perspective. We can start really small. Melo, you know that you have something called your senses, right? Your senses?
No, what it is?
Your senses, your sentidos. Your
Okay.
your eyes, you have your touch,
Yeah.
you have your you smell, you also
Yes, I
have
get
an
it.
you have an equilibrium. You know equilibrium, when you are balanced, right?
Yeah.
So that balance, you have water, you have in your ears, you have something called the vestibular system, and that has a liquid inside your ears. It's like a water or liquid inside your ears that is level. So that water level, you can extend it to a bigger water level, which will be what? Water cup, maybe your bathtub, right? Bathtub, water, or maybe a
Yes.
pool. You ever seen a pool? A pool? A
Yeah.
piscina?
Yeah.
Piscina? So
Yes, I
that
know.
the piscina is flat and level, right? Water level.
Yes, I agree.
Okay,
Okay. I
so
understand.
listen, in Brazil, no, I'm gonna real quick. In Brazil, there's lakes. You know lakes, water lakes.
Yeah. Yes, I know.
So the same thing. When you go from from the liquid in your inner canal in your ears, you go to the water tub, to the lake next to your house. The level of the water is flat and horizontal. You know horizontal, horizontal.
Yes.
Okay, so you translate. You keep going to the lake, and you go to the sea, and we call it the sea level. You know the ocean, el océano, el mar.
Yes, I know.
So
Yeah,
del
yeah.
mar, the sea is also level, because we get level from the sea. It's called the sea level, or the mean sea level. So doesn't matter how far that water is from you, that sea is from you. You get something called parallel levels.
Okay.
You know what parallel is? Paralelo?
Yes, I know.
Exactly. So me in America, having my vestibular system and on my floor, I'm leveled, horizontal. When I stand up and I look at the TV and I look at the table, everything is level, right? And
Yeah.
then from me to the lake next to my house, to the ocean 45 miles away from my house, to you in Brazil 20,000 miles away, all that water, all that level is parallel with your lake, your house, and your vestibular system. There
How
is
can you
no
prove it?
curvature. How can we what?
How can you prove it?
Because we have tested the surface of water, bodies of water, right? Big bodies of water, including including small bodies of water and big lakes across the world. So with lasers, we can determine if there is a drop over the distance of the water that we see. And we with this testing, we confirm that the water is not curving. There is no drop over the distance that the sphere requires. The
Okay,
sphere requires the drop, but it's not
but
there. It doesn't exist.
why your study is true, and when someone study about proof that the Earth is not a flat, is not valid.
What is not valid? The measurements are not valid?
No,
Did he just look? Did you just look one up? Give us the best one you got. Go ahead.
why I study about the is the right word is round Earth. It is.
That wouldn't be the correct word, Melo. Since you're learning English, you know, in your house you have a table, la mesa. Tienes una mesa.
Yes, I know. I know the most of the
And
words.
so
I know
You
about
Melo,
roboted. Hold on, Jimsy. You roboted. Try again. Say
I'm
something.
robotic. So Melo, in your house, you
Okay.
have
You're good now, sir.
you have a round table, and that table is flat and round, right?
Okay.
So when you say the Earth is round, that round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have
Okay.
CDs, round tables, pizza, pancakes. Remember the pancake? You can make a
Yeah.
round and flat pancake.
Okay. Makes sense.
So what you mean is a spherical. You're saying, I believe the Earth is spherical because I saw it in a book or I saw it in the TV. Because the spherical Earth, you haven't experienced it in reality.
Okay.
The only thing that you have experienced in reality is flat, level, motionless Earth and horizontal Earth. That's the only thing you have experienced in reality. But then you're saying that it's
Makes
the
sense.
contrary of that. That is a
Yes.
sphere.
Now I get. No, it's just the translate word. For me, makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
But why your study about the flat Earth is true and about the spherical Earth is not true? If it is you trying to prove something.
What you're asking why? Which one make it? Why my assertion is true and why the other one is not true?
Yeah.
That's your question. Because when I learned about what you're saying, as well, right? In the school, I learned that I saw the book, and the book it says the Earth is a sphere, is a globe, right? I learned that.
Okay.
I saw the information, I saw the data, and I passed the test. Right? When they ask me, is the Earth a sphere? I would say yes, and I got A+, 100% on my test. I passed the school, and I did good in school. But the thing is that I never checked. The thing that I learned, I never confirmed it. I never checked the Earth to confirm if that data that I got, that information, was true or not true. Right? Because when you're a child, you just learn what you're told, right?
Yes, I agree.
Exactly. And then we also learn by experience. We do experience things, which basically we do notice that the Earth is motionless, right? And flat, but we are told differently. But now, as an adult, the question was asked and proposed that is the Earth curving, right? And I saw people talking about it, and I was able to put that question in my mind and decided to test and check if the information that I learned from the book was true. And come to
But
find
man,
out, I decided to look at long distances and look at different tests that people have conducted, including the Brazilians in Brazil, that they conducted measurements with lasers, with radar, with optics, and measurements, and we came to find new information, and this new information debunks or falsifies the idea that the Earth is actually curving, because the Earth doesn't curve
but
measurably.
man, a month ago I was in a beach and I have how can I say it?
Binocular, yeah.
Yes, it is. And I was looking at a boat, and at the I don't know, 30 minutes after the boat
Disappeared. You couldn't see the boat
disappeared.
anymore.
Yes. How can you explain it?
Melo, tú
It
sabes, you know,
happened 1 month ago with me. It's not a notice. I was in Rio de Janeiro.
in Rio de Janeiro, yeah. Some of the
Yeah.
tests that I was telling you from the field engineers, they did it in the Rio de Janeiro. Also, Tres Minas. There is like a place called Tres Minas in Brazil. They did some testing over there too. But
No, I
anyways,
don't
you
know.
went to the
Okay.
beach and you looked across the water, flat water, and then you
Okay.
saw a boat, and then that boat eventually went away from your view. You couldn't see it anymore. And you're
Yeah.
thinking
Okay.
that you don't see the boat anymore because it went behind the curvature of the earth. That's what you're thinking, right?
Yes.
Now you're asking me what can I say about that? Melo, you know the lady in the weather channel? You know the lady in the news? You know the cute lady that says today the weather is gonna rain or it's gonna be hot? You know that lady?
Yes, I
You know
know.
the lady sometimes says today the visibility, la visibilidad is 10 miles or 15 kilometers. You know visibility? Because the air
Yeah.
is not transparent. Some days you can see 10 miles. Some days you can see 15 miles. Some days you can see 3 miles. If it's raining, some days you cannot see 10 feet in front of you.
Yes, but with
Escucha.
this idea, it's
Okay.
different because, for example, the boat began to disappear
Okay.
because of
Bottom up. Bottom up.
top bottom.
Bottom.
Yes,
Yeah,
could be.
bottom. Okay, so I'm gonna add it up for
Yes,
you, Melo.
and the boat didn't just vanish.
Mm-hmm.
It's
That's for
like
you, right? Because sometimes, listen, what you saw is valid. I believe you. I've seen that happen as well. But that
okay.
doesn't happen all the time, Melo. That happens sometimes, but not all the time. Okay?
Yes,
Because you
but
gotta
one of
remember.
the times it is because the sea is a curve too. The
Escucha,
whole
Melo.
earth
So
is a
listen,
curve.
listen, buddy.
Okay.
Remember, you think that only one thing is causing the phenomena that you saw, the boat disappearing. One thing. Earth is
Yeah,
curving, therefore, boat disappear behind the curvature of the earth. But Melo, now I mentioned the lady, right? And the lady tells you that there is visibility, that you have there's
yeah.
days that you see more and there's days that you see less. Okay, so that's one more variable that you didn't consider before. You know what's another variable? Optics, angular resolution. Angular resolution. Your eyes, right? Your eyes have a limit of view. Okay, so there is that's why you brought the binoculars. Remember the binoculars, because your eyes
Yes.
cannot. Your eyes have a limitation of distance of view depending on the size of the object. So when you bring the binoculars, you extend your vision, but even the binoculars have a limitation as well. So that's another variable, right?
But yeah, I agree with you. But the
Okay,
point
okay,
here is how the boat disappears. It's not just vanish because I can't see. It's bottom top, how you said.
okay. Melo. You know, the water. You know, there's waves, currents, right? You know, there's tides, right? You know this,
Yeah.
right? So that's another
Yes, I
variable,
know.
right? Melo, do you know that when you look at, have you ever seen the sun up in the sky?
Yes. A
Okay,
sunrise.
so have you
No?
ever used one finger and block the sun with one finger? Have you ever done that?
No?
Okay, have you ever blocked the sun with your hand?
No, I never did it.
You never looked up and blocked. Okay, okay, a building. You can put your hand in front of your eyes and block the building, right?
Okay.
Okay. So, is your hand bigger than the building?
Yes.
No.
No,
Is your hand
it's not bigger, but can hide the building to my eyes.
exactly. So, for you, the observer, at you probably 6 feet, Your eyes are maybe around 5 feet 10 inches above the water, maybe, right? So 1 foot wave between you and the boat, a wave, 1 foot wave or a couple foot wave between you and the boat can block the whole boat.
Okay.
Between you and the boat, just like you block the building with your hand.
Yes.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yes, makes sense.
Okay.
Yes, it's a good point.
Listen, Melo.
It's a
That's
good point.
another variables because it's not one thing happening. There is a lot of things happening at the same time. The visibility, the air is not transparent. There is the
Okay.
boat. 1/4 of the boat is under the water, right? Then there is waves. Then the boat might be at a section of the water that is a little lower than the one that is in front of you, right? Because you know how the water kind of like goes up and down, up and down. Have you ever been on a boat that the boat goes like up and down, right?
Yes.
So if that boat is in one of the areas of water that is a little lower than the water in front of you, just because the water moves a little bit, that little bit lower will definitely cause a blockage, right? So you were adding more variables, one more, another variable. Then you have something called the horizon, which is a vanishing point of your optics, and also we have the light of the sun reflecting on the water. So there's a layer of at a distance that it looks like a mirror. Have you ever seen un mirror, un espejo?
Yes, I
Is a
know.
mirror. So if you look with the optics and you pay attention, you're gonna see a reflection of the boat on the surface of the water. Okay, because there is a disturbance. There is change of temperature between the water and the air, right? So that
Yes.
change, that disturbance that is happening, is also causing blockage between you, the observer, and the object that you're trying to observe. And all of those variables put together will block the view that you have of the boat, and you won't see it anymore. Does that make sense?
Yes, makes sense.
Okay, there you go. So you see, all of these variables that you know that can be checked, demonstrated, verified, and you know that makes sense because you know this stuff can happen and does happen, supersede the variable that you thought was the cause of the phenomena, which you thought it was the curvature, which that is not happening because the water
Okay.
is not curving.
Okay. Let me use another argue. Like how you explain the different constellations
Okay, that's a
with
question that is
different
of the
latitude.
this different. You see different stars at different locations in the world.
Yes, it's a good
Okay,
point.
good point. But you gotta remember, we gotta establish this logically and follow the logic, because there is logical and there is
Yeah.
illogical things. You know how people
Yeah.
they say things and they make no sense, right? You probably heard people talking nonsense, right, in the past.
Okay.
They don't have good logic, right? You probably know about logical things, right? So the thing in question that we're talking about is the ground that you're standing on, right? The earth, right? So now you're asking me about celestial things. Earth is
Okay.
terra, terrestrial, and you're asking me about celestial, away from the earth. So if I want to check something, the earth, or if I want to check my house, I don't go to your house to say my house, right? I check my house. If I want to measure my house, or measure, let's say the size of my feet, I don't measure the size of your feet, right? I measure my feet, right?
All right.
That makes sense. So now, when we look up and we see the stars, and does those whatever phenomena.
Hello.
Jimmy, try again. Gemsy.
Jamsey.
I apologize. My battery ran now, but I'm back.
There you go.
So what I was trying to tell you, Melo, is that when we look to the luminaries, that is what we call observable phenomena, right? It's something that we see in nature, a phenomena. We look and we see with our eyes, and you're saying that if I'm standing here and I see the stars, which is not the Earth, is up above, you see a set of stars, and then you go to another place and you see another set of stars. You could
Yeah.
compare it similar to if you're in your kitchen, Melo, and you turn on the kitchen light, right? And you have one light in the kitchen, but then you go to your a different room, a different area of the house, and you have another set of lights, right?
Yes, but when you think the Earth is flat and the stars is very, very far from us, it's a
Yes,
thing
they are
that you
far.
can.
I'm gonna give you that, but in reality, we don't know how far because in reality, no man has been to the stars or to the celestials to be able to test the distance, the medium, and to check the mechanisms of the sky to determine the whole thing.
Oh,
Men,
but when we are talking about flat Earth, we just ignore the whole physics that
no,
we study
that's
and the
false,
world
Melo.
knows.
That's a false statement. We're not ignoring anything though.
We
We
ignore a
actually
lot of points.
we paying attention. If you're gonna say we ignoring something, you have to be specific. What is the point? What is the point that we ignoring? Tell me. What are we
Uh,
ignoring?
how they know the distance between the Earth and some stars?
They
Looking
don't know. They
the light
only
speed.
it's a Melo. It's a man-made story. No man has used a tape measure to determine those distances. They only tell you that they know, but they actually don't know. You know, I will say like a story, right? Like a even like a religious story. You know, people have religions and they have certain ideas and they make claims about stuff. That's
Yes.
what that is. If a man tells you that they know the distance to the stars, I will say they're lying to you.
Uh,
I'm a flat earther, but I'm not sure 100%. I think there is a possibility that the Earth could be a globe. Sorry.
Yeah, Nexus. We're gonna be right with you. We're talking to Melo at the moment, and you
Okay.
know, if you have a question or you wanna post something in the text chat, we can reply to you. I just wanna check that Melo maybe wants to say something else or bring some other points, and then you can definitely talk to us.
I'm just gonna mute myself.
That's fine, bro.
no, it's good to me. I'm
It's good.
practicing a
Yeah, it's
lot
good. It's good.
today, and
Yeah.
I'm still here listening about other ideas and
All right.
training more. Thank you.
All right, Melo. Un placer. Gracias, Melo. Obrigado.
Em Brasil, muito obrigado.
Mucho obrigado. Sí. Oh, the other guy left. I don't know why, but anyways, Melo, what you were saying is that we're ignoring certain things, but what we actually doing is paying attention to the state of the matter, the physical and natural world, and the way it presents itself. We're actually not ignoring.
Yeah.
It's the opposite.
Yeah.
You probably went because you told me you were searching something, and obviously when you search online, you're gonna be presented with propaganda. Because you know Google, right? They selling you stuff. You know Google is like a store that has a lot of windows and they trying to sell you things, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the globe idea is like a sales pitch. And yeah, they're gonna present what they want, the information they want to present to you. But the information that I'm telling you, which is just a tip of the iceberg, just a little bit, is stuff that you can check, verify. You can go out there in the world and you yourself, without anybody showing you, you can find it for yourself. what I told you about the boat, about the level of the water, about your vestibular system, about even the stars. Because think about it. Do you think the guy that wrote the think about the stars that they know the distance to the star? Do you really believe that guy knows the distance to the stars?
Oh, it's a hard thing to believe, but yeah, it's what I learned.
Yeah, he says because you're reading something that someone wrote in the internet. But do you think that everything we read in the internet is true? No, the answer is no.
I need to believe.
No, the belief. I mean, it's okay to believe certain things because if you believe something, it might be like a path to knowledge. Because if you believe you're gonna get, if you believe in a goal in something you want to do in life, eventually you're gonna build your way to the knowledge of that. I don't know how to put it in words, but belief is not such a bad thing, but you have to use it in the correct moment. You don't believe that you're 165, right, Melo? 165. You said that that's your height. That's how tall you are. Do you believe it or do you know it?
I believe I'm 185.
185. Okay, so do you believe it or you know it? You say I know or I believe.
Yeah, I already measured me with how can I say?
Okay, if we grab a tape measure right now when we measure you
Yes,
and you are
type measure. Yeah.
185, do I say I believe you are 185 or the tape measure is showing me that you are 185 and now I know?
The tape measure.
Yeah, now I know that you are 185. I know. I don't believe it anymore.
Yes, but
Yeah,
it's hard
exactly.
because I can't believe in anything.
You can't
I
believe in
can.
anything? You don't have to
Yes,
believe in anything.
I just can't believe because if all the things can be false, can be.
Some things might be false, but not all things are false, Melo.
Yes,
Not all things. You are
but
real. Your
everything
parents
could
are
be.
real. That's not false. What was that, Melo? Go ahead.
No, yeah, but everything could be false.
That would be an absolute statement, but that I wouldn't make absolute statements. Not everything is false, Melo. No, not everything is fake. No.
No, not everything, but everything could be.
Go
Hey,
ahead,
Melo,
20K.
not everything could be false. If everything could be false, that would
Yeah.
include that sentence you just said. And if it includes that sentence you just said, then it can't simultaneously be true and false. It's not allowed to be possible.
Yeah. Melo, consider this, right? If you're going to measure your height, okay, you said you're 185 centimeters?
It is.
Yes.
Right? Consider this, right? One thing that you can know for sure in this setup, step one, is that measuring tape. When you measured yourself, that you read 185 centimeters on the tape. Right? That you know for sure because you did it. Right? What you can say that you believe that the tape measure is accurate.
I believe
it could be off. Think about that, right? You know that you read 185 centimeters. You trust that the manufacturer, the company that made the tape measure, is accurate 100%. It could be off by a millimeter, let's say. You don't know that unless you compare it to another one. And over a series of comparisons, you see that they're all the same. Okay? So that's when you can say that you trust that you are absolutely 185 centimeters because you don't have the absolute reference to what 185 centimeters is. Okay? What I'm getting at here is in the setup, you do have knowledge, you do have something that you know for sure. But the tape measure read that number to you, or you read it off the tape measure. Right?
Yes.
So what I'm getting at here is at least there is something that you do know. The rest you can build off of what you might have to trust another individual or a company or something in the matter, right? So it's not that you believe or don't believe anything or everything. You just have to break apart what information you can gather absolutely, and what you build upon that, what might be a little bit shaky. Does that make sense? I just woke
Makes
up, so
sense.
if I'm butchering it, forgive me. But
Yes,
yeah,
makes
so
sense.
you can, yeah, perfect. So you can obtain knowledge. Which knowledge is, on a per context basis.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jemsay. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Hey, thanks for that. I'm just, Melo has said he's trying to learn English. He's getting a test. When did you say is your test, Melo?
Next week.
Is it about English or is it about something else?
I am a software developer. I will try a new position in Netherlands.
Ooh, yeah. This is a good channel for you then. For you to learn English. Yeah, Netherlands. Yeah. You're gonna do fine. Just yeah.
Thank you.
Concentrate on that. This topic that I know it might be like kind of like a curveball from what you was expecting, but this topic gives you a foundation in reality, and you can go from there and explore the world with a more, like, I would say, logistic mind, in my opinion.
Yeah.
A more foundational mind in the way you operate out there, and not just base your operations just beliefs, like you were thinking, believe that. If you go through a lot of these conversations, you're gonna find out that you can know things, and you can also filter out the nonsense, filter out the bad information. Because as a software engineer, you want to clear the bad information, the bad data, right? The program, you want it to run smoothly, right? Good, work well. So you want it to
always.
work good, and so you want to put the correct data in there. Yeah. So this topic will help you kind of like bring you back to the realist level.
Yeah, I will study more about flat Earth, and I will return here and argue about it with more argues. Can be?
Melo, let me tell you this, my brother. Don't look just to argue for argue, because remember, you might go, when you say you're gonna go study and check, you might find information that might prepare you to be a globe soldier. You learn the globe doctrine and you tell them, right? But it's like someone is giving you information that you cannot check or verify yourself, and now you're carrying that bag for them, right? But in reality, if you are curious minded and you want to learn some new things, you can come here and just have a conversation like you did with me. Just talk about it, right? You don't have to fight me. I don't have to fight you. We don't have to argue. You can be receptive to new information, and that might be a better position than just trying to say everything Jemsy is saying is wrong and you're right, right?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. If you have any questions, you can come back and yeah, just let me know, Mel. Also, you want me to send you because if you're curious about this topic though, I can send you a link to another server that we're in, and in that server there's like many channels that have a lot of information about laser tests. There's even the Brazilians, that there's like Brazilian tests in the Brazil to check, and the world. You can find them even speaking Portuguese in their documentary as well. So if you want, I can send you. There's laser tests, long distance observations, infrared, topics about satellites, about the stars, many different topics. Because what you and I, the conversation that we just had for the last 30 minutes, it's like a little grain, a little speck of sand in a big a big beach. There's a lot of more points about this.
What
There's
is beach?
the beach that you said you went to the beach to see the boat.
Oh,
The
okay,
sand.
okay.
1 liter sand, 1 liter a speck of
Yeah,
sand.
yeah.
So the conversation that you and I had is it was short. This conversation envelops a lot more. So if you learn this today, the few things that I told you, you learn maybe a few new words, but there's a lot more to learn about this. A lot more.
Okay.
That's why I was telling you to, if you want me to, I could send you the invite to the other server. I will send it to you anyways. Melo.
Old dude sent in the chat.
I'll do send it in the chat? Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, old dude. Let me see, I'll do it. Oh, I'll do send, yeah, exactly. That's the other Discord. Anytime, Melo, if you got questions, maybe later, if you have people that you mentioned this, invite them here or whatever, right? If you have a friend that he knows a lot about the other topic, about the globe, and he wants to debate in here or something.
Yeah, I have a friend that he's fluent. He's helped me a lot to learn, and he loved this topic. So I will call him.
Yeah, invite him in here. We'll talk to him.
To discuss here. Yeah.
Yeah.
He have a better English than mine, so it's easier to him to argue about.
Sounds good for me. Do you have any other questions about the information you were looking at? Because I know you were doing Google search about this topic.
No,
You have
no. For
more
now,
questions?
for now, that is it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melo, and you're welcome as well.
Thank you.
Send you a DM, Melo. You're not accepting DMs, Melo, so I send you a friend request. You want to accept it, you let me know.
Don't.
What was that?
I accept your friend request.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I will send you the direct link to our server. And this is a cool topic. It's very informative. So since you're learning English, this might help you learning the language for sure. There's a lot of terms, words, and topics. We talk about aviation, navigation, laser tests, science, technology, history, construction, all sorts of things, and that include everything, biology, all kinds of things. So yeah, it's a good way to learn the language, even if you're listening in the background as well.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
And the last question: what do you think about my English? It's at least good.
Your English right now, I am gonna compare it to many people that join the chat. You're like in the middle. Like there's beginners. You're not a beginner. You are halfway there.
Okay, intermediate. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's you, I think. Yep.
Walking to advanced. Thank you.
Yeah. So you just keep studying, reading, look into topics, and just read, listen to the conversations, and you're gonna do way better than a lot of people that are not doing what you're doing. Because a lot of people want to learn English, but they're just watching Hollywood movies, They think they're gonna learn English by watching movies.
Yeah.
This is our more in-depth way of doing it. Because in here, I know we're in the voice channel, but if you go to the text, you're gonna see people posting links, and within those links, PDFs, videos, links, and if you read, you're gonna find a lot of extra information that you're not gonna find in other places.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Melo. You're welcome. All right, guys, you want to say something? Anybody in here? I know I'm hogging the mic with Melo, but Mel was a pretty how do you say, reasonable guy to talk to.
Is your native language Portuguese?
My native language?
Well, Jimsy.
Oh.
My native language is Espanol. His language is Portuguese.
Okay, but because they're sister languages, y'all can recognize a lot of words.
Yeah, once I heard him speak a few sentences, I knew he was from Brazil and he spoke Portuguese.
There we go.
I asked him before I kind of like came to the whole conclusion, but I knew. He confirmed it. Yeah. And based on your image, Gregory, are you from the Middle East? Just kidding.
Since
No,
we're in English Hub, look at that phrase you just said, the Middle East, Middle East. That term was only coined in the early 20th century.
Okay, North Africa then. You're from North Africa, based on your appearance in your image.
That's a good guess too. Most of what people call the Middle East, is really just West Asia, right? Look at the map. That's Asia. Israel, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, all that. Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, West Asia.
West
Now,
Asia.
why is a little pee-wee person like me, who's not in the high halls of academia, able to recognize that easily? But they coin silly phrases like Middle East. You can't be in the middle of a cardinal direction. That don't make any sense.
Okay, yeah.
And notice also that the term is Eurocentric, because West Asia is not east of the countries that are east of West Asia. It's a silly British imperial misnomer from the early 20th century.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think I probably heard a short version of what you just said, but no explanation behind it. And what you just said makes sense.
Yeah. You can read the Britannica article on that. Anybody?
Oh, so
Early
you
20th
learned that
century
from
British
the
imperial
British.
misnomer.
You learned
I
what
know,
you just told me
of
from the
all
British, huh?
places, right? Encyclopedia Britannica about this early 20th century British imperial misnomer for West Asia.
I'll be back, guys. I know there's new people in the VC, so just check them. And if you want, I gotta check on something. I'll be back.
بالفعل ولكن نشير إلى أن جميع الأبناء يمضي سفرات شتاء في مدينة صفا.
Hello guys, how's it going? Hello guys, anyone here?
Hello there.
Yo, what's up, boys? Morning. Anybody else watching the live right now? Or Splashdown?
Oh, I thought the splashdown happened yesterday, like 8:30 p.m.
That's what I thought too. Maybe they've been sitting out in the water for 12 hours.
No, don't be silly. Really, you think so?
I don't know.
This is the backup plan. The second set
I really thought
That's right. It's a backup plan.
I thought that I read that it was supposed to happen on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean everything seems messed up right now.
No, I saw that shit happen yesterday. I also
What are you
saw a
referring
wavy
to?
Earth on their approach.
Hang on, what are you guys referring to? The splashdown?
Yeah, there's like a live stream going on right now from CNBC. Looks like they're
Yeah.
still looking at the capsule.
Oh, for Artemis.
Yeah, like it's just bouncing in the
Okay.
water right now. Now it's like fading to white. What the hell is going on?
I have not been following, man. After the launch, I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, I only caught about 20 minutes yesterday after they splashed down. So
What are those? Are those supposed to be like balloons on that thing?
yeah, those are helium-filled balloons to help keep the capsule upright.
Was there like no parachute on this thing?
They already detached the parachutes.
Oh, I see. I see. It's like, dude, can you imagine how hard you hit the water if you stood at that speed?
Yeah,
Holy.
you hit it at 19 miles an hour.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Cool,
that's
cool.
a good jolt still.
Yeah, it still hurts.
Because it's not like you're entering the water; you're slamming into it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Damn, look at that flat horizon. Look at that thing. Beautiful.
Yeah, my only question is if they hit the atmosphere at such a high velocity, wouldn't that keep them in orbit? Because that's how orbits are supposed to work. The faster you travel, the higher you go. So you have to slow down to drop.
I guess maybe because you're entering perpendicular to the tangent point of that ball, maybe. I don't know. That's probably what they would say. Some shit like that. Yeah, sorry, there's a lot of wind on my side, so the windy outside. Oh, looks like the little life-saving raft is pulling up. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, they're having communication problems with the capsule. That reminds me of Apollo 1. I wonder if they're going to burn these astronauts alive.
Wait, what? They said they're going to get hoisted up one by one on a helicopter.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they just hop on the boat? I feel like that'd be a lot faster and more efficient.
Guess they don't want them to be seasick.
Oh, like the boat was literally inches away from it. Now they... Oh, brother. You know what? I'm not a NASA rocket engineer, so maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I'll have to ask Josh about it.
Yeah, see the it would have been funny if all the rescue guys had dressed up in ape costumes, like Planet of the Apes.
It would have been. Can we just take a look and see how unsmooth this capsule is? Like,
Look at all these bumps and ridges on this thing. This thing looks like ass. I feel like that would cause turbulence moving at 17,000 miles an hour.
I'm just curious how you pack 4 people into such a tight space for 10 days. I'd go insane after about 10 minutes.
Maybe they really liked each other. You know, they even said they were working out on this damn thing. They were doing exercises and all sorts of shit on this thing.
And the space in the Apollo capsules was even tighter. Like barely any room for like people to move around.
It's this. I don't know why this camera quality is so ass too.
It's a 21st century camera quality, potato variety.
So they're like recording with like an iPhone 2. This thing is terrible. They just used an iPhone, an iPhone 17 or Galaxy, whatever the hell they're on right now. I think I saw a video the other day of somebody like
Actually,
zooming in on.
the
Oh, sorry, go
cameras.
ahead.
The cameras are fine. It's the internet connection they're using. They're using dial-up.
So satellite connection. Yeah, but I've seen like somebody, had a video shot from like a Galaxy phone. And it's showing like a goat on a mountain or something. It was super clear.
Yeah, but some of the new phones have built-in AI processing for photographs. Because they've shown that for pictures of the moon. Oh, let's take a picture of the moon here. It'll take a picture of the moon and then it'll update the photo and make the moon appear
Oh,
clearer than
dude.
it is.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness! Look at this picture quality, dude.
The finest 320p. I've seen webcams that had better view quality 20 years ago.
It's just embarrassing, bro.
Hang on, are you guys posting shit in the side chat?
Oh no, they're here. I'll send you the link.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if maybe my feed was laggy or something.
Oh no, here. I got you, dude. Well, this is the link to the live if you want to go watch it.
Okay.
Just something about 6 boats. Forty people in the water on these boats. The people listening at home.
Where's Jeff Bezos to come out and open the door?
He's probably about to open it from the inside.
Like, no, don't open it yet.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Oh, they did open it. Dude, they didn't even show them opening it. He said beautiful shots. Yeah, right.
I got the hatch open now.
Oh, dude, now he's going in.
So you got 4 people in there already, and now they're going to put 4 more people in there?
See, so wait, this is what I don't understand, because they say they're having Navy personnel going to go in there and get him out. But it took like specialized people to put them in there in the first place that worked at NASA that were like trained specifically to put them in. So how the hell these people maybe also get training to get them out?
Well, I would assume putting them
Because
in
do they
is a
have
lot
Jeff
more.
Bezos? Like he's a specialist, Jeff Bezos, to open the door.
Yeah, I would assume putting them into their suits and all that stuff is more complicated than just ripping them out.
Oh yeah, that's true. Unless you just
I mean,
cut
you got to
all
put them
this
in their
technique.
seats. You got to buckle them in. You got to hook them up to all the lines and stuff like that.
Also, you just tear away the seatbelts, mess it all up, and then they could just say we lost the technology because we destroyed it, left it all in the water. Dude, this footage is so grainy. What is that yellow thing on the outside?
Some sort of cover they put over the door or whatever.
I don't want him to get too much sun.
Because I'm sure the outside of the capsule's filthy or whatever from going through the atmosphere. So probably just a barrier to keep people from touching stuff.
So were they really like floating around in the ocean for 12 hours?
I guess so, dude, because I really thought that they splashed down like on Thursday, dude. And what is today? Saturday?
Yeah, so
I had
like
to,
yesterday I got text messages from friends, family members, hey, 8 o'clock, 8:07 or whatever it was,
oh yeah, that's
Eastern
true,
time.
yeah.
They're going to touchdown. They're touching down at like 8:00. So, like at 8:07, we fired it up. My kids are watching it, my wife was watching it, and I'm just like walking around the house doing whatever. They supposedly touched down last night at 8 o'clock or something PM Eastern, and now it's 11 o'clock, 11:30 in the morning Eastern, and they're
Yeah, check
recovering them.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
posted it up in the side
Just-
chat. It says Friday, April 10th at approximately 8:07 p.m.
Yeah,
Eastern.
they did splash last night, but apparently
Damn.
NBC TV 18 gets to show a repeat and call it a live broadcast.
Oh, wait, this is
Oh, was it?
okay, so this is not live.
Yeah, this is a repeated live broadcast.
That in itself is something that's very telling. We know that they have the ability to edit live broadcasts, which is something that there was never like YouTube didn't give you the front end capabilities to even do.
Yeah.
And now they're showing live that's not really live. That says it all. I mean, you can fake it. This could have been filmed last year.
Wait, so I don't see anything from the NASA's like official YouTube page where they did the splashdown.
This whole thing was a train wreck. I've read this really great article on X, and I almost want to read it here because it was actually very good. What it just captured from normies watching this and normies being tired of everything. Let me see if I can find.
It looks like they deployed the porch, and one guy almost fell out. And what's with the symbols on the little orange floating balls there? What's the point of that? Hey, let's spend more money on these things by making little designs on them.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude. I found the live from NASA, dude. They're entering at like 25,000 miles an hour, and their velocity keeps on increasing. Oh, shit. So they give us like a CGI visualization of what's happening. Okay.
So, username TNT John 1717, he writes, I don't know if I'll read this whole thing, but there's some choice quotes in here. He opens up by saying this: "The longer that I watch this Artemis 2 spectacle unfold, the less it looks like progress and the more it looks like desperation. That's the first thing that hits me. It doesn't feel like a triumphant return to the moon that we were promised. It feels like a system trying to keep an old story alive with newer tools, prettier graphics, softer interviews, tighter scripting, and just enough polished imagery to keep the casual viewer nodding along. But if you've been paying attention for any amount of time, if you already learned not to hand blind trust to institutions that have lied repeatedly in the past, then this latest mission does not come across as inspiring. It comes across as suspicious, overproduced, thin, and strangely weak for something that's supposed to represent humanity's bold return to the moon. Even some of the people discussing it from a skeptical side keep saying the same thing in different ways. The more this Artemis 2 mission is shown to the public, the less convincing it looks." Goes on for another 4 or 5 paragraphs.
Yeah, it's very well said.
Well, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
yep,
in
there
fact,
we
that's what he
go.
gets into in a second paragraph. He's like, one of the reasons this mission is provoking such a strong reaction is because people are not as convinced by this as they once were. That might be the biggest change.
Well, they even got bored in the Apollo program. You know, Apollo 11. They watched. Lots of people watched that. Millions watched it. But Apollo 12, the viewership dropped off dramatically.
Yeah.
Like 1/10 of what the original 11th had.
I remember hearing that too. Kids are taught something differently today, that like everybody was glued to their screens and the radio to get the latest Apollo updates. And that definitely
Yeah.
wasn't the case then,
People
just as
were
it isn't now.
Yeah, people were complaining to the networks that they were missing their shows during Apollo 12.
Yeah. Bob Barker. I'm missing my Bob Barker. I'm missing the Lawrence Welk show. Come on.
So that program.
So this guy, there was a time when the government could just slap on a logo, slap on a dramatic voiceover, produce a studio quality image and a few smiling spokesmen, and this would carry almost any story they could tell. But now people live through too many scripts, too many manipulations, and too many institutional contradictions and polished narratives that have unraveled, which changes the lens. Once your eyes have been trained to noticing editing and spin, framing, manufacturing, emission, and emotional bait, you can't go back to innocence. That's a good point. So when Artemis 2 rolls out with the launch, a handful of carefully released images, controlled interior footage, and a mountain of claims, people do not simply clap anymore. More of them ask the most dangerous question that a narrative can face. Does this actually make sense? Is what I'm watching actually make sense? That's the kind of questioning the skeptics in these discussion groups keep pressing. They're not dazzled by all the imagery. They're staring at the seams. And that is why I want to hit this so hard. This is not about being mean-spirited. I'm not mocking people for wanting to believe in something grand. This is about forcing the conversation back to inconsistency, common sense, and simple observation. If something is true, it should become stronger under scrutiny, not weaker. So if this mission is authentic, then the more people look, the more confidence ought to grow. But with Artemis 2, the opposite seems to be happening. The launch profile raises questions. The visuals raise questions. The still imagery raise questions. The interior footage raise questions. The wording from NASA raise questions. Even comedians and alternative news commentators who are not giving technical arguments about any of this, but are reacting the same way at the gut level, this does not smell right. So that is what this essay is about. It's about reopening eyes while this thing is still playing out and showing so many people are not buying it. They're not buying what they're being sold. I like this quote. The first thing a man notices once he stops drinking the Kool-Aid is that this mission is not coming to you, the viewer, with a clean slate. This mission is coming with the full weight of everything people already distrust about NASA, and that's what matters. NASA's not introducing itself as a new agency to the public, a naive public, in a vacuum. NASA's been around, and it's walking onto the stage like Mick Jagger with decades of unresolved suspicion behind it. So when people hear we're going back to the moon, some do not start with excitement. They start with the obvious question. Going back assumes we went there before. And that's exactly how one of the skeptical transcripts frames this issue. This mission is not being judged in isolation. It's being judged as a sequel to a story that many have rejected. Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. This mission is not being judged in isolation. It's being judged as a sequel to a story that many rejected.
That's really well said.
Yo, can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
All right, so like a genuine question. I'm not here to like debate you guys or anything, but my question is, how do you guys think Japan attacked Pearl Harbor?
They flew there.
So like, how did they fly there? That like,
Sounds like you're looking at a
They were
rectangular map.
they were on aircraft carriers, dude. They were on aircraft carriers that flew up close within range of their planes. Why is that a question?
I think our dude is looking at a rectangular map that has Japan on the east side on the far right and Hawaii on the west side on the far left. And he's like, how did they do this? Did they fly across Russia and Europe, America? No. You're looking
So,
at a
like-
map, dude. That's just a
So-
stupid map. Like, come on.
so I'm kind of like, I'm kind of confused. Like, how do you guys like think the Earth is like sectioned within like a map? Then like,
Regarding maps, like there is no single complete and accurate map for all potential uses that exists. There isn't. Maps are built to a certain purpose. There are a lot of decisions that go into building a map that you, the user, have to understand fundamentally in order to use the map. Like one of the questions might be, first decisions is when making a map, one of the questions you'll have is, where should I establish my point of origin? 0, 0. Where's that going to be? Is my map
It'd
three-dimensional?
be-
0, 0, 0, you know? So, yep.
yeah, I actually
Most
have a
peop-
GIF about that.
Yeah.
Riley.
Most people also don't know about the scale. So when I go to create a map, how should I scale it? What should my scaling factor be? And how do I ensure that the map is properly scaled throughout consistently? How do I do that? How do I ensure that the objects are oriented in such a way that they match reality on a map? How do I do that too? There's a lot that goes into this. So what is the true layout of the land masses on Earth? And what is the true size and scaling of these land masses? I don't think anybody truly knows. We do have GPS. We have accurate coordinate systems, accurate calculations of distances between coordinates. But this does not necessarily mean that whatever appears to be a consistent distance between coordinates on a map actually matches consistent distances in real life to the same places that the coordinates correspond to. Because you could measure a segment from like, I don't know, 89 degrees west longitude to 90 degrees west east longitude, whatever it is, right? You can measure that distance on the map and calculate that, oh, if this was at the equator and that's 1 degree, that's going to be 69 miles distance. But then if you were to actually measure that distance in the real life, would it actually be 69 miles? And would that distance go in the same vector that shows up on the map? I don't know. But if you use a map consistently, you'll get coordinate to coordinate to coordinate, and it very well may get you to where you need to go and may get you there within the amount of time that you expected over the distance that you expect to cover. But those distances and the time that's taken is also probably not going to be accurate to the map you're using. It's going to be off somehow. In which case, we would suppose and present to you that the globe hides within these errors. The globe is able to be constructed out of how sloppy we are with map making, to be honest.
Okay, so one more question. If I were to, like, let's say, start in the United Kingdom, and I were to drive and boat only east in a straight line, like, where would I end up?
Well, so that's a contradiction already, because east and west are not straight lines, globe or flat.
What do you mean globe or flat?
Yeah, east and west are not straight lines, whether you believe you live on a globe or a flat Earth.
Okay,
I don't know if anybody.
if I were to go the exact same direction, completely straight, where would I end up? Like, do you think I would end up at the exact same spot?
If you're in the north and you go straight, you'll eventually end up at the equator. No matter which direction you start from.
Yeah, but if I continue to walk past the equator, like, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like,
oh, past the equator, yeah. Well, I mean, if you decide, depends where you decide to start walking. Like, if you decide to start walking towards the ground position below the south celestial pole, you might start walking across a lot of ice to get there.
but kind of what I'm asking is, do you think I would ever end up back in the same position I originally started in?
Well, like a Pac-Man Earth?
Kinda, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think the globe is a Pac-Man. It's a fun way to conceive of the Earth, like as a thought experiment. Like a flat Earth could also be a Pac-Man Earth. In which case you'd have no way to tell the difference between the two. Yeah,
Alright,
flat Earth can't
those
be
were really
Pac-Man Earth. Give me
yeah,
some
those are really all
Einstein.
my questions.
Give me some Einstein space-time bridging. You know, I can create for you space-time for flat Earth that loops in every direction, just like the globe.
Yeah, I mean, like, those were really my only questions. Like, alright, yeah, you guys have a wonderful day. See you guys.
All right, you don't want to hang out with us more? Okay. Take
I'm
care.
actually a feminist mod, so I do have, like, my own channel. I was
Oh,
just
yeah.
I was just kinda curious on, like, how you guys, like, perceived those things, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, good. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being polite and not combative or trolling, because
Yes,
we
sir.
get a
You guys
lot
have
of
a nice
that.
day/night. See you guys.
All right. You too. See you. All right. Everybody has their own issue that's important to them. For us, it's flat Earth.
Good morning.
Hello.
How's it going, Yoder?
Oh, it's going just fine. Beautiful day. I think this might be the first real day of the year where it just feels like a normal day should be. And what should be a normal day is a pleasantly warm, sunny day. You don't need a jacket. That's that.
I just had 3 of those, and now it's raining today.
Yeah. You're out there in the Pacific Northwest, aren't you, with the big trees and the cloudy rain?
Oh, you better believe it. Yep.
There's something calming and relaxing about that part of the country, though, that I really like.
It is
Maybe,
very pretty, for sure.
yeah. I was too much of a goth punk kid in high school. Like, yes, I love the rain. I love lightning storms. Give me
I
some
don't.
Edgar Allan Poe and a glass of wine, you know?
Yeah. I don't much like the rain during the day because I'm always working on something, and then when your hands are all wet and they're greasy because it's a car or an engine, and then there's mud, and then it just makes it not nearly as much fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets in the way, but it can give you a great excuse to just stay inside and not do anything.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, rain is terrible when you need to climb up ladders.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, people die from that.
And then my little spot here, my 2 acres, is kind of not a valley, but it's on the side of a large hill area, but it's a level spot, so it doesn't drain very well. So I have 2 acres of mud all winter long.
Oh man.
I mean, it looks grassy, but if you drive anything, like drive the tractor over it a few times, you're right down to the mud.
Yeah. Yeah. Coincidentally, we had 2 acres. It's mostly hilly. It had lots of runoff from rain like that too. So 2 acres, I could drop off shelf into a basin, and it used to be muddy perpetually.
Yep. Well, it does dry up during the summer here, so that part's nice.
I just watched a very helpful YouTube video on how to calm down your woman.
Oh,
Yeah.
what was that like?
Step number 1, you can try telling her directly just to calm down, help de-escalate the situation, remind her when she's being too womanly, that she needs to, calm down. The second tip was you can use the word relax. Tell her she needs to relax. Because if she might forget that she's not relaxing and she could easily relax instead. Let's see. So there's calm down, relax, and then there was, oh yeah, you're up here and I need you to be down here. You can tell your woman that she needs to be down here a bit because she was up here and your ears were like bleeding. The next one was you can use a crazy knob. Sorry, honey, let's turn that crazy knob way down because it was up here. It's kind of like you're up here and I need you down here. Your crazy knob's up here. I need your crazy knob down here. And the last one is to remind her that she's acting like her mother. And those 5 steps will help you de-escalate a crazy situation with your woman. I thought that was very helpful, and everybody should implement these measures.
Wonder if
Or
that worked.
you can also tell her she's acting like your ex-wife.
Yeah, that's super direct though, but it might work. I mean, it might just like snap him out of it, kind of like spraying them with a water bottle, like a naughty dog. It just kind of shocks him out of it.
I don't know why everybody has to make it so complicated. I just hit my wife like we used to.
It used to be the man, yeah, it'd be so easy. And the king used to deal with political dissidents by just disemboweling them in the town square. Like, yeah, they sure knew how to run a tight ship back then. Where's that feminist room chat mod?
Right. Oh shit.
We could go in there and tell him. He came in here to tell us.
I know. It's funny. I'm like watching this in the background and as he's talking to me. I'm like, oh, shoot. Perfect timing. Oh, holy hell. Puma's latest trainers go viral because they look like Adolf Hitler. I don't know if I'm allowed to post a picture of this. They kind of do. Holy crap. All right, I'm going to just post a picture of the shoes. There you go. All right, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm just going to post these shoes. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Well, they look mine comfortable shoes.
Like, I don't know. I mean, at some point, you're the artist, right? At some point, you've got a beautifully complex, abstract mind. Like, you're doing these shapes. Certainly that pattern recognition has to kick in. What do you do? Say, oh, fuck it. Let's see if it works. Let's see if I can sell it anyway. Oh, man. Yeah, Kanye's new shoe, Toby Dog says in the chat.
Well, now, if they were soccer shoes, they need to be smashing the face against the ball all the time.
Yeah, right? Just start kicking and kicking and kicking and kicking. I like Rayleigh Criterion's video. I'm going to save it. What kind of flat earthers are you? Must be some kind of confusion.
Yeah,
They're definitely different types.
Had to borrow that meme when that movie came out.
The flat earthers that annoy me the most are the ones that MC Toon has on his show to make fun of. So I kind of like call it a guilty pleasure. Yeah, I like watching MC Toon bag on shitty flat earthers. He's like doing my job. I won't lead them to the conclusion that I want them, but at least he's destroying their worldview based on lies and deception. What the hell was this?
Oh, it's something I built for one of my projects. I thought you might like to see it. It's a waterproof, self-righting, lighted, multicolor buoy.
Oh.
It's got the battery in the bottom, so that's the heavy end, and then it's got the lights on top. And
that is just, yeah.
And there's those push buttons that you can almost see, and I just those clear polycarbonate plastic tube protectors you can put over tube lights to catch the bits if the light breaks.
Yeah.
From Home
Yeah.
Depot or whatever. I get those, and then I cut them up and I use them because they're cheap per foot. So it's flexible, so I can just squeeze it to push any of those buttons. And anyway, and it's waterproof and everything.
I got an idea. We can use buoys like this, double-sided. Here's the trick, though. It'd be great if they could be spaced and anchored at a measured distance apart from each other. But then the idea would be is you measure a depression angle or an elevation angle on the top side of the water, as well as a complementary angle from the bottom side of the water.
From the bottom side, like from underwater?
Yeah, to see if your horizontal plane that's above your head is dipping.
Oh, from underwater where you've
Yeah.
eliminated the air pressure gradient.
Yeah.
The air density.
Water might carry a more uniform temperature, even though the density changes, but that's not as important.
Interesting. That is very interesting.
Compare the angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we just need sharks with laser beams on their heads.
I've wondered about this with regards to like submarine operators. They've got periscopes with multi-million dollar optical suites in them, you know, and they just go barely above the surface of the water. How far can they see? You know, in what spectra do they see?
I'm sure that's military secrets.
Yeah, you better believe it. But I bet that periscope is probably costs like half as much as a submarine itself. Like if I was building submarines, that periscope would be my money maker. We have the best periscopes, people. But
Excuse me.
Yeah, hello.
Hello. I have a question here.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, if Earth is like flat, how is Artemis 2 able to, like go around the Earth if it's flat?
Maybe it didn't go around. Maybe it just went up. Yeah.
No, sorry, bro.
My favorite part of the launch was where you could still see the ship inside the atmosphere, and then they immediately switched to the view down at 49 miles, but you can still see them in the atmosphere. Like that's possible. Hilarious.
Oh, yeah. It's hell of a good camera.
Wait, are you guys serious?
Yeah, we are totally serious.
Okay, bro. Okay. Yo, that's all. Thank you.
All right, you're
Yeah, for sure, bro.
totally welcome.
Yes, sir.
Anything else on your mind?
I think he dipped.
Yeah.
But he had one question, and I think you answered it very well.
Thank you. I mean, it's at the end of the day, a coordinate transformation. Sure. You want to take your satellite, your moon-bound Artemis probe, and plot it in this coordinate reference system? You can do that. You can also plot it in this one.
Yoder.
Yep.
I just read up about what it costs to build high quality periscopes in Grok.
Oh yeah.
And here's one line that you will not believe. Control interfaces alone, the hand grips, the imaging panels, once cost $38,000 per unit on Virginia class boats before being replaced by standard Xbox controllers costing $30.
I think I remember that story when it actually came out. I'm pretty sure I do.
Here.
In fact, I do remember that.
Yeah, that came out in
Laughing about it then.
2017.
When was that?
2017, that story came out. I'll post the
Seems
link.
more recent than I'm remembering, but okay.
Xbox controllers are no joke. I built a little wireless video robot that I used, and I controlled it with an Xbox controller.
Don't they have the Hall effect joysticks?
I think this one was probably just, it was an old like 360 or something.
Okay.
And I think it just was the little potentiometers in there. I got it at Goodwill.
I got a super nerd question. Hall effect. Is the Hall effect on modern joysticks pertaining to the same Hall effect that's described regarding ion thrusters in space?
I'm not sure I'm following. I mean, I know how you use Hall effect sensors as magnetic orientation and strength sensors.
Yeah.
But how does that
mechanically?
How does this work with ion thrusters?
Well, they use a magnetic field. Basically, they create a trap out of it to trap electrons to ionize some kind of gas like xenon or krypton. And then they guide it. They generate thrust out of guiding the field.
Kind of like
they've
a
been,
particle accelerator.
yeah. I like that analogy. Yep. They've been around a while. They become more popular. Josh Ingersoll talks about the ones he's worked on in here. It's a way to get around the whole problem where you have issues with gas pressure in a container trying to generate thrust without any back pressure. So that's one of the solutions. But yeah, I'm just like, oh yeah, there's a Hall effect for joysticks. Are they creating plasma field traps for krypton gas inside my joystick? Like, what's going on?
No, the one in your joystick's solid state. Basically, just a little kind of certain kind of semiconductor material, and they run. I mean, imagine you have a little disc of it, and it's like semi-resistive, and you put, say, 5 volts across it, so you have hooked terminals to two opposite sides, and you put 5 volts across there, like, say, 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock, right? Then at 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock, you connect your sensor leads, and without a magnetic field, there's no voltage difference between the 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock taps, but a magnetic field will steer electrons towards one or the other of your 12 o'clock or 6 o'clock wires. And that creates a differential in voltage between those, which then measures the direction and strength of the magnetic field.
Yeah.
So they're super cool because they're solid state and they never wear out. Not due to mechanical reasons, and all you need is a magnet to activate them.
So funny watching that Navy officer guy. I guess he is an officer. He's holding an Xbox controller, staring at periscope data. Hey, we got to appeal to the youth, right? If we're gonna start drafting kids, got to make them think they're playing video games, just like some books that I know.
I mean, shit, man. Been out in the streets, people have been playing Grand Theft Auto for a long time, for real.
Right. Yeah, as if that didn't have any effect on people. Is it predictive programming or is it behavior modification?
Well, actually, what I've been learning about all of these rappers from back in the '90s and stuff is like they went to like the execs, and the execs literally have told them, even as far like Meek Mill, but even as far back as like Tupac and Biggie and Jay Z and stuff back in the day, and Snoop Dogg and stuff. They were like, "Yo, we need you guys to like push this like." Just violent stuff back in the day, push violence and drugs, and now he's like, you gotta push this brain rot stuff and just like being all about money and shit. Like, don't I just push that, push that, push that. And they said like they got paid to do that. And if they wanted to do something else, they were like, nah, you gotta go, this is your lane. And
Yeah.
so that was yeah. And then of course we know the CIA, that's been a long time known that the CIA literally introduced crack into the fucking neighborhoods. So I mean, we know that from back then. And it's fucked, man. Every level of society for so long has been getting fucked up, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it almost makes you wonder if we're actually in hell this whole time, or like in some alternate dimension of what the Earth was. We're actually, in something that's other than what we believed and what we were told. We just kind of woke up here in our lives.
Well, no, well, I mean, it's, of course, it's all matter. Everything outside of knowing that, personally, what I've said with this is that we all have a different view. People all over the world, but even people here, even Christians, have different views on what things are. But it's obvious that we're created, so there's that. I mean, past that, we don't really. It's all kind of a speculation type thing. But at the same time, this guy was talking about. They were talking about what a bunch of people know about near-death experiences and stuff is like what you just said. Like there's a lot of ancient and also new age stuff that says like this is hell. This is Satan's hell. You're put through hell here. When you die, if you aren't aware that there's something above this, if you don't know the real truth about this place, then when you die, they you go towards the bright light to die, right? You go, oh, and I go towards the bright light, and then you hear your family members or friends talk, come over here with us. You go there, and the theory is that when you go there, your soul goes up there, and they erase your soul's memory and send it back to Earth to be recycled, but you don't like know anything. You just get boop erased and sent back, so you don't know anything. But if you're awake when you die, you can actually, with that extra knowledge, you can actually look at that and be like, well, I don't know, I'm not going towards the light. I'm not going back into that body. What's out there? And that's where you can ascend to the higher level of knowledge of like actually being in heaven with the God and other people up there. But you have to like know, you have to be awake. You have to know that there's something bigger and better out there and know the truth, because otherwise you're just gonna run towards the light in your family and get recycled. So
What if there is no recycling? What if even that's a lie? And what happens instead is soul death. You get blipped out of
that's
existence forever instead.
that's a possibility too. I'm just saying from my knowledge, I'm aware of a lot of different possibilities, and I'm always been open to all of them. But these are kind of the ones where I didn't really understand that being a thing until I started getting into flat Earth and understanding like the structure a little more. That's just the overriding like theological idea that people are familiar with as far as like the whole flat earth thing goes and what that means.
Yeah. I encountered a lot of that
So,
too.
yeah.
I I'm definitely more of a traditional Christian conservative, but
Yeah.
yeah, I understand a lot of this stuff though.
Yeah. I
I know
mean, I
what
think
flat
it's
earthers are
important. I
getting
think it's
to, and
important to understand. Yeah.
yeah, I mean a lot of these
Yeah.
side quest ideas that have emerged out of flat Earth that don't fall into mainstream Christianity or even spirituality actually bear a lot of resemblance to a lot of Gnostic uh, teachings that have been around forever.
Correct. Yeah, you're right on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All I know is that I like the way like the one dude said it is there's been so much belief and different beliefs, even all saying like the same thing throughout history, even though that this whole world we live on and stuff, but they all share one similar thing, and that's like the human like love. Like you have free will, treat other people like you would want yourself to be treated, and do no harm. And you can live in harmony with everybody, no matter what you believe is at the top of things, because you're like, that's cool, man. That's your personal relationship. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Why? That's not how I see things. But I mean, if you were looking at the same end results in the end, then who really cares what's in between? If we're all speaking to the same goal, then who cares? I mean, you guys think that that's awesome as long as you're there in the end, all together, coexisting. And that's the big problem we have right now is everybody has problems with that, with thinking that what other people think and believe is wrong, and it's caused so much division. It sucks because I mean every kind of religion kind of borrows itself from each other, you know. So even like the Bible, it says like about immigration. It says when you came out of Egypt, you passed these countries, and the people there welcomed you in, and they gave you food and shelter and let you into their communities. Um, and it welcomed you into integrated you into them for free, or they gave you supplies and sent you on their way peacefully through their lands. So that's what you're going to do to immigrants going forward. So even that was like a taking something from somebody else that just treated you nice and saying that's what you're going to do because that's what's right and nice, and that's how they treated you, and so you're going to do that. So it's like we can always learn from other people good things. It's silly to believe that other religions or beliefs or ideas are arbitrarily wrong when they're not your like your perspective or even perception of things. That's where we are as a society being hard right now is fighting.
I think I figured it out, Yoder. I can build a waterproof box with an optically flat window that my auto level goes inside with a camera attached to the eyepiece, so I can actually put it underwater and, like you're suggesting, then measure the elevation angle to an underwater light at a distance.
Yes, and then just string a buoy to the surface and measure that string. Now you have your height, your depth, but your height.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess to make it work, wouldn't you need glass that has the same refractive index as the water?
Well, it wouldn't matter if I did or didn't, because at the end of the day, the light has to transition from the water to the air for the auto level. So I would just have to make sure that my glass was very square to the optical axis of the auto level. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Because the incident angle of the light has to be perpendicular to the surface.
Yeah, exactly. So it would need to be tested at different ranges to make sure, at closer ranges to make sure that it was in fact square.
That would be one of the coolest and freshest tests that we've seen, I think, ever. If it was pulled off with rigor and,
Yeah,
depth. That'd be fun.
I agree.
I wish I had the time to do this stuff, man. It's like running down the clock until retirement, but I'll probably be too old when I retire. I've tried twice now to semi-retire. The second attempt may actually work, but we'll see.
You're just too good at what you do, and they just need you too bad.
Sometimes, bro. I got to fix a big mess right now, and you know, when the people's like, "Well, that's why we hired you," I'm like, "Well, I didn't expect this," so. It's like, no, if you're trying to hire somebody to fix a mess, you don't want to scare them off by telling them how big the mess is.
Right?
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing that's happened, and I'm like, yeah, so yeah, a little bit resentful. And they know it too. They're like, yeah, we get that this is a pretty big issue and that there's a lot going on. Welcome to the front lines, but you did tell us during your interview that you fixed messes like this and that you were good at it and you liked it. So here you go, and they're not wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm just like, oh man. You know, when like you show up, you may have been in these kind of situations where people are trying to protect their own jobs and their careers while at the same time trying to pawn stuff off onto you, and then may act like in the company of a wider audience, public, that that maybe you are supposed to be more responsible, use the new guy for things that you than you thought that you were, and that if you drop the ball on these things, then you should be named and shamed, and everybody else gets relieved. So basically, I got pawned off a lot of duties that I didn't know about, and then they didn't get done, and then now everybody's like, "Wait, but didn't the new guy's supposed to handle this stuff?" It's like, yeah, okay, I can. I just need to know about this crap. Like, don't try and act don't try to act like in front of everybody that I knew that this had to be done, because I certainly freaking didn't.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of these things. I mean, it's just stupid. It's stupid. It's like it feels like, in this sense, like I'm describing like more of a blue collar kind of environment, but it's anything but. But it's just saying that it's just people. Human nature's the same.
Not people is people. That's for sure.
Yeah. There's some days I wish I had more blue collar skills, because I'm telling you, I just wish I could just like go somewhere and start turning screwdrivers and hammering nails, and not have to deal with all this shit.
Yep.
It's like, no, I think real geniuses have figured that out, and that's why you don't see very many geniuses in corporate America, because a lot of them from corporate America, at least the smarter ones who had means and opportunity, they got out. They decided to start their own jobs, create their own pain in the world for themselves, because at least they own it and not have to deal with other people's. So now corporate America is stuck full of mid-witted professionals who try to pawn work off on each other and do it long enough to not get caught so that they can move on to the next job.
Gaining advancement by the Peter Principle.
I mean, that's the truth. There's a guy I'm backfilling. I don't want to belabor this too much, because it's really no one's business. There's a guy I'm backfilling who just put in his 2 weeks notice. I didn't know that I was backfilling, but I was hired on to go fix a whole bunch of problems, and I learned over the past few months that I'm backfilling the guy that created a bunch of problems, and this guy had been asked to move on, and he's moved on. He's actually moved on to a competing company, to a much higher level of responsibility and prestige. So there you go, Peter Principle, failing upwards.
Yep. He's so worthless and such a pain in the ass. Let's give him a promotion to get him out of our hair.
It's basically it. I've had within the past couple weeks people from all over like this division of the firm just like randomly call me or text me on the messaging platform, be like, "Hey, so now you've been here a couple months. I mean, what's your assessment?" It's like, what do you mean by that? Like, there's a lot I can say. There's a lot that I don't have words for that I'm upset with. And there's a lot that's going well too that I also don't have words for because I'm new at it. It's like, let's talk about this. And I found out through my discussions with all these people that they were really getting at, before I learned just a couple of days ago, they were really getting at that, hey, you're the backfill for this guy that's going to be quitting, and he's going to tell you in a couple of days. And once he announces it, you're in charge of this freaking shit heap. I'm like, okay, thanks for that. But I mean, it's like, if you're going to give me ownership over this, guess what? I'm not easy. So if you really give me ownership over this, like you say you do, we'll see how long everybody else lasts. It's not a question of whether or not I'll last.
Yep. I've seen it 100 times in the ranch world.
Yeah.
Some
There are too many cooks in our kitchen, so to speak.
Yep. Some kid with credentials and a whole bunch of ideas comes in and it's gonna just revolutionize something that's been done for 300 years in this country. They've got a better way.
Similar things happened here over the past 10 years with where I ended up. And over those 10 years, they've had like 2 or 3 people cycle in and out with great ideas who institutionalize new systems, new ways of accomplishing all the work that needs to be done. And none of these systems that they implemented were ever fully implemented. And none of them were fully decommissioned to move on to the next one. So we've got basically this shit heap of a file system, shit heap of tracking systems, of spreadsheets to track the status of things, spreadsheets just to transfer data from one spreadsheet to another spreadsheet. I'm like, guys, this is all freaking make work. I just spent half my week doing things that could have been done one time, and I had to do it multiple times because you guys suck at automation. Like, yeah, so there's a lot that I need to do. I'm just lamenting here, but I was supposed to be brought on almost as like a consultant for this position. I got limited hours. I can make my own time, do my own projects. I don't really have any bosses. Now it's turning into a bigger headache than I thought. That's all. I'm just pissed off. I mean, I originally wanted sometime here in April. I originally said March or April to take my new camera rig out and start getting some footage. Well, the weather didn't cooperate in March. I mean, freaking snowed. It was like 0 degrees for multiple weeks. But now the weather's nice, and it's now this guy quit, and now the true reason for my hire has been revealed, and I got to backfill this guy. And I'm new. I'm the village idiot. It's going to take me 6 months to figure out what the hell's going on. And between now and then, there are going to be a lot of pissed off, unhappy people who don't understand, and that's just the way it is.
What kind of camera rig did you get?
I got a Sony A6700, so it's a 3/4 sensor size, crop sensor. Yeah, it's I shopped for the sensor because the sensor handles low light conditions very well with relatively less noise. So it's a good sensor. Knowing that I wanted to do infrared, that was an absolute must. So I got that, and then I bought some lenses with filters. I got the camera full spectrum converted by Kalari Vision, and now I've got some UV IR cut pass filters for normal photography. Looks great. And then I've got 2 infrared filter sets. One for my lenses at 720 nanometers, which is barely infrared, and then one at 930, which is much deeper, out 4 times darker than 720 nanometer infrared.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's been really helped by the camera, and the lenses are pretty good. I've got a suite of Tamron branded lenses. Tamron is a company out of Japan. I like what they do for lenses because you can get high quality optics without paying for all the mechanics and electronics and servos that go into them. You manually focus them. They don't have a power drive for power zooming. There just isn't a lot in the way of optics or a lot in the ways of electronics in them. But you spend your money on the optics instead. So you can get lenses that compete with high-end Sony and Sigma, really compete optically for almost half the price.
Wow.
Yeah. So I have I have one lens that goes up to 400 millimeters, and with the crop sensor, it's effectively 600 millimeters. So it's nothing like a 2000 millimeter reach of a Sony Nikon, or of a Nikon rather, P900, because those have an effective like 2000 millimeter, focal length. I've only got 600, but the difference is it's like a 21 megapixel image, and it's sharp as fuck. So like if I crop that down to like 4 megapixels, it's going to be a sharper image than a 16 megapixel P900 at max zoom.
Yeah.
And that's really what I was going for. So, the reach isn't there, but the cropping is. The downside with going that route, if you forego the reach, is when you forego the reach, it means the camera's internal brain won't be able to necessarily focus on the things in the image that you're composing to the level of accuracy that you need. So if I'm only at 600 millimeter zoom and I'm trying to manually focus on something, I'm probably going to have to finagle with I call it the sniper vision. You can press a couple buttons and digitally zoom in a lot on top of
Yeah.
your optical zoom. Yeah, and then get it nice and sharp. I mean, you just need extra time with all this, and your hit rate's going to be lower.
Yeah,
But
I
with
use
like
that.
2000 millimeter, you can zoom right in and then put the box around the thing and then snap pictures.
Yeah, I use the 100% crop focus assist on my Canon and my Nikon.
I got infrared laser, so I'm going to be doing some demonstrations with that.
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna show the fun stuff at first. I'm gonna pour myself a bunch of glasses of wine, and I'm gonna shine the infrared through it. And I'm gonna show how you can see through it. Like it looks like water. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's like infrared just passes right through water right through wine and Coke or Pepsi. Pour a glass that looks like water in infrared. It's bonkers.
You're getting an IR laser?
I already bought one.
What'd you get?
Let me show you. Hell, if I remember the name, it's some like Chinese thing.
Oh, I was wondering if you got a Steiner.
Oh, no. I spent like $80 and got one of these. It's an LED. It's a laser, but it's cheap, but it's a laser. It's an infrared, and you can focus the beam pretty tight.
Yeah, they work.
Yeah.
Holosun makes a nice one too. That's a little more approachable than a Steiner, but not $80 reasonable. What kind of distance can you see with that laser you got?
They said like half a mile on the packaging, but I went out into the utter blackness of the forests of Central Virginia, and I mean, I would say probably 300 to 500 feet.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, maybe for actually way further than that when it's focused. Like, so you can change the focal length and you can use it almost like a flashlight. So the
Yeah.
collimation spreads way out. But if you can focus it, you could probably see a half a mile with that, honestly.
When you
So
say
never mind.
see, you mean see it through your camera?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so you could have longer exposures and probably see it incredible distances.
I'm gonna have to go out and test mine now. I don't know the limitations, but I'd say half a mile pretty easy. I've never really tried going out like that though. I've done 400 or 500 yards though, and it's clear as day.
Yeah, I was impressed with this when I lit up our backyard down there outside at nighttime with this, and then pulled up the camera and through the viewfinder. I mean, it's great. I mean, I had it set up so it looked black and white, and yeah, it looked like a daytime exposed black and white image. It was nuts. I'm like, wow, this is cool. This is real cool. Searching through my Amazon purchase history, I can't freaking find it. I'm wondering if you can't buy them anymore.
It should still show in your history, but it would just say
Yeah.
not available.
That's what I thought too. It's not showing up in history, and I can't find it or anything resembling it when I search, even checking my email. So I don't know.
Maybe you got it off eBay. Sometimes I do that. I think I got something off of the one, but I got it off the other, and I can't find it.
I'm gonna run a test tonight. You got me thinking what the range on those are.
Yeah, I can't find it. I can find a bunch of cheaper stuff like infrared flashlights for 20, 30, 40 bucks, but not an actual laser.
Well, maybe it was deemed too dangerous.
I wonder. I was reading the specs. I'm like, it was right on. I forgot what the wattage was, but there are all these specs between when it's too dangerous and you need special permit for, and when you can just buy a consumer grade. And it seemed like it was right there, like writing on the line. It's possible they fudged them and it crossed over, and I don't know, they got shut down. Who knows? I mean, when I was messing with it, I've only messed with it a couple times. I'm like, this is pretty dangerous, honestly, because like it will damage your eyes if you look at it.
Right, and you can't see it.
See it.
So
Yeah.
So like a green one of equivalent power, you're more aware of it, and if it did come to your eyes, you'd blink pretty quick. At least it would limit
Yeah.
the exposure.
When I was in the military in 2012, a friend of mine had a laser that was blue, and he would make everybody wear a pair of glasses whenever they used it. But he lit a cigarette using that laser.
And if you haven't worn the glasses, your retina would be lit as the cigarette.
That's wild.
But also, why no flat earthers are using helium neon lasers?
Why would they need a helium neon laser?
Because it's not that diverging as lasers made on diodes.
I can answer the question. They're not very bright, and they're big and bulky and fragile, and they require this high voltage power supply to run them. I have one.
Great answer. And do you like it?
I almost always use diode lasers because they're so much brighter and smaller and more convenient, and they don't need high voltage, and they run off batteries.
And if you need strong laser, you could use ruby laser. I know that's not cheap, but it's powerful.
It's also not continuous. It's just a pulse.
Yes,
laser.
it's impulse. Yeah, that's impulse. But you need to see just a flash. Does not matter if it's long or not. Just diodes laser. Most of the diode lasers are not perfect, and they're quite. Yeah, not perfect. And solid state lasers or gas are a lot better for precise jobs. I think you agree with that. Also, are you a surveyor? Jay's path of light.
No, it's just a hobby.
Okay. You send a picture of your helium neon laser.
What's that?
Your laser, helium neon laser.
What about it?
No, could you just send a picture? I'm curious.
I could send a video. I'd have to dig it up to take a picture of it, but I know where I got a video of it.
Hey Jesse, I sent a screen cap of the product I ordered on Amazon. There it is.
Oh, something tells me it is discontinued.
Yeah,
Is
like
this
a whole
CO2
bunch of
laser? Is this CO2 laser or is it diode?
It's diode. So these
Also, CO2 lasers are quite cool, but they're
it's infrared,
fragile.
which makes it cool.
I have a bunch of UV diodes. I like them pretty much. Yeah, ultraviolet is my favorite part of spectrum.
That's cool. Do you do photography on plants?
No, I just like ultraviolet. I don't know why, because it's closer to Röntgen and gamma rays, and they're quite unseeable by eye, but you could see UV using um, different. Okay, I don't know what's called this part of the eye. What it's called? Part of the eye that's going.
That portion of the eye, when you're looking at someone's face, that's the pupil. The colors that surrounds it,
Not
that's the
pupil.
iris.
The part of the eye that's going cloudy if you have cataract.
Cornea.
Yeah, if you change this part to synthetic, you could see UV light. And a lot of people are telling that's really weird and cool.
Yeah. Probably can't see as far due to contrast issues. I like infrared personally.
Could
Because
understand that,
infrared
yeah.
allows you to see very far, further than normal.
Like UV because you can see a lot smaller things than
Yeah.
things you can see with other types of light. Except
Yeah, I like
X-ray, of
UV
course.
too, the detail. People do still life with UV. Plants reflect UV light that you can't see normally, but in the UV spectrum.
Sunflowers are so cool
Right.
with UV.
That's it. And some of them you need to shine a UV light on so that it can reflect the UV with greater brilliance, and you can capture that color too.
Also, what's interesting, crows are actually really colorful in UV spectrum because birds can see it. Have you seen a crow in UV spectrum?
No, sorry, not the core, not the. It's the lens. You get cataracts on the lens, not the cornea. Sorry. Yeah, the cloudiness, the lens. Yeah, that's like a hard little knob of marble.
Yeah.
In
And
your
this
eye,
part
yeah.
is only part in the eye that's blocking UV. And if you get rid of organic and change it to synthetic, you could see UV. And it's really interesting because UV is actually activating your red cone cells and not blue ones. So it's really weird color. And the infrared is quite cool too, because it's less affected by blue scattering in the atmosphere. Yes?
Yes.
Like I wanted to buy CO2 laser, and actually not for anything with looking at things. I wanted to cut some things with CO2 laser, but it's quite expensive, so yeah, I don't have that much money.
Oh yeah, look at that 80-watt CO2 laser.
And of course, I don't have so much of the money. Also, your helium neon laser is quite cool.
One advantage that helium neon lasers do have for interferometry is that they have a much longer coherence length because they have a longer cavity.
Yeah, they are a lot closer to perfect laser than diodes one. diode ones. But I think the most interesting and the best laser and closest to perfect is still free electron laser, but they're a lot more expensive than any of us have money to buy, because they start at 20 millions like, and going to a few billions to build one.
Yeah, my electron laser hasn't come back from the shop yet, and it seems to be under some other guy's name, so it may never show up.
Like
That's a
the
bit.
coolest free electron laser is in Europe. That's X-ray laser. You could see structure of proteins with it, and such a small things with such high detail, and so many details. Like this laser have the 1% of power of the sun in this impulse. So that's great. Not like 1% totally, like 1% of energy that sun lands on Earth every second. That's quite an achievement. And there's infrared lasers that are used for thermonuclear tests in US. If I remember correctly, they're most powerful, or there's a new most powerful laser. Do you know Path of Light?
I do not know.
Okay. Also, I found an interesting video from MiG-25 jet. Really cool one. Want to
Isn't the
see it?
MiG-25 like the F-15?
No.
Okay.
MiG-25 is the highest flying plane, and it's one of the fastest one. The
Okay.
prototypes were more they were faster than SR-71,
Oh, that one.
but
Yeah.
engine was melting, so they never used it in full potential. Yeah, there's cool video of it. Also, that's not a fisheye lens, if I seen it correctly. It's all in Russian, so you might not understand what he's saying. Subtitles works okay. And there's YouTube plane. You know about it?
Yeah.
That's also great plane. Spy
Which,
jet.
which Russian jet was going faster than the SR-71?
MiG-25, one of the prototypes.
Was that like the Falker?
What do you mean, Fokker?
Maybe I'm not saying it right.
Foxbat?
Yeah, Foxbat.
Oh, the Foxbat. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
There you
it is
go.
a Foxbat. MiG-25 is a Foxbat.
Oh yeah, that was an amazing interceptor. That didn't it have like 20 to 30 minutes of fuel? It'd just go up like a rocket, intercept, and then had to go back.
It's really, it need a lot of fuel, so I don't remember how much fuel do you have with it, but approximately up to 1 hour if you're flying energy efficient.
Okay, that sounds like the one I was remembering. That if it was going to intercept, it'd just go full throttle, get up there to intercept, and then it had to go back because it was out of fuel.
If you're going full power, first engine is going to melt in a few minutes, and you're going faster than kilometer per second. That's amazing speed.
Wow. That's amazing.
If you don't believe in rockets, some of you don't, that's the fastest speed the human have been in this plane. Works bad.
Well, I don't think anybody doesn't believe in rockets, but where they go, now that's debatable.
If you're going, look, because some people are telling that air cannot be contained without a container. Yes, a lot of people are telling this. Yeah, and at this altitude you have almost no air. Where's the container?
Yeah, at 120,000 feet, it's 0.4 psi, and very little to any above that.
Because this gradient is a little bit not like a container will do. Like, to some extent you have 1 atmosphere, and past you have no atmosphere at all. And this is like smooth gradient. Let's assume container does not work like we want. You want. I'm not flat earther, but okay.
Well, it's kind of comparable to 14.7 psi above water level, but what is 1 bar of pressure? Well, that's the same, isn't it? 14.7
1
up to
atmosphere, yeah.
in the top. Is it the top 10 feet, 14 feet of water is 1 bar? I can't remember, but
Yeah.
ballpark. Yeah, so it's like that. You go from
Meters of
water.
water.
You go from
Meters, not
water.
feet.
Huh?
10 meters, not feet.
In meters, okay, excuse me. So that'd be like 30 feet. That sounds right. 1 bar. Yeah, I vaguely remember from scuba diving, but yeah, you go into less density, and then it gets super fast. It dissipates in a less dense medium. That's how I look at it anyway. Maybe that's not quite right.
Could be look like this, because water can be like, look, you could have a glass of water sealed without anything except water, like without air too, and this line is quite seeable if you don't have air, because it's going to have really little pressure of water vapor, but water would not boil because of this water pressure of water vapors, yeah. Also, have you done scuba diving or scuba diving? I don't know right pronunciation. Scuba, okay. And have you done it?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
No, it wasn't for me. The very shallow stuff is kind of cool, but it gets kind of creepy the deeper you go. And I approached maybe 50, 60 feet, and I really didn't want to. I didn't want to go any deeper. It's a little.
Like, I want to go diving using isolating gas mask, like scuba, but without balloons, air balloons. Yeah, using regenerative pattern. And
like a rebreather.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
man.
quite a cool idea.
Oh yeah,
actually,
that's amazing.
USSR made isolating gas mask is quite cheap, like 3,000 rubles. That's $150.
Huh? What?
Yeah, $150.
I'll be darned. I've never heard of that. I had buddies that dove with nitrox, and they would go. I can't remember the limitations. It was beyond 100 feet. It was spooky. It was spooky.
Not feet, not feet. $150, the price of it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but I knew guys that used nitrox, and they would go very, very deep, and get less saturation. But yeah, that's spooky deep. It scared me anyway. I think it's kind of weird when you go that deep. I mean, I never went like that, but going
Oh
deep,
yeah, I found one.
It's an alien world.
Yeah, here.
10-15 feet's kind of fun.
I dropped the link for gas mask, Russian. Russian, like made in USSR. Technically, with it, you could go as deep as you want, but you need some air to get the pressure in the airbag. So, because air is collapsing under higher pressure, and you need some kind of storage of air to get this pressure difference.
Is that a rebreather system of some sort?
Yeah, 100%. The most interesting part, you could use it to strike enemy submarines or ships without them noticing, because there's no bubbles. Like, I cannot spot where you are. But if any drop of water is going to get into this, you see this brown box, yeah? That's special. Okay, what's called? Okay, in this box is sodium superoxide that is turning carbon dioxide into oxygen. And if any amount of water is getting into this, it's going to explode. So it's really bad idea to use it underwater. But it's made to be used underwater.
Is that how they attack the enemy subs and ships? You get right up to it and then drop some water in there and blow it up?
No. You're using C4 charges. Sticky charges.
It works great unless you get water in there and then it explodes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where would water come from, though? You're only surrounded by a whole ocean.
Yeah.
But that's isolated system, so water should not go there unless you're cutting the tubes.
Oh man, that is funny. That is funny. It should not go there, but
It's designed to go there. I want to give you a video of a man diving with this.
I think only a Russian is brave / crazy enough to go diving with that.
Brings a whole new meaning
Yes,
to this.
because I haven't seen videos of other people who done that. Yeah, there's video f- journalist who is trying out this gas mask. This gas mask he's using is more like diver edition, and what I gave you link to is more like surface used, like we're close to fumes of rockets like hydrazine, nitrogen dioxide, like really bad stuff. And if you don't have air at all in place you want to go. Mm-hmm. Also you have some water in air you're breathing out, and this box with sodium superoxide is heating up if you're using it correctly, even if you use it correctly. Scary stuff.
So, if anyone here like flat earther because of religious or what? The Bible.
The Bible. The Bible.
Globers definitely are following a religion.
What's following the religion? Sorry, what was that?
Globe belief.
Are those the people from
So I want to send a video of U2 plane really high up.
The Dragon Lady.
Yeah. Interesting thing about Foxbat. Some people called it flying brick. But brick with 200,000 newtons is brick with 2,100 newtons. Kilonewtons of power.
I didn't watch the video, but I saw the picture for it, and that's remarkable how that camera shows the curvature of the dashboard of the instrument panel.
It doesn't. Actually, it doesn't. It's just little bit edited in a preview, but in video it's actually without. In video that's without fisheye effect, because that's 360 camera, so it's really fisheye, but then you're making it unfisheye to show it.
The curvature of the cockpit.
Actually, it's really slight curvature in video, so like jump to 14 time code.
Well, I should hope it's very slight, considering you have to be over 300,000 feet to observe curvature according to astrophysicists.
Yeah, there is a curvature, but it's really slight. Yeah, you could see the curvature, but it's
Are we
really
sure?
slight.
Are we sure it's not imaginary?
Right now I'm not sure because I want to see curvature and I might see curvature. I need
Oh, it's a,
something really flat.
oh, it's a 360
One second.
camera?
Yeah. Okay, my mic was off. I think you could see curvature in this video. It's slight, but you can see. Yeah, there is some curvature. Not a lot. So, have anyone watched a part of this video of YouTube lane? Do you think it's curved? It's curved, or you think it's not?
Hey baby, wake up from your asleep. We have arrived onto the future and the whole world is become electronic, supersonic, supersonic, electronic. Hey baby, ride with me away. We doesn't have much time. My blue jeans is tight, so onto my love rocket climb. Inside tank of fuel is not fuel, but love. Above us, there is nothing above, but the stars above.
All systems gone. Prepare for down count.
5, 4, 3, 1, off blast! Fly away in my space rocket. You no need put money in my pocket. The door is closed, I just lock it. I put my glow plug in your socket.
The sun and sky is bright like fire.
You and me gets higher and higher.
Cut off communication Maya.
Only thing can stop us is flat tire. Hey love crusader, I want to be your space invader. For you I would descend the deepest moon crater. I is more stronger than Darth Vapor. Obey me, I is your new dictator. For you is Venus, I am Mars. With you I is more richer than all the Tsars. Make a wishes on a shooting stars. Then for you I will play on my cosmic guitars.
Okay.
Fasten your belt seats. We has commenced our descent. I trust you enjoy this flight as much as you enjoy this accent.
Now back on Earth, it's time for down splash. Into sea of eternal glory my spaceship crash. People have arrived for to cheer me from near and far. And as I float, I open door and shout, I am world's biggest, washed up superstar! Electronic, as for sure as the sun rises in the west. Of all the singers and poets on earth, I am the bestest. Come, let me put a ring of Jupiter on your finger. Then like a smell around you, I will forever linger. Okay, it's time for end, no more will I sing. Let me take you back in time. I want for you to experience Big Bang. Long live space race. Long live Movania. Electronic, supersonic, supersonic, electronic. earth is free. Man, pay for the map, pay for the model, pay for the spin and the space age gospel, pay for the globe in the class on the wall, but the walk from my heart still feel flat overall. Them sell you a sphere, them sell souvenir, them sell hemisphere, them sell atmosphere. Me just take a step and the next step see the road still level like you waiting for me. Globe earth costs money, flat earth is free. You buy that story.
Hello?
But this one free,
Well,
you pay for the
she left.
movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free,
So,
my friend.
someone want to discuss this picture?
Free like a dream.
You can
Teacher got
easily see
big
Earth
equation,
not
still
flat.
can't find change for the bus station. Pilot fly high with a million dial. Me barefoot boy just a count each tile. Them round up tax, round up rent, round up word, round every cent. Me round the corner for a fresh cool breeze. World feel flat when me bend them knees. Love it, cost money. Flat earth is free. You buy that story. But this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend. My friend. Free like a dream.
The music is cool.
Spin it how you want, still a straight walkway. See look like glass from the arbor cave. While they get it, but the world same way. Still feel flat when you dance all day. Oh yeah. Globe earth costs money. Flat earth is free. You buy that story. But this one free. You pay for the movie, the merch and the screen. Flat earth is free, my friend. My friend. Free like a dream. Globe earth costs money. Flat earth is free. Laugh if you want now. The joke on the feet. Hey, 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 hey.
I'm not a flat earther, so not anyone here is flat earther.
Well, we are.
She asked. There's not all people here are flat earthers.
Well, I mean, technically, if you live on it, then you are.
But everyone's a flat earther. Just some people still think and or believe they're on a spinning water ball in space. We're going to the moon. We're going to Mars, and everything will be better there. There'll be no homelessness, no corruption, no wars. It'll be so much better than it is here. So that's all bullshit. No one's going to the moon or Mars. This is it.
Look,
Go make the best of it. You're on a flat. You are
even
on a flat stationary plane. You cannot prove otherwise unless you look at NASA.
look, I don't think even if flat Earth would go popular and anyone would think Earth is flat, no matter flatted or not, it would not resolve any problems. It's only going to make them worse.
Good, good. You know what? We need that. We need to confront the problems.
Yeah, expose the lie. We need to
And
fix the
because it's
homeless. We need to fix our homeless problems here, and
I agree.
and stop the needless wars. And
I
we need to
agree.
take better care of ourselves and not focus on going into outer space and wasting money on such a silly ideal.
Look, there's just little problem. Only few billions a year is used to go to space, and trillions are used for military, for anything else that's not related to space. Even if you cut all money that's going to NASA, all money that's going to SpaceX, all money that's going to all space agencies, it's barely enough to sustain one country in Europe or Africa.
Bullshit. And it's a waste of money. Can you prove that Earth curves and that you are on a spinning water ball? No, you cannot. So
I'm
therefore,
going
you are
to
not
send
on
you a
a spinning.
picture.
Excuse me. You cannot prove curvature, drop over distance. You cannot prove to yourself you're on a spinning water ball. So therefore, you are not on a spinning water ball.
Hi guys.
Look, it's not flat for me.
Look, I am your father.
Please, Teabag, fly on U2, and you could, like, I can't fly on U2, just physically, because I'm Russian, and you can't fly this military plane if you're not part of NATO.
You are not Russian.
I'm Russian. Are
No,
you Russian?
I am. You are not.
Ты, если русский, должен понять, что я говорю. И если ты понимаешь,
And
окей,
you are completely not Russian.
I'm Russian.
No, 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 no.
Почему? Блять,
Потому
что
что,
за хрень ты
блядь,
несешь?
да потому что акцент у тебя ебанутый, ты не русский. You're not
Да русский
Russian.
я. У тебя
Откуда
акцент, когда
ты?
ты по-русски говоришь. Я из
Не
России, рядом с
по-русски,
Москвой живу.
Excuse me, it's the English hub. It's English
I
only.
know.
No foreign languages
Sorry.
being spoken. Thank you very
Sorry.
much.
Thank you
Sorry.
very much, you too. Where from around Moscow?
Звенигород.
None of
What?
us here really care where you're from. We care about the topic subject matter. Can you
I know.
prove the Earth is a spinning water ball in space? Yes or no?
There is a picture. Earth is not flat. And if you want to see it in reality, please fly on YouTube. I can't because I live in Russia. I can't
Please.
go to...
Sorry, did you say fly on YouTube?
Not U2. U2 plane,
I jump
spy
out of
plane.
airplanes. I jump out of airplanes as a hobby, okay? What are you
What's
trying to
an
tell me? I
altitude?
see the horizon bending left to right when I'm on the airplane. Is that what you're trying to say?
Technically, yes.
No, I
Okay.
don't. I see a flat
See,
horizon no
Berg,
matter the altitude I jump from. So if you're on an
what
airplane and you're
is...
seeing excuse me, I'm still in the middle of a sentence.
Okay.
If you get on an airplane and you're seeing the horizon bending left to right, something is wrong.
That's a 160 camera. I don't remember model, and you can see the video higher. 1 second.
Show it. Put it in the live stream. Show it to us. We've been waiting for years for proof of Earth's curvature. None of you globers have been able to provide any actual proof of Earth's curvature. We can show you evidence as to the contrary, whether it's long distance laser test across the surface of water, which is the best way to determine whether the Earth is curving or not. And none of it
Hamster, I'm
presents
on
any
your
evidence.
side.
None of what we've done or looked at presents any evidence of any drop over distance, period. So if
What
you
you want to
have that,
Hamster,
if you
can
have
you
that
please
evidence,
shut up?
if you
Can you
have
please
that
shut up?
evidence, please provide it in the live stream. Thank you.
what do you
Hamster,
want
I'm
to
on
tell?
your side. I'm on your side, absolutely. I know
Thank you.
we are living on the globe. Please give me evidence. We are not living on the globe. We live on a flat earth. Please give me the evidence.
They would give you
No, excuse me. The burden of proof is on you. We need you to show us proof that the world is spinning, the Earth is curving, that we've been to the moon, that we're going to Mars. Proof of what your claim is actual truth, not CGI images or fisheye lenses of the horizon bending.
It's not a
Actual proof.
fisheye
Drop
lens.
over distance. Show us a laser bending downwards over 20 miles of water. Show us
Yo,
that.
Flatman, I'm pretty sure you don't have a penis. Can you give
Stop!
us evidence
Don't
you do have a
do,
penis?
don't have such an arguments, please. That's really unhumane. Also, yeah. That's not the best argument. Don't call anyone names, even if you think that person is a moron.
Okay, relax. I can defend myself. Thank you very much. There's no need to go there. Just focus on the topic. Do you have proof of your fucking curvature or not? You fucking dipshit.
First, I sent you video of person flying
You
in
didn't
YouTube.
send me shit.
Okay.
What do you think about Yuri Gagarin? So,
Great man. First man in space.
What? The guy who set up the phone on the moon for the call to the White House was the first guy in space?
No. Yuri Gagarin is the first man in
Bullshit.
space.
No, hey, whoa, stop it. Nobody's been to space. No one's going to space. You can't go to space.
You obviously can. At least
they did, and
So
they
out of
do
the
it.
out of the 8+ billion people on Earth, less than 1,000 have gone to the supposed place you call space. In fact,
Yes.
the BBC has a documentary of 15, maybe 20 volunteers that signed up to go to space. Guess what? They were driven into an underground bunker.
I know.
They never left.
I
They
know
never
about
left
this.
Earth. Okay, well, so then where's your proof that you can actually go to fucking space?
It
Why
was
did they
the
have to?
show. The
Excuse
show.
me.
Dude.
Excuse me. Shut the fuck up. Why did they
The
have to
show.
trick people into thinking they went to space instead of
Can you
actually
please?
sending them to
Can you
fucking
please
space?
stop talking? Can you please stop
Because
coming?
it's fucking
I'm in the
expensive
middle of
to
a
go to
question.
space.
Let me
Why
please
would they have
answer.
to? Why would
Look,
they have to
you
fake
don't.
it?
Just determine the
Excuse
show
me.
with people, the show and the space program. It is just completely another
What are
thing.
you talking about? Excuse me. Shut the fuck up, Linda. Why did they have to fake it and trick people into thinking they went to space instead of actually sending them to space if we're going to
Because
space?
it is the show. It was the
Reality
show. It
show.
was about
Just for fun. Just for entertainment
yeah,
of people.
television.
NASA, shut the fuck up. So is NASA, so is SpaceX, so is JAXA, so
There's
is
a
all the
real.
ESA,
There's a
European
real
Space
TV man
Agency.
who gone to
Shut the
space.
fuck up. It's all CGI. Hollywood fakes space better than fucking space agencies do. So just shut the fuck up, please. Prove your
Oh,
fucking spring waterfall
this
without
motherfucker
using
is
your space
unstoppable.
agency,
You know
okay?
about Russian movie Вызов? That was
Fuck Russia. Fuck Russia. Prove your Earth
Fuck you, I'm
curvature.
Russian, fuck
Prove
you.
your Earth curvature. I don't
Motherfucker.
care where you're from, okay? Prove that the Earth is bending.
I just sent you photo of bending Earth. Is that not enough for you?
Sent me a photo of bending Earth, and I told you I jump out of airplanes as a hobby, and the Earth does not curve.
What
You're
is
sitting
the
here saying,
maximum
and you're sitting
altitude?
here, shut the fuck up, Linda. You're sitting here saying, you gotta get on a plane, you'll see the Earth curving. I fucking jump out of planes, motherfucker. The Earth doesn't curve. Next.
What was the maximum altitude you fallen from? You jumped from?
What the fuck does that matter? 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet,
How
15,000
much
feet.
think
Shut the fuck
you
up. Listen to
feel
me,
like
Linda.
from
Listen, Linda. If you're
20
seeing a
yards and got his head beaten as fuck?
No. He muted. Okay.
Oh.
Maybe he had little bit too much of hate speech. And Linda.
Too much of hate speech.
Not Linda. Valkedev. Also, please use less of absent words like fuck, each.
Yeah, I'm
because
sorry.
that's also.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but he just did me nuts. Made me nuts.
Look, we need to be as tolerant to any person as possible.
Yes,
And
I got
if person have
good, yes.
wrong opinion, you need to carefully and what it's called,
Yes, I got you.
patiently tell them why they're wrong.
Yeah, yo, hamster, where are you from?
I already told I'm from Russia.
Oh,
What's going on in here, boys?
yo.
Oh, we're just discussing flat Earth. And please, can you unmute Flatman Ken?
Flatman Can is muted.
Yes,
What happened, Flatman? Did you have a hot mic?
little bit. Not hot mic. He just had little bit mental crash out on us, like little bit too much of.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, hello, Flatman. So yeah, we have a TV movie that was really filmed in space by Russian space agency
Yeah.
called Vizov.
I didn't seen it, by the way.
That's really bad movie. I don't like the plot. I don't
Thank
want to
you.
watch it again.
Yeah, thank you.
It's
I
bad,
wouldn't
You
but
guys are talking about the flat Earth, right?
yes, about movie that was filmed in space.
No, it wasn't.
1 second, I'm going to show you.
You can show me all you want, video, whatever. I'm telling you that nobody filmed anything in a vacuum.
They
It
did.
was
They did.
on
He's
ISS.
they
It
did.
was.
You guys realize that you can't just keep telling me they did. That's not evidence. I need evidence that you can have gas pressure without containment for that to be true.
All the evidence is filmed. They spared the freaking amount of money to film in the space.
Oh yeah, no, that's still, you can tell me that they spent a lot of money, you can tell me the actress's name, you can tell me all this stuff. You still need to show me that you can have gas pressure without a container.
First, I have a question. What's pressure on altitude?
What's
Of
pressure on
Everest.
altitude?
Of Everest.
Everest? What
yeah.
does it matter? There's still air pressure, right?
Yes, but it's
So
less.
how do you have air pressure without containment?
Uh, let's begin with sea level. You know what's
Brandon,
pressure on a
can you
sea
just
level?
demonstrate for me gas pressure without a container, please? And then we'll move forward.
I need bigger scale for
I don't
this.
care about the scale. You show me where you can have gas pressure without containment.
There's few ways to show it.
Few. I think there's zero. That's why you can't come up
First,
with one right
Nah,
now.
dude, he's 100% right. There are a few ways to show it. One of them is graphics programs on computers. You can also use paintbrushes and ink pens, finger paints, things like that. Those will all allow you to show that right there.
also,
Gas
plasma
pressure without
is
containment,
also
finger paintings. You gotta be kidding me.
okay. Plasma is
I'm
also
joking,
a
bro. I'm
gas.
basically saying that it's fiction. You can't have that.
Okay.
I'm saying it's a
Right.
bunch of mediums that are fictional.
Gotcha.
Wait, plasma is fictional? What? No, you could make plasma even in your microwave. Just have one grape, slice it in half, place these halves close together, and shove it in microwave. And
Hamster, you're wasting time. I need you to show me gas pressure without containment, please.
There's few ways. First, you can use electricity and static to attract charged molecules of hydrogen, and you could
demonstrate that would be creating gas pressure.
give me a little bit of money, at least few $1,000s to make this.
Now it requires money. You can't just find
I'm on your
me
side.
the test. Find me the test where you have gas pressure without containment with the electromagnetics or whatever you're describing there.
Let's start with basics. What?
in a cup.
Let's start with one thing. What is air pressure? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, NASA defines it as the force created by the collisions of the molecules on the walls of their container.
Yes, great.
That last
Or
bit there should be
object
a clue that there's only one thing that you're really going to have to create pressure.
Or object they're colliding with. Okay.
No, it says
Next.
it's defined as walls of the container.
Great. Next. First, do you believe in gravity?
Is it a religious system that I have to believe in?
I mean, you're believing in flat Earth, so I would ask the same way.
Oh,
right.
my
So
gravity.
the flat Earth I can demonstrate by measurement. You're telling me about something called gravity that you cannot demonstrate.
What about
We know it.
what about an experiment with two lead balls and copper balls?
No worries.
That are
What's the
attracting
observed
each other.
natural phenomena? You mentioned an experiment, so can you give me the observable natural phenomena that we're going to be trying to prove the cause of?
First, things I'm stopping to. Okay, if I just things are dropping, like things are falling.
Like
what
really?
this
Like
force
gas?
is?
Because the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Says who? Please drop down to the floor. Like
Right. Well,
disable all
that's
your
great.
muscles
You guys are
and drop down
describing
the
one
floor
vector in one
with your
medium.
face.
This is weird.
And
You guys are
will
describing one vector in one medium, and that
you
medium
will
being the air,
find
the gas
the gravity.
molecules move freely. Dude, I don't know why you're talking while I'm talking.
Let me.
The gas
Just
molecules
please,
are moving
can you
freely
please
and
stop
randomly.
talking
Good grief.
and let me
Good grief.
Okay, first, as you said, and as NASA is defining it, the air pressure is force of colliding molecules. Let's say in a container, yes?
With the walls of its container, correct.
Okay, great. Next, if gravity exists, so things are falling, molecules
So you don't know
are...
if gravity exists?
First, molecules are falling too, but molecules are
Really?
really fast. Yes.
I thought they were moving freely and randomly in all directions as described by most of the gas laws that we have.
We don't have a perfect gas, so you need to know that molecules
Perfect
are.
gas. I didn't say anything about a perfect gas. I said that most of the gas laws describe the gas moving freely and randomly in all directions. As
That's
observed,
because molecules have a lot of energy because they're really fast moving because of the temperature.
right.
Yes, temperature is making molecules move fast. And as you know, you could throw something up and it's going to go up. And then it's
Yep.
going to fall down.
Right.
Next, if something is moving fast enough, it could not fall. Like it's just going in a side. Like
Okay,
in
so
left
then
or
no
right.
gravity then. Thank you for proving my point. We don't have any
No, no.
gravity pulling things back
Oh,
down.
fuck.
So,
You haven't listened to the end, but okay.
no, I mean, you just told me that some things don't come back down, they keep going up. So now you've debunked gravity on your
Because
own.
they're so fast.
Yeah, I
Look,
don't care how
next,
fast they are. If they don't
our
stop, like the ball that you throw up in the air, then you've debunked gravity.
next, some molecules are moving slow, like cold air. Some are fast, like hot air, and the medium speed. Fuck. 1 second.
Even if it's
I
cold, the
had
gas
had me
molecule does not
muted.
come back down, friend. I don't. You're trying to create your own cosmology in physics at this point, and I don't want you making stuff up. It's kind of pathetic.
Median speed of molecule in the air is
Hamster,
roughly
hamster.
500 meters per what?
Stop making stuff up. Even if it's cold, the gas molecules still move freely and randomly in all directions. They just move slower. So,
Until you're going to the temperature where this movement is not sufficient enough to move in all directions, and you're getting
and that would
liquid.
be what? What would that be? What temperature would that be?
For air, that's minus 196 degrees because of liquid nitrogen. And for water, this is 0 degrees Celsius.
We're talking about you're talking about different elements. Ultimately, the gas will move freely and randomly in all directions as long as it's in a gaseous state, which debunks gravity. Stop it. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not making stuff up.
You are. You are saying that there is some kind of. What is gravity, by the way? Can you define it, please?
Gravity is an apparent force that acting on us. Yeah, gravity is not a real force, even for physics.
Okay. So if you're describing, you're telling me what something is not. So it's not a force. What is it?
It
Yo,
is
stay
apparent
school.
force.
I'm pretty sure you have to go to school first.
That's not in
Before
school.
asking.
That's in university about apparent force.
Okay, so don't tell me what it isn't.
Question.
You just told me it's not a force. Can you tell me what it is?
It is a
It's a
force.
curvature of space and time.
Okay, can you show me some space time? Get me a sample of it. I want to see it.
You're just getting it right now, right in front of your screen.
I don't see any
Anything-
space
Okay,
time.
stay school. I'm sorry, but uh, I mean, everybody has a wife. Every man has a wife. Show me the wife. Wives doesn't exist. Show me the wives. Show
Okay,
me all
so
the wives.
new guy, can you show me a sample of space time?
A sample of wife, maybe I'll show
I
you.
can give you a sample of vacuum that could be counted as space-time.
You're going to show me a nothingness that is something else? So you're going to show me a
Also,
vacuum which is
one
devoid of
second.
matter and energy,
One
and then tell me that
second.
there's space time in there. You're going to show me nothing and call it space time?
Also, 1 second. Vacuum is not nothing. You have virtual particles, and you could get an experiment that proves
Okay.
it.
Hamster,
Yes.
I'm going to stop talking to you. Shut up. So, a new guy. do you have a sample of space-time that you can show me?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, what does it look like? How much does it weigh?
Oh, take a look around. You should quit your room
What
and
does it
take a
look
look.
like? What does it look like?
It looks like nothing.
So space-time looks like nothing. Is it nothing?
Is it nothing? Might be not.
It might be nothing. So you're telling me that nothing has some kind of physical material effect on other things?
Yes,
So nothing
exactly.
has effect on physical objects.
Yes.
I want you to show me
There
that in
is
an
a
experiment. I
material.
want you to
It's
get an object and then apply nothing to it and then tell me what happens.
anti-material things. Yes, it happens.
Bro, you can't even demonstrate this for me. Do you have any idea how crazy what you're telling me
Of
sounds?
course, I
You're
can
saying that
demonstrate
nothing
it
has a
for you.
physical effect on actual things.
I am programmer, and you can demonstrate me some programmer things. So they
I
doesn't exist.
program. You're a programmer. I can't
Yeah.
show you. So if you write a code, right, that essentially is an on and off switch, like tons of on and off switches, which go ahead and tell a machine what to do, apply a certain amount of energy, color, whatever, do a job.
How does the machines works?
Huh?
Carbon things in machines. How does it work?
Carbon things in machines?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
you want to know
based.
what's interesting about carbon? It's real. Space time is not real.
Why?
I don't know. Why is it not? Because that's the way that they tell us that
Can
it works.
you? I don't know. Can you print the processor? Can you make the processor?
A
CPU.
processor is a real thing.
Yes. But
Yes.
did you made it?
Space time is not a
Did you
real
made it?
thing.
Did you touch it even once?
Yes, right. You can touch it, you can smell it, you can weigh it, you can do all that stuff. You want to know what's different about that in space time? Space time doesn't exist in material reality. It's just a concept of the mind. It doesn't exist.
Did you? You didn't answer me. Did you touch it, the processor even once?
Yes, I've touched a processor. I've built my own machines. For crying out loud, man, we're talking about physical things. You're talking about things that are just ideas. Do you see how they're different?
Oh, I don't know how to talk with you. Sorry.
Right. I'm talking about things that are material
You're
and real.
such a
You're talking
moron, I'm
about things that
sorry.
are only ideas, kind of like freedom. Can you show me freedom?
I can show you freedom.
Great. What does it
It's
look
like
like?
now. For that, I'm gonna go to the street and like shit.
No, that's you taking a dump. Freedom is a concept.
What freedom do you want from me?
I want you to show me physical freedom. Is it an idea or is it physical?
Freedom is physical, yes.
Really? Okay. What does it look like?
It doesn't look like something. Freedom is the possibility of any person to make him do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's a concept, right? So if you apply the
It's a concept.
concept,
Yeah.
the idea, then people can supposedly move freely and do things freely, right? They have
Yeah.
liberty, right? The freedom itself is a concept. We use that word, but still conceptual, doesn't have any physical properties. Space
Yeah.
time, also conceptual, no physical reality, only idea.
This is just a science, dude. Come on.
Yeah, show me the scientist that gave you a sample of space time, or did they just draw this really weird little grid
You
and then
want
show you some CGI of the planet
like
Earth falling
10 of
inside of this
scientists.
imaginary grid that doesn't exist in reality?
You want like the 10 of scientists that can show you?
Yeah, show me anybody that's proven space time to be an actual real thing that has actual real physical properties and can do
Dude.
actual things.
I can show you some scientists, but at first. Where you work at?
Me? Where do I
Yeah,
work?
your job, yes.
I'll tell you what. I could be a janitor that scrapes glue and gum off the bottom of tables. It wouldn't matter. Don't
Come
worry about
on,
what I do.
dude.
If
What
I'm a
is your
complete
job?
knuckle
What is your
dragger, I
job? What
still
is your
understand.
job?
What does that
Your
even have to
mom.
do with anything?
What
His
is your
job is your
job?
mom. Your mom. His job has nothing to do with the topic. It has no relevance as to whatever it is that he's saying to be true or false. The reality of the things that he claims will be based on the object or the thing or an idea that he claims. It will not be based on his job title, his prerequisites, his life experience, none of that. Only about the topic.
Thank you, Jimmy. Now, since you won't show me any space time, I have to assume that it doesn't exist in physical reality.
I'm out. it's it's completely out of my mind.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not something that you can actually show me, and yet you were told that it has some kind of physical effect. This space time, this emptiness and concept of time doesn't do anything. It's an idea. Now, you got duped. We all got duped. Someone told you that there was this magical fabric that did things because of the unequal distribution of mass, whatever mass is, because it's ambiguous and not clearly defined in physics. So now we don't even know what would be, mass. We don't know what that is and how that would, warp and bend a concept. You realize Einstein was just a mathematician, and all he really did was make up things. He had mathematical musings, just ideas. No scientific experiments. This was not a scientific theory. It was just a thought that he had, and they sold it to the masses to be something real. Isn't that right, hamster?
Oh, hello. I was not taking attention to what you were talking about. But yes, nothing can affect something. There's a thing called Casimir effect.
What?
There's a thing called Casimir effect, where nothing,
The Kashmir effect?
vacuum, yeah, Casimir effect,
Okay,
where nothing is affecting something.
okay, tell me how that works.
The pressure of quantum fields is greater on the outside of plates. Between
Outside of
them
what?
is two plates. The Casimir effect is affecting on.
So you have some kind of field that's out on the outside of plates? Is that what you said? Let me just look it up in English.
Yeah, not the best internet. So, say who? What about nothingness affecting something?
What about it?
No, you just told that nothing cannot affect something, and there's a
Right.
force of
I stand by
nothing.
that.
Okay, great. Next, let's go back to the air pressure. Interesting part. Do you agree?
Yeah, so air pressure. Can you show me gas pressure without containment?
First, there's few ways to show it. First is electromagnetic, when you have, as I told,
Okay, demonstrate that. Demonstrate it.
I don't have a setup because I'm broke, and it would cost so much.
Hey,
Closer
dude, we're
to
on repeat now. Friend, hey, we're not going to do the repeat game. You and I already went through this. I'm asking you to demonstrate it. You say you can do it this way. I said, demonstrate it for me. You go, I ain't got the cash. Does someone have the cash that's already done this?
maybe I need to watch. Uh, try to find it on YouTube.
So
Maybe I
you don't
will.
even know if this is possible, but you're going to say that it is?
Technically, yes.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence of this. You just made something up on the spot. Why should I continue talking to you?
Because you made something on the spot, like you cannot have pressure without containment. You obviously can.
Right. And you've not demonstrated that. That's why you started to make stuff up because you knew it was impossible. So now I'm calling you out on making stuff up on the spot, and I'm asking why I should waste time with you.
1 second, I need to find.
Now we're Google on the spot. This is fantastic. Why don't you just tell me that you don't know if you can actually create gas pressure without containment? That would be honest.
Yeah, you're right. It would be better.
Right. That would be better. So we don't have any evidence that gas pressure can be achieved without containment per the law of thermodynamics and the definition of gas pressure, meaning the idea that somebody shot a video, space vacuum, where the air from Earth is not filling the available volume of space, which is apparently ever expanding, thus basically breaking the second law. So nobody was in space filming anything. The vacuum of outer space is fake. You guys realize if something is on TV, it's not necessarily real. It's not even necessarily fake, but just because you see it on TV doesn't make it real.
What do you mean by container? Anyone, tell me.
To contain the gas. Kind of like when you have a propane tank,
Oh, something like
a
solid.
tank, a barrier. Yeah. Solid or liquid.
So you can't have any um, any gas without a container, yes?
To create pressure, you must have a container.
Can you use gas as a container?
Gas is a container?
Yes.
I'll demonstrate for me gas containing gas. Without begging the question, by the way.
Yes, I can. That's what I can.
Okay. Show me gas containing gas.
Okay, I'm going to. That's also quite interesting thing. Gexa.
For example, can you remove the tire, keep the air pressure there?
Oh yeah, found. Gas containing gas. Sulfur
The sulfur
hexafluoride.
hexafluoride,
Yeah.
bro, there's number one, you already have the gas pressure in the room, and you also have the gas pressure of the sulfur hexafluoride. So you have gas pressure. It's the same problem.
Gas air is containing sulfur hexafluoride, and if you have
No, it's not.
big enough column of hexafluoride, at the end of column you're going to get more pressure than air pressure.
No, you're not. See, this is how gullible you guys are. They show you an already pressurized gas on the Earth, and you go, yeah, see, that's gas pressure without containment. I'm asking you where the pressure came from in the first place. Second of all, if you leave that gas in that bucket or an aquarium or whatever you do, in 10 minutes, it will go ahead and distribute, homogenize with the gas around it. There will be no more sulfur hexafluoride within that particular bucket. Come
That's
on,
called
man.
diffusion, and you would have a lot of
Right.
sulfur hexafluoride on the floor.
No, it homogenizes with the rest of the air in the room.
But still,
So it's
bigger
not
part is
contained
going
and it's not under pressure. I'm looking for gas pressure without containment. Not that you isolate a gas, put it in the bottom of a bucket, and then call that pressure. Meanwhile, later on, it homogenizes with the rest of the room. Come on,
Okay,
dude.
the next thing, okay. I did not thought I need to use it, but okay. Found interesting video about interesting mechanism. In this,
One sec.
Yeah.
Axay. One sec, City. Axay, you don't have a gotcha, right? In small quantities within neutrally buoyant environments, a liquid at rest will take on a spherical form, but that's not because of your gravity, which is what is claimed to be causing curved oceans
It's
and curved
because
lakes.
of
So
surface
CD, shut up
tension.
for a moment, please. Shut up. So when we go to large bodies of water like lakes and oceans and we look for the curvature, it's not there. So the idea that gravity is causing causing water to conform to the shape of a sphere is a lie. It does not exist. It's not true. The surface of bodies of water at rest measured to be flat, except in those small instances that you're talking about, where there's surface tension. So your little balls of water, like or liquid inside another liquid, where they're neutrally buoyant, right, is not a gotcha. It's not going to explain your spherical Earth, which doesn't exist in reality.
Even I agree that mutually buoyant liquids cannot prove it. You need different proof. So, Sehu, have you seen the diffusion pump that uses oil vapor to get rid of air? So it have gas in a vacuum without a container, and this gas is not filling all vacuum pump, all unpressurized chamber.
Can you count how many different containers there are in this?
These all containers are connected to a large one.
Okay, so you have a bunch of containers. I'm asking you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
Look, there's a container without a pressure, with almost vacuum.
Container without a pressure?
Container without
Like
pressure.
a vacuum? So they had to create a vacuum with a container? Yeah, you're still proving my point. My goodness,
Next, you're boiling oil, and this oil air vapor is sucking off the last bits of air. And it's not filling all the container.
Dang, why is it so quiet in here?
Axel, I think that Earth is ball, but your argumentation is still wrong. Please use something that's related to gravity and not to buoyancy. something is going to be ball because it is the figure, it's a shape with least volume, least surface with said volume.
So what I heard you say was, I want to know the answer to 2 plus 2, but don't tell me 4. I want a real answer. That's what I heard.
No, I said for Escal that using wrong argumentation in side chat to tell that Earth is flat. I know it's true, but he's using wrong arguments for it. He tells that mutually buoyant liquids uh, are proving that Earth is round, and that surface tension is actually proving that Earth is ball, and that's wrong. Even if you're think that Earth is globe, because that's wrong argument. You
What
need to
you're
use.
saying is that person needs to use something logical to prove something. So, like, if you want to prove that it's a ball, you got to show some curvature.
I mean, you need to explain why it would be ball and why, uh, and you need to use something that's related to shape of the Earth, gravity, or some parts of theory that Earth is a globe.
Well, how does gravity mean shape?
Uh, with gravity, Earth is a ball because the sphere is the figure with least surface area with said volume.
Wait.
As
How does gravity have to do with surface area?
anything is going to equilibrium, and in this way it means the figure must have the least surface area with said volume to be stable, and things with
Well, if
higher
concentrating
surface
mass and
area.
bending and warping of space-time are true, an equal distribution of surface area is not going to mean gravity is true or false.
Could you repeat? I did not hear it well because of the internet connection.
If mass attaching mass and the bending and warping of space-time are true, then equal distribution of surface area are not going to prove whether or not the Earth or the gravity is true or false. Because with the bending and warping of space-time, you could have any object, and that object is going to cause the space-time to warp around it. You could have any shape of Earth you fucking want with the bending and warping of space.
Actually, no.
Yes.
Look, you can have any shape, but any shape that's not rigid enough and cannot support itself is going to collapse into a ball. Because ball
Oh, so if
is
I have
the
an object that is rigid and fixed because it's a fucking solid, it's going to cause the bending and warping of space-time to move around it.
what?
Oh my answer.
Look, what I said that if you have structure that is rigid enough and can support trillions of tons of force, yes, it can be a dick-shaped. But if you don't have such a rigid structure, it's going to collapse into a ball. And we don't have materials that are going to support such weights and such forces. So
Okay.
everything is going to collapse into a ball.
When a spaceship goes off into the vacuum of outer space and it's surrounded by the bending and warping of space-time, is that resisting the gravity? Is that why it's able to keep its shape? Is that why it's not, coalescing into a sphere?
Of course, because
Okay,
the
so then
spaceship
if the
is
Earth
not.
is more stable in structure than the spaceship, then the
Technically,
Earth
yes.
Can't
in
be
thousands of years.
because it's going to resist the bending and warping of space-time, and it's not going to be made to coalesce into a sphere.
Spaceship is not going to turn into a sphere because it's rigid enough for its weight, and the curvature of the space and time is related to weight of the object, and
Then
this object is light enough
the
to not
shape
be
of the
crushed into a
object
sphere.
has nothing to do with gravity. And gravity has nothing to do with the shape of the object because you can have objects that would resist the manipulation of gravity because we already have it and you accept an example. So the Earth
And
would
you
be
need
another example of an object that's resisting the manipulation of the bending and warping of space-time fabric surrounding it.
there's a little problem.
Oh God.
No,
First,
there's no little problem. The little problem is that you don't want to accept the fact that
first,
in the bending and warping of space-time, you can have any fucking shape.
First, what I want to tell you that the hard part of Earth is only the crust. Other parts of the Earth is quite flexible in geological timescale. So liquid is going to have the least surface area, and in geological scales, Earth is a liquid, closer to liquid than to solid.
Okay, so then show me the curvature of the Earth on the surface of water that's being forced into a coherent shape that's supposed to be the sphere that you're defending. So please show me the curvature measurement on water.
This first, using lasers for this is a little bit flawed idea because we have something called
If
refraction,
lasers are
and
flawed, then don't use lasers because I don't want you to make a straw man out of the argument of the globe. Please use something that's coherent.
okay, I'm going to use this photo. This is quite well, and yeah, quite an interesting photo. Go
Okay,
to
if
image.
the photo is going to show me a sphere, then I need a measurement of the sphere on the surface of the supposed sphere because you're
So
just again trying to use something. Maybe this is the case, and I need you to prove that the case is true.
Hamster, we need a
yes,
measurement, not you saying that the horizon, quote unquote, is Earth curve. A measurement, please.
look, when I was using measurements in 1 second. Yes. You told that some things are falling in vacuum less than some other
Hold on
things.
a second. Nobody was talking about a vacuum, and we're talking about Earth curve measurements.
I
So
know.
please
I
do
mean,
not gish
I
gallop
gave.
or red herring away from this. I want you to show me the measurements of the curvature, and not for you just to declare that in a photograph the horizon is Earth curve. Please, you're wasting our time.
Okay. 1 second. I need to find the article I already used. This discussion. can't find this article, but I can find some that are close to it.
It's amazing to me that it is so difficult to find any Earth curve measurements in reality. I think we should probably have about a zillion of those. Easy things
Just
to show
look,
how you can measure curvature.
there's a problem. Actually, no one is bothered by doing that, except flat earthers. They that used flat observation because they want to
How
prove
about,
their point.
so you're saying that people that believe that they live on a globe aren't bothered to actually know if it's a globe? Like, how about the first person to ever declare that the Earth was a ball, but they didn't have to measure it? They just went ahead and said it. It's sort of a given. How come you're satisfied with people not proving their case?
Not all people are proving anything. Like you
So no
don't
one's
need to.
proving the globe.
You don't need to prove basic of Boolean logic
Ah.
to use computer, and a
So
lot
you
of
just
people
go
are not
ahead
bothered by
and
this.
you just go ahead and declare that the Earth is a globe without any evidence whatsoever. That sounds like craziness. Are you crazy?
But we have observations, but there's less
No, we
observations
don't.
because.
No, we don't.
Okay. Hmm. Observation.
The observations you have are kind of like the horizon, where you just go ahead and see the horizon, how some things look like they're sort of behind it. That's the Earth curve. You just declare it, you don't actually prove it.
There is article on Wikipedia about empirical evidence of spherical shape of Earth.
Great. So it's got measurements in it, right? So show me the measurements and how they got them.
1 second. This part is, yeah, that's okay. This article, okay. Okay, here. Some kind of obscure article. No, that's not that useful. Not a lot of observations here, so no, not good enough. Why there's no calculations?
Not calculations. I want measurements.
Oh. I thought you wanted calculations.
No, measurements. Remember how I said measurements like a dozen times?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I could just send you a link to Wikipedia article if you want to.
And is it going to have measurements in it?
There's photos of first ship going under the horizon. They're partially blocked.
Yeah, great. So remember how I was just saying, dude, are you just ignoring me completely and then saying whatever you want to afterward? I told you already. If you're going to show me a picture of a horizon and then declare that it's Earth curve because it looks like it's blocking out a boat in the distance, that is not a measurement. I want a measurement of Earth's curvature.
There's also some different examples.
Of measurements of Earth curve?
Yes, some.
Great. What method did they use?
First, there is something called twilight, and using the length of it, we can understand what's the tallness of atmosphere is the first one. That we have time zones. Next, that we have.
None of these are measurements of curvature. Hamster, you're starting to kind of piss me off because I can tell that you're here trolling and wasting people's time.
I'm
thinking
trolling.
about
You're
bro.
trolling me.
You are trolling. No, I'm asking you for measurements of Earth curve, and you've yet to provide it. You've given me everything except the thing I'm asking for, which is actually a very simple request. If the Earth is a ball, there should be curvature everywhere on the surface that we can measure, especially over water. And you're not giving me any of that. You're talking about twilight. You're talking about time zones. You're talking about horizons, which are the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea. Apparent meaning not actual, not physical, not geometric. So everything so far that you've given me is exactly the opposite of what I've been asking you for. It's almost as if you're avoiding the question and trying to waste my time.
Then what do you consider proof of Earth curvature? The right observation, yes?
Of Earth curve, drop over distance that is measurable. This is not hard.
So, right observation of the Earth curvature is good enough?
No, a measurement of drop over distance between points of physical Earth curve. You're just ignoring me. You're trolling me at this point.
I'm not trolling you. I just can't understand what you want. If you want me to show you drop over distance, it's exactly the things that's going over horizon.
Great.
That
so you're
is
saying
drop over distance.
curve. You're saying the horizon is Earth curve. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to show you an image, and you tell me how much Earth curve there is in this particular image.
Show me.
Okay. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
That's approximation, but okay.
No, it's not an approximation. It's the exact geometry of the globe. If you think it's wrong, you go ahead and show me what the correct one is.
Could you
This is not
tell
my
me?
claim.
Could me tell the formula again, please?
It's already in the image that I gave you. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is going to be the distance to the horizon on a sphere radius of 3959. This is not my claim. This is the official globe claim. So I'm using your belief, your claim of the Earth being a certain size that is the claimed official size of the Earth, and it's going to give us a very specific curvature rate. And if you draw a tangent from where you're viewing the Earth, from where you stand, especially across a body of water like, I don't know, the ocean, then if you're 1 foot tall, you're going to see the horizon, the physical Earth curve, the edge of that sphere blocking out boats and buildings in the distance. In this photograph, we have a couple of oil rigs. Those are only there for distance demarcation. One of them is 6 point whatever. Hold on a second. One of them is 6 point whatever in 6.21 miles in distance. The other one is 9.41 miles in distance. Can you tell me the relationship of the horizon to those two oil rigs, since our observer is at 1 foot high? It's a camera. It's a Nikon P900. It's on a tripod that's 1 foot tall. He's right there at the edge of the water, where the water's lapping up on the beach. So he's exactly 1 foot above the surface of the water. Where is the horizon in relationship to the oil rigs?
Horizon is cutting some parts of oil rigs. Because
no, actually, now you're lying. Where's the horizon? The horizon is defined as the apparent location. Excuse me.
Let me find the photo of this oil rig closer, because I don't know the real height of them. Okay?
We're not talking about the height. I'm wanting you to tell me where the horizon is in relationship to the two oil rigs. Is it in front of them, between them, or behind them?
it is not behind. What is called? In front of them.
You're saying the horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the sea, or
Sorry, sis. I was going to throw. If you can't answer that question honestly, you're just trolling. Go ahead.
yeah, you're trolling at this point. So you're saying that the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea, in this case the sea, is in front of these two oil rigs. You, sir, either have a seeing problem or you are absolutely lying.
Oh yeah. I looked from the far. Yeah, they have maybe between them.
No, still wrong. The apparent location where the sky meets the sea? The horizon?
This. Yeah, that's in the back of them. Yeah.
Behind them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, behind them.
So it's beyond 9.41 miles. Let's go ahead and make it a nice even number. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, even though the horizon is much quote unquote further than that, it is at 10 miles. That would make the Earth 250,000, actually 260,000 miles in radius. That is a greater distance than we are supposed to be from the moon if the Earth was a planet and the moon was another ball of dust 238,000 miles away. You have just debunked the globe using the horizon. Fantastic.
1 second. These rigs are actually a little bit. Okay, 1 second. The first rig. Oh, this is the second. 1 second. That's Douglas. That's Doc Carlos. Okay. Habitat and. Which of them called?
These two oil rigs are off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. They're still there. They're still at 6.21 miles and 9.41 miles today. And even today, the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere. It is not Earth curve. So it doesn't matter what you show me with horizons in it, apparently blocking out boats and buildings in the distance, because the horizon is not Earth curve. It's an optical phenomena.
It's blocking the down part of those oil rigs. Those oil
The
rigs
horizon
are.
is, you've already admitted that the horizon is behind the oil rigs. You've already admitted that, and now you're going to go off and try to tell me something different.
Like, I don't see the. 1 second. Look, this image was made. Okay, I need to find different image of them. Maybe it would be seen better.
Let me give you another one. I'll show you one where the horizon is in a different location, just to kind of show you that the horizon, once again, is not Earth curve. How about that? Would you like that?
Yeah.
Great.
Hill House. Okay. I do believe in globe.
Yeah, the question is why, though? Like, is just a preference? Do you like it because it sounds so cool? Because the Earth is obviously not a globe. There is another image from the same location, different conditions, same height. Now the horizon has moved. Is the Earth getting bigger and smaller, or is the horizon just an optical phenomena?
Oh, I sent the same picture. Sorry. In this picture you have less refraction.
Okay, no worries. How much refraction was there on that day? So you're, wait a minute, actually, no, I'll stop you right there because you went ahead and debunked the globe with refraction. You are actually admitting to me that the horizon is not curvature, it's an optical phenomena, and any kind of conditions or whatever the light is doing or whatever the weather is doing that day will change where the horizon is, apparently. So it's still not Earth curve.
The horizon is apparent point, no, line of that is made of Earth curvature, refraction, and other optical things that that can have some effect on it.
Okay, so we're back to square one. What Earth curve are you referring to? Where's the measurements of the Earth curve?
First, in these pictures, refraction is making things go up.
Thank you. I know you already admitted that. You've already debunked the globe with refraction. You're telling me it's optical. I want to know if you think that the horizon is a combination of things, refraction, Earth curve, yada, yada, yada. No worries. I need the evidence for the refraction. I need the evidence for the Earth curve. And then I want you to go ahead and tell me how that all works. So where's the measurements for the Earth curve?
First, Earth is measured from orbit. I
From
know you
orbit
don't
now.
believe in it, yes.
So you're telling me before they knew that the Earth was a ball, that they could orbit things around? They put things up in orbit and they measured the Earth? That's a silly thing to say.
After they knew that Earth was a ball, they measured it from orbit. They had a clue why Earth can be a ball,
Dude,
using two sticks and a
now you're
ground.
just making stuff up already. That's also not a measurement. That's a calculation based on pre-assumptions that the Earth is a sphere. The Chinese did the same thing with the sticks and the shadows, and they measured the Earth flat. It's inconclusive because if you change your prerequisites, you're going to change your outcome. So,
give me please this measurement of Earth flat and two sticks.
well, Eratosthenes did it. He used a flat Earth to get his shadow angles. I can use Eratosthenes.
You know that you can find this even on globe Earth using local plane.
What?
Okay, does not matter. Oh, fuck. Why don't you believe that you can have an angle on a ball?
No one said that I didn't say that I believe that. I didn't say that I believe that. I want you to show me how someone measured Earth curve.
If
However,
I send you video, you would say that's...
If you have one curved line and one straight line, you cannot get an angle.
In this experiment you have one straight line, it's a stick, and one straight line, it's not shadow, it's sun ray.
No, it's an angle. If you stand the stick straight up, which once again is going to be a flat Earth proof, vertical on a horizontal plane, you can't have vertical on a ball. So you have a straight, oh really? Show me vertical on a ball. It's got to be a 90-degree relationship. Wait. Don't just tell me. I want you to show me. I want you to show me the angle of separation between a vertical line and a curved ball.
Earth is not flat.
I agree.
It's as flat as it gets, friend. And until you guys provide for us Earth curve measurements, since everybody every day measures the Earth to be flat, you guys have the burden of proof to prove your extraordinary claim.
I've watched Interstellar.
Yeah, this may not be the channel for you, brother. I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding what you're saying.
I have watched Interstellar.
Great, you saw Interstellar. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hollywood does not prove the Earth is a ball.
That's why I think the Earth is not flat.
Okay, great. You saw movies. I don't care.
I care.
Okay, well then enjoy yourself with the ball religion.
Here's the image. Here's the image. You can have angles on flat surface.
I want the angle between the vertical line on the surface of the ball and the curvature of the ball itself. You said you can have angles on a curved surface. I want to see it. I want to see it vertical. In fact, just show me vertical on a sphere.
You can just continue the line OA longer, and you're getting like let's have a point
Show it.
AB. Not
Show
AB.
it. Show me the
Hmm.
angle of separation
Says who?
between
Says
the
who?
curved line and the straight line. Brother,
Says who?
What?
you
You can.
enjoy your hold on, bro. Hold on. Who's talking to me now? Who wants to interrupt this conversation that I'm having with somebody that's already been established? Who's the rude individual that I have to mute now?
Janek.
When two people are talking, maybe just let it finish before you show up and go, says who, says who.
That was Janek, but okay. You can just have different line AT. Let's call it AT.
Friend,
Second.
get me a program like any drafting program. I don't care what it is.
Okay.
Make a ball and then get a vertical line on it. Right, that'll be interesting to get a vertical line, and then I want you to show me the separation of angle between that vertical line that extends from the surface of that ball and against the surface of the ball. What is the angle of separation between the curved line and the straight line?
1 second. Fuck, it doesn't work.
Oh yeah, shit. You can't get an angle between a curved line and a straight line.
No,
Damn it.
does not work my program because of my Linux. Hate it, but I cannot use something different.
An angle is
Line.
defined as the separation between two straight lines meeting at a vertex. You cannot have an angle between a straight line and a curved line. This is basic geometry. You should already know this.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What? Quite good.
Yeah, we're just talking about how the Earth is flat and teaching people basic geometry.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you think the Earth could be like a disc? Like a...
Do I think it like could be?
Yeah,
I
like
don't
a
know.
frisbee. Yeah.
Like a frisbee? I doubt it.
Why do you doubt it?
Well, I don't have any evidence for it. Let's put it that way.
Okay, but isn't that like I'm saying? Could it be right? Like I think that's compatible.
Could it be? I don't know. Yeah. Do you think it's possible that you could be like a gerbil or a bird?
No, I don't think I'm a bird.
Okay. Well, but do you think you could be?
No, I don't think I could be a bird. No.
No. Okay. So the Earth is the Earth. It's not a disc, as far as I know, as far as I could measure, as far as I can see. So I don't think that the Earth could be a disc.
Yeah, but I mean, not compatible with the idea that there's no curve.
Isn't that compatible? No, because there's a lot of flat things that aren't discs. Like roads. Well, are roads discs?
Yeah, Earth could be a road, like a big road.
Yeah, a large flat surface. It doesn't have to be a disc.
You think it can be shaped like a pizza?
Why would I think that? Why are you asking me these dumb questions?
No, I'm just curious. Like,
that's a troll.
I'm not making any. I'm not.
No, I'm not a troll.
I'm not making any claims to shape. You understand that flat and shape are not like they're not the same. Flat's not a shape.
Yeah. Well, earlier you said that people are experimenting, like constantly, like flat earthers experiment. I was curious because anyone tried to.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm pretty sure you guys. Well, hold on. You guys have like a bunch of these photos. I'm sure someone.
Yeah, those are photos. They're not experiments.
Well, obviously not like you guys can't control every single variable. Obviously not like an actual experiment. But what I mean is like, have you guys tried to like, I don't know, fly like a balloon or something? I don't know.
And what would that prove?
It goes really up in the sky.
Why can't we just go ahead and measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving or not? Isn't that the whole point?
I mean,
good enough.
Yeah, you're proving that the Earth is flat. I want to know what shape it is.
There's a picture when I'm guessing an angle.
Hold on, hamster. I'm addressing this guy, not you. You're obviously not an expert on basically anything. So, anyways, If you want to figure out what the shape of the Earth is, I would encourage you to get some money in a boat, and yeah, just get your pens handy to fill out all the forms and see if you can find the outer limits of this realm, and then see if you can find the nature of it. Maybe it's curving like a disc. Shit, I don't know. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's a big square. Hard to say, but if you want to figure out the shape of the Earth, you go ahead and figure that out.
And I'm just curious, do you guys believe in the ice wall?
No, that was the United States military. That was the term that they coined when they went to Antarctica. They described the shelf of the Antarctic plateau as an ice wall.
Is
You'll have to
anyone
talk to them
here?
about the ice wall that they described.
Yeah, and is anyone here part of the CIA?
Why would that matter?
I'm just curious.
Oh, okay. Well, if no one's piping up, I would say probably not.
Well, probably a reason why they're not.
Yeah, maybe it's because they are here covertly from the CIA, right? And they don't want anybody to know that they're from the CIA. But even
I
if they
mean,
were,
guys, why does this
the Earth is
matter?
measurably flat.
Why not just go outside? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. Go outside and measure the Earth and see that it's not a ball.
no, just like go outside in the sun, eat some.
I'm outside right now, dude. Are you
Yeah,
outside?
I was a second ago. I was standing.
So now you're inside. Maybe you should go outside.
But I promise you, I stay in the sun more than you. If that's what it's.
You promise? No worries. So all that time in the sun, still not helping you with your cognitive dissonance. Do you think that you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
Nah, I don't. I think I
No?
live on something flat because I'm able to observe that. That's it.
Okay, great. Yeah, so you spend enough time outside, you start to figure out that the idea that you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum is completely impossible because there's no curve anywhere.
I
And
mean,
it's not
yeah.
spinning.
After you get that part out, right?
Yep.
Are you guys just like teaching people like this, or?
Not very well, because some people come in and they ask a lot of dumb questions, and then they also answer or reply to what you tell them with something that they make up, so they kind of don't want to learn. Like Hamster here, he doesn't really want to learn. He's been making excuses as to why the Earth doesn't have any measurable curvature for about the last hour or so.
Yeah, I actually think the hamster gone. Hamster guy. I don't know. I think it's actually. I think this is just like a. I mean, I believe this, but I think it's just like another illusion. Oh,
Another diversion? Is that what you said? Not diversion?
illusion. Ever.
Illusion. What's
Yeah,
an illusion?
take your attention away from things that are probably more important.
Well, I don't know. I think it's important to know where you live, especially if the people that are trying to distract the masses are using the space religion to do it. So the more
Oh,
people know about the truth, the better off they'll be. Then they don't have to worry about illusions like the
yeah.
globe.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I agree with you. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, you guys only apply this to like flat Earth.
No, we apply this to everything because kind of the base layer is, well, if we're being misled about where we live, then what possibly could they be telling us the truth about, whoever they are? So it applies to everything.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
I'm happy. I mean, I see many of you guys are active here for a long time. Do you guys have families?
Yeah, a lot of people have families. They'll pipe in here while they're at work, while they're hanging out with their families. Sometimes they'll turn this off and live their normal life. Some people are single. Some
It's
people
good
are
for you
divorced.
guys. What do you guys consume?
What do you mean? Food, usually.
Yeah, what type of food?
The kind that you eat, fruits, vegetables, meat.
Vegetables. You're just like the rest of them.
Like the rest of who?
The masses, quote in quotations, that you spoke of.
Yeah. Well, we've been eating food. Mankind has been eating the same food since the beginning of mankind. So yeah, I guess I'm like one of them eating food. What a weirdo. What do you eat? What kind of food do you eat?
That's actually not true. Mankind hasn't been eating the same. Oh, so you assume that mankind has been eating the same ratios, the same exact.
No, I didn't. You know what? Why are you being a dick? Did I say ratio at all?
Well, yeah, but do you think that they were
Did I
eating
say ratio? Excuse me. Did you just say that? Yes, I did say ratio. We have this live stream right now. I want you to go back into the live stream and I want you to clip out where I said ratio.
Yeah, well, you're saying vegetables and fruit and meat, right?
Yeah. Did I say
So-
ratio?
Yeah. No, but that implies because hold on.
What ratio did I imply? Can you give me the ratio that I implied?
I inferred it because well, you see.
You inferred it. Ah, there it is. So you inferred it. So you're kind of trying to project onto me what you think that I said, which is kind of a dick move. Why did you do that?
Oh, okay. So what percent of your diet is vegetables? I'm just curious.
I have no idea. I don't keep track. I eat a variety of things depending on the day.
Can you give me like an approximate?
No, I'm not going to give you an approximation. It's not the topic of the VC, and it doesn't have anything to do. I mean, I don't have to explain myself to you at all. I could eat nothing but meat, and it wouldn't matter at all. What are you doing? What is wrong with you? Are you coming in here just like playing this aloof
I hope you know
troll?
Dingle's trolling you.
Yeah, I'm not
Right.
trolling at all.
He's not doing a very good job of it, though. Like, I mean,
like you
to make
guys are
yourself
acting
look,
like,
are you trolling yourself? You're trolling yourself at this point. You're
No,
asking
you guys-
dumb questions and getting very concise answers to show that you're asking dumb questions.
No, it's like you're taking this authority stance, and I don't know.
I'm not an attorney. I don't take an attorney stance. I'm having a conversation with you, and you're asking me dumb things about what I eat and the ratios of it, even though I didn't bring up any ratios.
Yeah, I said authority also. It just
Authority. No, I'm not an authority.
Oh, thanks for letting me speak. Oh no, it just like feels like you guys are.
It feels. Don't worry about your feelings. Your feelings aren't
very-
important right now.
very
This is not a server for your little fifis, right? So if you want to talk about fifis, go down to the vegan channel.
Oh, well, that's kind of funny you say that. They banned me.
Yeah, I don't blame them because you're a troll.
What makes you think that? Do you just like call anyone with an unpopular opinion a troll?
So far, you even haven't even given an opinion.
You're coming in a Flat Earth channel talking about food. And trying
Dingle,
to
you
get
have to go away
gotchas on
now.
somebody over it.
Yeah. By the way, you know, if you eat lots of fish, that's good. Fish is good for you. I don't know what the ratio of fish that you eat to anything else, but anyways, you have to go away.
What the hell?
Unmuted for that?
The fuck you, big boy.
You're making yourself look awesome. Good job.
I'm sick of these people inside chat that won't won't open their mic because my English bad, but they fluently type English. Sick of it.
The fuck the flat earth.
I guess this topic has really triggered our friend down here. Gatebreaker, are you going to be okay? Poor little guy.
Guys, I'm trying to learn about the art is flat or round.
Oh, no worries. If you want to learn about it, I suggest that you go out and into nature, specifically a body of water, and see if the water is curving like a ball.
Says who?
Says everybody. Turns out everybody measures the earth flat. It's pretty cool.
Hey, India superpower, India superpower.
India is a superpower? Okay.
India is the most dirty country.
Well, we're not going to try and talk too much smack about people's countries. This is a very diverse server.
It's true, bro.
Well, that may be, but we want to keep it, on the flat earth topic while we're here.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, for all the new people that may be under the delusion that they're on a spinning water ball in a vacuum, the earth is measurably flat, and it turns out that everybody measures it that way. People who build on it, travel on it, navigate it, all that stuff. Make the maps, they measure it flat. So the earth was never a ball. Sorry to break it to you like this on a Saturday or a Sunday, depending on where you're at.
So if you don't mind me asking.
Go ahead.
What is at the end of the flat surface that you're talking about?
I don't know.
Nobody found out.
Hard to. Number one, I'd have to know which direction to go. Number two, there's some logistical problems like fuel, food, all that stuff that you could take with you. And then three, hopefully no one's going to stop me from doing it. But it seems like if anybody really wants to independently explore the earth, you kind of got to go through some red tape.
So what about the incident at the World War I when Japan attacked the US?
What about it?
So they went the other counterclockwise, right? We go clockwise from the US to Japan, but Japan did it the other way around.
Counterclockwise and clockwise according to what?
Let's assume that it's around the sphere.
Okay.
So Japan went the other way, across the Pacific Ocean, and hit USA from the west. From the west, yep.
Okay.
So I think, for example, people in Japan, as we know, as the map we know now, is the far east, right? And the US is the far west.
Yeah. That's if you use a Mercator map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to understand. Like, for example, I'm trying to understand that Earth is a flat surface. How did they do it?
Well, they flew across a flat plane Earth. That's how they did it. They were in airplanes, and then they flew across the ocean, and they attacked. Pretty simple.
It's a sphere, then.
No. Why would you assume that it's a sphere when they flew over a flat ocean?
But how did it connect? So for me, for example, I'm from the Middle East, okay? And as far as I know, I'm in the middle of this flat plane. Let's say it's a flat plane, like what you're saying. Far to my west is the United States, and far to my east is Japan.
Well, you
And
have to
I'm in the
understand
center.
east and west are circles around north. It's not straight lines. Circles are flat.
Come again?
Circles are 2D. They're not 3D.
Okay, circles are 2D. They are flat. They have a surface, flat surface on it, right?
Well, I guess
Okay.
so. When you call something 2D, it's length and width, but there is no height. It's, But what I'm telling you is that flying one direction or the other, if you're going to use like a heading like east, that's going to be a circle around north. West is a circle around north. Circles
Okay.
doesn't
So you're looking
necessarily
at it
assume that
from the
it's a
north.
ball.
Okay,
Well,
so
yeah,
you're
everything
saying.
is in relationship to north, right? So north is the only fixed point, or
Okay.
that we can reference everything else to. So east, west, and south are all in relationship to north.
So, what is the type of map that's called when you have the north at the center of the world?
Oh, well, there's a couple. I mean, so there's the polar projection, which is what you would be familiar with. It's like a globe. Then there's the azimuthal equidistant projection. There's probably several of them with north at the center, but that doesn't really matter. It's all arbitrary. Projections are just, coordinate reference systems that are useful for certain purposes. There's over 200 maps of the Earth. All of them are projections. I don't think we have one accurate one-to-one actual map of the Earth. We just have projections.
I agree with that. So, Earth.
Like if you want to take the Mercator map, right, where the Earth is the far west, or the United States is the far west, and Asia is the far east. Well, you could take a knife and cut it right down the center, somewhere about Europe or Africa, and then you could take the ends of the map and swap them, and now all of a sudden, Europe could be the far west, and then on the other side, I guess it would be like United States or whatever could be on the far east. You can just do whatever you want. You can keep moving it around.
I agree. That's what they say. That's the people who put it or found it out. They decided that the Greenwich line is the center line. So,
right, it's arbitrary. That's what they decided. You can move it wherever you want to. In fact, I think it changed. It used to be, I forget, instead of Greenwich time, it used to be something else. So they've moved it.
yeah, even the Greenwich line, it's not a straight line because sometimes, like for example, in the States, the timelines or the time zones, they are not straight.
Right, most of the time they're political anyways. Like there are more time zones in the north than there is in the south. So they're arbitrary.
So, based on or is it an ideology, or is it the way you look at it? Is it an ideology or something, or is it a fact for you guys, for the flat earthers?
No, it's an absolute fact. We've measured the Earth. There's no curvature anywhere. And, we've done our own tests, but then it turns out, like when we start to dig, we find that the people who survey the Earth, that navigate the Earth, that make the maps, all of them, no matter what they do, they're always measuring the Earth to be flat. And they reference it as a flat plane. So it's a reference for flat, and then they measure it flat. No curve has ever been measured. So the Earth has never been a ball. It's just an idea. The ideology actually is on the globe side. They want to think of it that way.
So, I'm not a flat earther, as you can tell.
Yeah,
but,
sure. Yeah.
But, for example, for us here, the Arabs, the flat earthers, they base it on religion or on some scripts. The Arab
Not me.
flat earthers, let's say, they base it on some scripts, not some science, not some studies or anything. So for flat earthers, let's say the English flat earthers.
Uh-huh.
Do you have some kind of religious scripts also, like the Arabs?
No, I mean, there's a lot of ancient writings that describe the Earth as flat, right? So, like in the Quran, it describes the Earth as a carpet, right, laid out
Yes.
flat, rolled out,
Yeah.
right? In the
Yeah. Yeah.
Bible, from cover to cover, the Bible describes the Earth as a flat, stationary, and closed realm.
Mhm.
But there's a lot of ancient scripts, that describe the Earth that way. That's not proof. That's just a lot of times people want to believe what their book says. Well, okay, that's fine, but good luck proving it just because your book says it. You actually have to go out in physical reality and measure the Earth. Well, we did. So we measured the Earth. It's flat, no curvature anywhere.
Well, I need to read more about it so I can have a fruitful discussion with you guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Come back anytime, or just feel free to hang out.
I'll be staying here waiting for somebody to say something.
Okay. So welcome to all the new people. If you're new, yes, the Earth is measurably flat. We can find no curvature, and apparently nobody else can either. At best, all of the curvature claimed about the Earth is only inferred based on limited observations, usually claiming that the horizon is somehow Earth curved because it apparently looks like stuff is disappearing behind it. That is the optical effect that you might get. The problem is, if you take multiple measurements or multiple observations, you will see that the horizon does change its position relative to objects in the distance. And that means that it is not anything physical or geometric, which means it cannot be used to infer at all, even that the Earth is a globe. Mayday in the house. Mayday, mayday.
Hello.
Hello.
Why so silenced?
Oh, we're just waiting on you.
I'm just ordinary.
Oh, I don't know about that. Nobody's truly ordinary. Everyone's unique. We're all snowflakes. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, you're right about it. I just
Yeah.
say it's something to say.
So we're in here just talking about the Earth being flat.
Being flat.
Yeah.
Why not cube like in Minecraft blocks? Why?
Well, I
Why?
mean, it could be a cube. We'd
Why
have to
always
find the
flat?
corners, though. I mean, we could be sitting on top of the top surface of a cube. The problem is we'd have to find the corners.
Do you see how map Earth how it look without water? All the water on
Have I seen
planet.
how the Earth looks without water?
Yeah.
That would be a topographical map. Yeah, I've seen some topographical maps of the Earth. Yes.
I tried to find right now in the internet.
Okay.
What is your name?
The cool thing about sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I sent message in chat screenshot.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Someone finds faster than me. In chat, you see it's not a ball. You know, don't look like perfect ball.
Yeah, that looks like a potato. How come if the Earth looks like a potato, that when NASA takes a photo of it from space, even though they're not taking photos, it looks like a perfect sphere?
Yeah, because with water maybe it makes sense.
Well, no, because the water would have to be thousands of miles deep, according to this potato Earth here. We know that's not true. We know that at most, even in the Mariana Trench, it's only somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles deep. So this is a gross exaggeration. Plus, when we measure the surface of the Earth, no matter where we go, there is no curve. Anywhere.
Okay, you're taking this so seriously.
Well, yeah, I mean, if someone's going to tell me that I live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum, I kind of want to make sure I'm not getting, bad information. So I went out into reality. All of us did. And we measured the Earth for long distances, 40 kilometers in some cases with lasers. There's no deviation between the laser and the surface of the Earth, meaning it's completely flat. The water especially.
Okay, but you're telling about someone hiding information about it's flat, and instead of flat Earth, they giving all humanity information it's a ball. But most of most of people on the Earth right now have ability and what time, money, and they can give you information without anybody force, and they don't shoot only lie to you. My English too bad.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I didn't say any of that. You said all that. I didn't say any of that. I just told you that, number one, we went and checked to see if what we were being told is accurate. I mean, I think that's fair. You want to check on people's stories, if they're going to tell you something, and see if it's true. So we just checked. Now, I don't actually think anyone's hiding anything, because we all have access to the Earth, except for maybe those who are in prison in some form or fashion. But no, we can definitely go out to the Earth and check and see that it's not curving. So the people who might be telling this story, maybe they're lying. Maybe they just like the idea and they want you to believe in the idea too. I don't know. Maybe their intentions are not malevolent or evil. So, you know, I'm just letting you know in reality the Earth doesn't curve.
What do you mean about curve? In ball or like flat curve?
Well, a ball would have to curve. That's the thing about
okay.
balls. They curve everywhere from one point to another. There's always a curvature.
Okay, I understand. I just ask you for my sure. Am I sure about your opinion? You know, just.
Oh no, it's not an opinion.
Okay.
It's a measurement. You know, like measurements are not opinions.
Okay, one question, but how people can prove you that Earth is look like a ball?
Sorry, say that one more time. I was distracted. I apologize.
Okay. How someone can you prove that the Earth is not flat? It's ball. How? What you need to believe this?
Oh, all we need is a measurement of the surface of the Earth curving like a ball, especially one that fits the given radius that we were told it was. The radius of the ball Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles, or like 6,317 kilometers in radius. Something like that. So we just need to find that curve somewhere, especially over water, because apparently water is supposed to be following or equidistant around the center of that ball, curving at a very specific rate. But when we test over the water, it doesn't curve. So if the water's flat and 70% of the Earth's surface is flat, or being water, then it can't be a ball.
Something. Yeah. Okay. I get it, but.
But Earth is very big, but you have to go very up, man, to see that. To see the.
I'm not talking about seeing it. I'm talking about measuring it. That means that the measurement would be somewhere in the ballpark of 8 inches per mile squared. So if we measure over a distance of 40 kilometers, we should have somewhere in the ballpark of like 300 feet of vertical drop from a tangent. So we use a laser to create a tangent, and there is no curvature over 40 kilometers.
The curvature of the Earth is not detectable from the Earth. You have to go very up, man.
So you're telling me that no one's ever measured the surface of the Earth to be curving on the surface, ever?
So it's like I'm not like talking against you. I'm just trying to educate myself. I'm saying because I heard about that. They say it's not detectable from the surface of the Earth.
Why wouldn't it be? Go ahead.
One question. You need manual measure.
Manually measure it? Yeah, that's what we did.
But it's impossible, I think.
Well, why would that be so hard? I mean, we're talking about 8 inches per mile squared.
Do you see so long measure tape?
No, it's not a measuring tape, man. It's not how you measure the curvature of the Earth. You create a tangent. Let's assume for a moment that the Earth is a ball. Let's just pretend. So what you would do is you take a nice big straight edge. In this case, the straight edge is going to be a laser, right? They're nice and straight. So you level the laser, and then you measure to see if the Earth surface curves downward, deviates from that tangent. If it does, it's going to be approximately 8 inches per mile squared, meaning that at the end of a 40-kilometer distance over a lake or something, the laser itself will be above your head at about 300 feet, like a football field. We can do this. We have the lasers, we have the cameras, we have the technology. It's not that difficult. The problem is when we measure across the surface of the Earth, the laser at these long distances, there is no deviation. It's flat. You guys understand this already. You know that water finds its level.
Too much technical terms, but about deviation, you're right, but I can't make a more difficult conversation with you about that, but because my technical terms in this topic is bad.
I understand. Well, you might as well hang out in here and practice.
I need a lot of practice in speaking because I more easily understand what people say, talk about. Hard to talk with someone.
Well, I understand. Your English sounds pretty good. I mean, I understand you for the most part. It's not bad. You're doing pretty well.
Because I watch last 2 years English content, YouTube. Try to watch films on English with subtitle on my native language. I tried, but I need to work to get money, pay taxes. Fuck this.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay, about English. You say my English not bad, but in some cases. But do you have? Okay, I have accent. It's obviously, but what kind accent I have?
Oh, I don't. I can't recognize your accent. I'm terrible at that. Are you Eastern, like European?
Eastern, yeah, Eastern European.
Okay.
But yes, in some cases, Eastern European accent more tough. Like, oh, you know, I go to this place and to take burger, okay, like this.
Right. If you don't mind my asking, where are you from? Russia or Bulgaria?
I from Ukraine.
Ukraine. Okay. Okay. Are you in Ukraine right now?
Yeah, I'm in Ukraine.
Is it still pretty rough over there?
No, pretty rough.
Yeah.
I was military. I served 3 years in army and was on war, 2 injuries. Right now I am just free about this.
Well, that's good.
Not good because it's not best best free for myself because I lost father on this war. Right now, no information about him, and it's a reason because what I free. Why I free from war and army.
Wow. So you said you lost your father in the war?
Yeah. He official statement about him. It's lost on not no facts about his destiny because I don't. Destiny is not right word, but I can no proof what happened to him. No
I see.
information. Just lost connection with him when they go with squad to frontline. Just lost vision, lost connection, and for documents, for official statement, lost on war, lost, not die, lost.
Okay. Okay. So he might still be alive.
Yeah, might be still alive, Russian prison, but no information at all.
Okay. Well, man, I'm sorry to hear that. I really don't like that. So I'll be praying for your dad.
Thank guys, thank.
Yeah.
But it's almost no, not almost 1 year and 1 month how he lost.
Okay. Been a year. Okay. Man. Also, I thought I'd help you. So that word that you're trying to pronounce is official.
Official, yeah, official, yeah, official. But
Yep.
I use translator to find this word. Oh, official status. Oh. Official status lost on war. Lost without no information or something like this. But you know, I was on war and I was a medic, battle medic. You know, battle.
Okay. Yeah.
And I have 2 injuries. I just save my teammates, not teammates, but like how to pronounce. I forget this word on English.
I understand what you mean by teammates.
Comrades. Comrades.
Yeah, comrades.
Comrades. Yeah. On battlefield and I know how it works, how it happened, and it's too tough because without purpose, go forward without explanation, without anything, without good equipment, without look. Some countries send equipment in Ukraine, but I, like a military guy who just serve my country, need to buy equipment myself because
Really?
yeah,
Wow.
I spent almost $5,000
Oh my gosh.
on my equipment, and also some brigades, you know, some special forces get all equipment, all supply, and just a regular army don't get too much. Just bad food, bad equipment, bad guns from World War II, World War One.
Yeah.
War.
Old stuff.
Yeah, old stuff. In Bakhmut, I was in Bakhmut, and in Bakhmut we use a Maximov. Maybe you know. It's machine gun Maximov.
Machine gun. Yeah.
Machine gun. Yeah.
Man, that's see. Now, for somebody who lives in the United States, I don't like that war. I think it's so. I hate that you guys have had to be put in that situation. I certainly don't like that they did not equip you very well. Um, and yeah, you were a medic, you said.
Yeah. And also about medic stuff, tourniquet. Oh, it's fucking generals. I don't know when you say, look, when war started, yeah, it's a great war in Ukraine. Russia attacks on us, and some people from civil life go to war in army, but know nothing about it and don't interest in it. Just they do what they commands from up, from above, go to down, and they will do what is them say. But it's stupid because in tourniquet it's most important in tactic medicine. Tourniquet so bad, Ukrainian made in Ukraine, and just buy for make money. They just put in their pocket, and this tourniquet just doesn't work, just
Wow.
for nothing. Just and some just buy a house about this stuff. When you say it's bad tourniquet to your commander, he say, I don't give a fuck. It's okay. It's good tourniquet. It's good tourniquet. What you say? You don't understand nothing about it. About this, but I know only two tourniquets. It's American. I remember tourniquet.
Yeah, that's the right word. So, but you guys have the ones made in Ukraine. They didn't give you any better ones.
Yeah, buy myself. I buy for my
You bought
guys.
your own.
Yeah. Something volunteers help much, but they can't do this forever.
Yeah. Well, as a medic, you probably saw a lot of things you wish you could forget, huh? That's not a good job.
I just I try wait this bit because I remember all, but I don't remember every day. I try to not remember every day because it's hard mind, hard your soul, and it's bad thinking about it. I just I don't feel guilty about this. I do nothing. I try to serve my country hard as possible. But if you can't change too much, why I should to concern about it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. If you can't do anything about it, it doesn't make sense to waste time thinking about it.
Yeah. I try, but when Chinese wall just stay on it, and you can't push your head in this wall and just break it. You can't. Why you do this? No possible way.
Right. Well, man, I sure appreciate you telling me about your story. I hope things get better a lot sooner over there. I'm pretty much sick of all these pointless wars. It's really hard on a nation, really hard on the people, and it doesn't make any sense to me. So I hope it's over soon.
But some
I do
old
want.
guy. Most people just working hard in this country or another country and do for himself to better life. But some old dudes who rule one country, two countries, certain country. I talk about America, Trump or whatever, Biden. They don't do something to change this too much, but just saying something stuff. I think this war have some profit to some countries.
Sure. Yeah,
So
it's
much.
all the wars have been for profit ever since. For the last 100 years, all the wars have been for profit. Maybe the last 150. It's never about anything that's real or true. They just make a lot of money, and in the meantime, they also kind of keep the populations down of the nations that they want to suppress or oppress. So it, in my opinion, all of these wars are pointless and useless.
Yeah, and people in this situation also like resource, resource.
And they take the resources too, because I know
Yeah.
that Ukraine has a lot of good resources, and I think you guys are a great country for farming, as I understand it.
But
Yep,
I want to say people like resource. People are a resource, you know.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Because it's tough to say, but okay, for country, for government, people only resource, because government want you to pay taxes, work hard, not owning anything, not owning car, not owning your house, don't have kids, but try to survive when you try to born kids with your wife, and all stuff is expensive. You just no money for anything, just for your kids, food, and it's so nothing. And it's not unique for Ukraine.
So, Master Dave, the necessity to have some sort of like vision, you know, to envision Earth as something like from a third person perspective, like a God's eye view, that's a delusion, right? It's
Yeah.
not necessary. We've convinced ourselves that, like, mankind in general has convinced themselves that to understand reality you need to have this sort of perspective, but you don't. The only perspective we have is from our own two eyes and our own senses, the rest of our senses. That's like direct experience of reality. So
Yeah.
that's all we're really talking about. Like, we're not I know it is a curiosity. Like, I wonder what it does look like then. I wonder what everything, like how it all does work. You know, like how is everything configured and what's the mechanisms behind it? They're questions to ponder about, but they're really not. You know, what we're saying isn't contingent on understanding those things.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I understand. I guess like I had a false idea about what you guys thought, probably driven by what other people that have said that are like globe believers, I guess. And then like when I spoke to you yesterday, I was like, okay, like now I understand a bit more. Kind of not specifically set, like, because obviously I was quite focused on this whole icefall thing, and trying to think of if that's true, like how could we prove or disprove it and all that sort of stuff. And then I realized that's not what you guys are saying. And then now I'm just like, I guess thinking more about it. It's interesting. But
No, that's good, man.
yeah.
It's good that you're thinking about it, because that's really like what we're doing here is just sharing the information. I mean,
Yeah.
what you do with the information is completely up to you. You know, where you take the investigation from here on out is it's all yours, man. And your
Yeah, I appreciate
experience is
that.
yours. You own your experience. I mean, if you analyze your experience of physical reality and come to the conclusion that we're wrong and that we live on a spinning ball, so be it. You know, that's where it led you, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not like saying that everybody has their own truth or anything. There's no objective truth. There is objective truth. I'm just saying that people are going to differ on their standards and what conclusions they come to, right?
Yeah. No, I appreciate you taking the time to explain that, and thank you.
Yeah. The short answer is there is no outside perspective. There is no
Yeah.
knowing what it looks like. Yeah.
That makes it hard.
Beyond that which you can experience, right?
Yeah,
Beyond
that
that
makes
which
it
you can
hard.
experience with your own senses. It's
Yeah. I mean, like I'm like I think I don't know if it's you I spoke to yesterday. I think I spoke to a few people, but as currently, I'd say I am like a globe believer or whatever. But I'm not against having my mind changed about anything, and certainly until I see stuff, I can't definitely say, like, until I fly up there and, was to see, for example, that it was a globe or not, then I can't 100% say that it is or isn't because I can't fucking see it. So, yeah, I'm open to having my mind changed, but now I'm starting to, I guess, to look more at what I can see rather than what I can read in a book, and maybe that will lead me one way or the other. I don't know, but it's definitely interesting to look at.
appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. And like, if I had any advice to give Globers, it would be to like investigate, research what the globe is claimed to be. Look into it. Look at the claims. Look at what consequences would have to exist in nature if it was true. Look at what claims can be tested and measured by, like, independently by the average person, or what simply, and identify what it is that's being claimed that the average person could never possibly conceive of ever,
Yeah.
or dream of ever being able to prove. And also test some of the claims against logic. Does it follow logically? These sort
Well,
of
I don't
things.
think this is where I'm stuck, because I would say like I'm quite a I guess I don't know. You guys maybe would call it like a traditional science-based person. That's what I've always believed. That's how I was brought up, as I'm sure most of you probably were as well. And then so you look at these books and they have these numbers and everything for the rate of curvature of the Earth, and then you look across the English Channel, which I've been to and I've seen across, and I can see France right from there, which is what 21 miles away, I think. And then you work out, okay, like, well, it's supposed to be like, what is there, 200 feet of water between there, okay. And then they say, well, atmospheric refraction is like 16%. And I'm like, well, that's not how atmospheric refraction works, because it isn't a fixed number, because I know about obviously like weather and atmospheric conditions can change that. But everywhere I've sort of seen, or maybe I haven't looked enough, everywhere I've seen it seems to be just listed as this 16%, but doesn't seem to take into account atmospheric conditions. And I think that's a bit odd. I don't understand why it doesn't, I guess. And that's kind of where I'm a bit stuck at the moment in terms of it casting doubt into the globe system. And I think, like, from where my head is at the moment, it seems to me most likely that perhaps the radius or the curvature is not at the rate that they're saying it is at, in order for us to be able to see the things we can see from such distance. But then I suppose I can't prove any more than that right now with my current abilities to go out and look at stuff. So yeah, it's quite hard. But yeah, I'm definitely intrigued by it, which is cool.
Even academically, there's not a great deal has been done in as far as light propagation through the dynamic turbulent air that we live in.
Yeah.
Yeah, there has been some studies done. You know what? In recently modern times, right? So before before that, they had these models and values and predictions and all that, and then modern academic researchers went out into the field to test those and realized that none of the previous modeling was good enough, and so they'd have to fudge the numbers, rework it, and it has come to their attention that it's not as set in stone as what they thought it was, and it requires further research. And if anything, if Flat Earth does anything for academia, it should at least inspire them to want to investigate it even more, because I don't think that they're really aware just how often we see orders of magnitude further than would be allowed if the Earth was a sphere. They were thinking that these observations and tests that we do were anomalies, rare events, under really rare conditions, environmental weather conditions. But it turns out that's not the case. It is actually quite more common than what they suspected. They really need to understand that, and they really need to get back to the drawing board and either question the curvature rate of the Earth or question their understanding of light propagation in the air.
Yeah, I agree. I guess something that I'm quite interested in, which I haven't read about yet, but whenever I've experienced refraction in terms of light refraction in small scale stuff where we learned stuff about it at school, there's always sort of a level of distortion. And so if I know people in the flat Earth community have done these laser experiments. So if the Earth was curved at the rate that they say it is, I can't remember what the furthest one laser test has been, but I think it was what was it, 30 miles or something? It's quite a long way. If the Earth, the refraction was enough that it did cause the laser to bend that far, surely there'd be some sort of distortion or something. And if I'm able to see across the channel again, which I said I have done, so it's 21 miles, I can see France from England across there. I just think there'd be more, if it was due to refraction that I could see it, surely there'd be quite a high level of distortion there. But maybe I'm wrong about that. That's just where my head's at the moment, I suppose.
Right.
But yeah,
No,
I don't know.
You're onto something there. Yeah, that's been pointed out plenty of times. DJ's run into that. He says, from what he's looked into about it, that I often hear him say, if there was that much refraction, it would result in extreme distortion and destruction of information. Right. So it would look you'd see a lot of miraging, but it's quite difficult for them to explain when we have nice, clear, any long distance optics that's available to the general public at the moment, right? You zoom in 20 miles away, it's gonna be a bit blurry. It's not gonna be perfectly focused and super, detailed. But as far as miraging goes, we make many long distance observations where they're saying refraction is the reason why you're seeing that far, but it lacks that distortion and miraging effects.
To me, without looking into it, that seems like the most obvious hole in this whole in the this refraction thing is like, why is there not more distortion? If I can see France that's 20 miles away, I wouldn't know what my exact height was at the time. See, they were right. I was standing on whatever the cliff is, but it's not like crazy high. But just based on the distance itself, the curvature would mean the water would be higher than the France that I can see on the other side of it. So in order for to bend that much, surely there would be this high level of distortion. But from what I can see or what I have seen, it doesn't really look distorted at all. It looks fairly clear just with the naked eye. It just seems a bit odd to me, I guess. Yeah, but that's as far as I've got so far.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same thing with the Chicago skyline a few years back. So a viewer of of a TV show or a news broadcast sent in his images of the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan from 56 miles away or something, using his P900 camera or whatever it was he was using, and the weatherman, they featured it in their weather segment, but the weatherman made note to tell the audience what you shouldn't be seeing this, right? What you're actually seeing is a mirage, but it's like you don't see any miraging effects, like
No, exactly.
no mirroring and no crazy distortions and all that stuff.
Well, I was hoping. I was supposed to go to London on Thursday, and from quite a way out on the way to London, you can see some of the London skyline. So what I was going to do was mark on the map where I was when I could start to see it, and then see how much of the buildings I could see and work out the height, like the lowest height of the buildings I could see, and then just work out roughly, whether that made sense. But I didn't get to go in the end because it got cancelled. But I was really excited to do that, just to see kind of what that came back in, because I'd know roughly where I am, obviously what the height is, and then be able to work out the lowest floor of the building I could see, and try to work out where that was, and then work out the distance. I thought it'd be quite interesting, but I didn't get to do it, which was a shame. But I can't get around as much at the moment. I'm still fairly injured back, so I can't. Now I finally want to get out and start looking at this, not necessarily to disprove the globe theory, but just because I'm curious about it. And now I can't get out to go and view it, and it's so frustrating, because I don't want to rely on other people's pictures. I want to go and look and see what I can see and what I can calculate myself. And now I can't do it, and it's really frustrating. It's a shame, but I'll get there.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like I don't mean to insult anyone in here, but initially I was like, oh, you guys are crazy, you're listing all this stuff, and it's just stuff you've taken from the people on YouTube. And then I realized that's not really what's happening in here, and you guys are actually really fair and chilled and approachable, and because obviously I've been in here with the vegan guys, right, and they come in, and a lot of them are my friends, but they come in and they just treat it as though you guys are just looking at stuff that you've seen on other people's propaganda or something. But a lot of you guys have obviously been out there, or most of you have, and looked at stuff yourself and come back with questions about it, which I think is cool. So I don't, I can't dismiss what you've seen. I could potentially dismiss what you've seen on a YouTube channel, right? Because you could say, well, that was just AI or something. Can't dismiss what you guys have seen with your own eyes, and that's why I kind of want to go and sit with my own eyes and just ask questions, and then sit there and do the calculations and think that doesn't make sense. But yeah, it's certainly interesting. But yeah,
Drop that video clip in the side chat that Tita was referring to with respect to the Chicago skyline, in case you're interested in seeing it.
I am. I'll have a look.
And once and for all, refraction is not, it can't move objects, unfortunately.
Okay, I have one question. If Earth's flat, when ships go far away from you in distance, why they disappear in horizon? If Earth's flat, you can see always this ship.
Yo. People think I'm gaslighting. I'm not gaslighting. I'm talking real talk. The truth. Nothing but the truth. I'm gonna say less.
Someone has absolutely no audio etiquette whatsoever. Oh my.
That's just what I was thinking.
And to the guy that just asked about ships disappearing, I posted a GIF you should take a look at. Gotta scroll up a little bit. 3 or 4 minutes past the hour.
Oh yeah, we got impersonators in the BC right now.
Yo, lads.
Oh yeah, what's up, Kevin? How you doing, brother?
I am very well, thank you for asking. Yourself?
Doing well, brother. Thank you.
Bet.
But okay, I see a gift, but it's not too far.
What? It's not far.
It's not far.
Yeah,
It's
but here's the thing with the GIF that's posted.
5 miles is not too far. Not far.
Yeah, but here's the thing with what you should be looking at is the fact that you can't see the boat in the first frame, but by the to see the boat.
Oh, it's zoom. Look.
It's the
My
opposite
point.
of what you're claiming regarding you're assuming that there's a sphere involved, right? But it's to say that the ship is not disappearing past the quote unquote edge. It's actually just disappearing due to optical resolution, release criterion, if you will.
Okay. Not 5 miles to optical resolution. Need how much Earth? 600,000 miles. Yeah. Around world, globe, Earth. But look, if something 5,000 kilometers. Yeah, 5,000 kilometers. And we give you telescope. You didn't see this ship because Earth is globe. You understand this right now? What I say?
Well, yeah, but you have to realize that water seeks its level continuously. This boat itself is sailing away from you, and you know that the horizon line is where that boat is moving towards. As the boat sails away from you, it gets smaller and smaller, and when we know that the boat will eventually dissolve into the horizon line. But if we change our focal length, i.e. get a telescope, get a P900, something like that, that allows us to reduce our focal length, we bring the boat back into our view. Therefore, we remove the idea that this boat has disappeared behind some geometric edge, which would be synonymous with a globe claim.
Okay. When you climb a mountain same high like Burj Khalifa, and you have telescope to see Burj Khalifa from this mountain, and this far away from Burj Khalifa mountain, from far away from Burj Khalifa, 5,000 kilometer, you can't see Burj Khalifa. I think, but I don't know. But it's only way to check this Earth is flat or ball? Sphere.
So hold on a minute, just to Steelman your question. You're saying that you're going to change your elevation point by going higher up a mountain, and you're able to then see the Burj Khalifa off in the distance? Is this what you're trying to say?
Yeah, because you say about if we put ship far away from you and try to see this ship with telescope, but you say water is changing and can hide the ship from us. But if we
That's totally not what I said. That'd be a straw man in my position, but go ahead if you want.
Okay, I misunderstood you, but I try to explain you if you on same high with Burj Khalifa, most high tower in this on planet, yeah, built for humans. You can see from same high, you know. If nothing can
Let's try this. Have you ever, when was the last time you rode on a plane?
I
An
don't
airplane?
no, I never been on plane.
Disregard.
I mean, the short answer, man, you can't see forever. The sun's lighting up the atmosphere at a low angle like that. Things just it becomes opaque. You just becomes a limit to where you cannot see through the atmosphere anymore. They've even done experiments where they took a drone up off the ground several hundred feet to the point where you could just see the sun moving away from you, and the sun itself, even when it disappeared into the atmosphere, it's not even it is strong enough at a certain length to shine through the atmosphere and be able to see through it. So that's why you can't see Everest through however far away, just because the atmosphere eventually becomes where you can't see through it during the day.
But you can see stars through atmosphere when in nighttime.
Well, that's because the reason you can't see the atmosphere is because the light from the sun is lighting up the atmosphere, making it opaque. When the sun goes down, then it's not lighting up the atmosphere anymore. Much farther through it.
You say light from sun in atmosphere interfere to see something in far distance.
My GK circle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the light bounces off the particle, just makes it that beautiful blue color, and so that makes it opaque to a point where at a certain distance you just can't see through it. Like I said, they've done things where they showed the sun itself disappearing into that opaque atmosphere. There just becomes a point where you just can't see through that atmosphere. And yeah, you can see much farther on like a more clear day or a more breezy day where that atmosphere is getting blown around more, but you can also see farther at night. The one problem of seeing farther at night through said atmosphere is you don't have the light bouncing off of the objects to be able to see what you can really see that far away because it's not getting lit up because it's dark. But yeah, you can see farther at night, and that's the reason you can see the stars is because the light from the sun isn't blasting the atmosphere with all that occlusion and making it so you cannot see the stars. But as soon as it calms down a bit, then yeah, stars pop on through.
Okay, I agree with you. I check in ChatGPT. You're right. Sorry. But I have tried to understand this, like you and others. But I think atmosphere doesn't interfere so much to see something so far with telescope.
But I'm just saying it does. I mean, it's what we see. It's just there. I mean, I said different days and different light levels make it different, but I mean, it's just what we observe. It's just like I
We
said,
can,
fire days is a thing where you literally see the sun disappearing into the atmosphere. Like there comes a point where not even the sun can shine through it.
but in my case, you want to say we can't recognize this, yeah?
Hey, bro, I posted up a video of the sun disappearing above the horizon. If you want to take a look at it in the side chat.
If the Earth was flat, why is there gravity? I just have that one question.
What's wrong with things falling down?
What?
Gravity's entered the
So, bro,
chat.
so what's wrong with things falling down?
Yeah, because there's a law you can calculate the gravity. Like everything falls down with the same acceleration, and I couldn't make like a system in my head where the Earth is flat, and yeah, like it makes sense, you know?
Wait, so you're saying like gravity pulls everything towards the center?
Yeah,
Well, that would mean that the Earth is curved, right?
yeah.
So could you give us the measurements validating that curvature?
Like the direct measurements not, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Like,
if there's no validation of the curvature,
but
then how are
like
we supposed to know that gravity pulls everything towards the center when we see something fall down?
Yeah, Brother Latz, I was going to ask him for an example of something falling down that he could provide to us that we could observe and talk about, maybe.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, you can ask him whatever, dude.
Like, what do you
How would you
mean?
demonstrate gravity, brother?
How do you
What object you
demonstrate
want to
gravity?
drop? Watch it go boom.
You can drop like something in vacuum, and then you can see that it falls down with the same acceleration.
I'm just asking for one thing. Give me an item. Well, what is it? What are we going to drop? A basketball? We're going to drop a piece of
Yeah.
wood?
For example,
What
why
are we
not?
going to drop?
A basketball. Yeah, no, a basketball wouldn't be smart. Like like a feather.
Right
And
now.
yeah.
Now, your claim is that in air, right? Like I go maybe 50 feet to the top of a building, I drop the basketball, it goes down. You're saying that that's because of gravity, right?
Yeah, because
So you're saying gravity. You're saying that gravity is always present. It's always working, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, what happens when I immerse that basketball in a different medium?
Like, what do you like? It depends on the medium.
Okay. I asked you the question. Give me the example of the medium that is your rebuttal.
If you put it on water, for example, it will float.
Right. So all of a sudden, gravity got canceled out simply by you changing the medium that the basketball was immersed within, right?
Yeah.
So you're willing to bet the entire design of this place, all the stuff up in the sky and everything, upon this one thing, gravity, that shows up sometimes. All I have to do is manipulate the medium that the object is immersed within, and gravity fails out. Gravity sounds like a part-time parent, just shows up when it wants to.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you, like, you say that, but why wouldn't you think that there's a like the I don't know the English word for this. Wait a second. Like, why wouldn't you think that there's a balance in force, like the force of the I don't know how that force is called, but the gravity force cancels or balances itself out with the force that makes the ball float. Why wouldn't you think that?
Well, now you sound like you're white knighting for gravity. But I can take something as simple as a fork, a
Yeah, but
spoon, a piece of, hold on a minute. I can take something as simple as a fork, a spoon, a piece of cutlery from my kitchen, and I can drop it in the same vat of water, and I watch it go straight to the bottom of the
Yeah.
vat of water, maybe a pool. So
Yeah.
why is it that gravity is not working on the basketball, but it's working on the fork,
Yeah,
putting the fork to the bottom of the pool?
there's a model for explaining this, because like the density of the object dictates whether the thing will float or it will flow down.
Right, so you're going to appeal to the characteristic of the item, which is the density of the fork versus the density of the basketball, in order for you to continue to prop up your idea of gravity.
Yeah, but it's
But
just
why
a
not
model.
consider, sorry to be long on the point, last question, I'm going to mute up after. Last question to you is, why not consider the object itself and the fact that that object itself, the fork, the basketball, whatever it is you're studying, actually is independent to itself, i.e. it has its own density, it has its own quote unquote weight. I can check that weight by putting it on a scale. Why not consider the object itself as how that object interacts with what it's immersed within, versus saying there's some magical uniform force that's always constantly showing itself?
Because the model works.
Because it works. Again, basketball in the swimming pool, basketball at the top of a building. Two different behaviors for the same force you're claiming. Doesn't make the pass, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry.
because it's a different situation.
But you can make the weight change vector by changing the medium. You can hold the basketball up with the net and a spring scale, take its weight with the spring scale, and then drag it and the net underwater using the spring scale. And the spring scale will show more weight while it tries to return to the surface.
Wait a second. I didn't quite understand what you said there. You said something.
Do you know what a spring scale is?
A spring
It's got a
scale?
handle, it's got a spring, it has a hook. You hold the handle with your hand, put an
You mean-
object on the hook.
Wait a second. I think I know what you mean. Wait a second. I'll research it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, spring scale. We use this shit in aviation. You got to have a pull tension on some designs, and so you would hook the spring scale to the thing and pull it, and it will tell you either newtons or pounds, and you would pull until you get the required weight, or you pull until it moves, and if it requires more torque, more pull force for it to move the item, then you either need to loosen the hardware so that it can swivel more, or if it doesn't have enough pull strength, then you got to tighten the hardware. So the spring scale is giving you weight by holding the basketball and net with your hand, and the spring scale is telling you the weight of the basketball while it's suspended. Then you just take the spring scale and pull the basketball underwater, right? And then the spring scale will show you the weight of the basketball as it returns to the surface.
I wasn't able quite to follow you, but yeah. So yeah. The only thing I know is that the acceleration of everything is the same. In vacuum, it doesn't matter which object it is.
Well, in a vacuum, you've just changed the medium. You've got a different medium. That's all. Less substance, less pressure. Now the object can flow or sink or rise, right? All you did was change the medium again, which is different than us saying check the weight of the basketball in air, check the weight of the basketball in water.
Yeah, but there's no medium. In vacuum, there's no medium.
Yeah. You change the medium. So in the natural environment, it's going to be surrounded by air. You put it in a vacuum chamber, you've taken the medium away. You've changed the medium.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
then it falls down in the same acceleration for every single object.
Is it?
Yeah,
Every
but
single object,
how do you?
all of them fall at the same rate? Are
Yeah,
you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Well, I got proof that lithium falls slower than iron in a vacuum.
If you would really have proof for that, you would change everything. I can tell you that.
It would. Well, okay. Brahman drop tower. Is it Brahman?
Brahman? I mean, in
Is it?
Germany?
Yeah. Anyway,
I guess you mean I guess there's a vacuum tower there.
there is a big vacuum tower that's there. That's what I'm referring to. Getting the name so that I can find it in my. All right, drop test. That's what it's called. God damn it. What it's called. All right, send. It is on. It'll load eventually. But anyway, lithium on the far left. Turn that down. Iron second to the farthest right.
Where?
Not all objects fall at the same speed, and not all objects weigh the same weight in a vacuum. You can have a substance be lighter in air and then be heavier in your vacuum.
Yeah, but can you show this video?
It's loading, dude. I said this like twice now.
Because I know there's a video where like it seems like there's a different acceleration for the other objects, but there is no really acceleration in this. I know there's a video, and people claim that it's like proof for different accelerations, but you cannot see an acceleration in there.
There, loaded. Lithium on the left.
Yeah, but
as it's supposedly suspending above the floor of the container. The
Yeah.
container and all of the objects within it are actually falling.
Yeah, but
So
can you really
lithium,
prove? So is it, in your opinion, proof for different accelerations, or what is it proof for?
it is proof that not all objects fall at the same speed in a vacuum.
So and then the
They
conclusion
studied
is
it extensively.
then the conclusion would be not every single object has the same acceleration, right? In vacuum.
However you want to word it.
So you
Word it however you want, and then support it with whatever evidence you want. The fact of the matter is, lithium does not fall at the same speed as iron in a vacuum. That's at least one black swan showing that not all swans are white.
Yeah, but
not all objects fall at the same rate in a vacuum.
But like classic physics could also explain this, because maybe the object just went into the like it's a capsule and went into the capsule and it deformed the capsule and then it was propelled upwards and then then this happened.
Wait, so as the container full of objects is falling, one of the objects inside the container is propelled up?
Yeah, because it deformed the capsule.
Okay, so in the example that I gave, can you please show me lithium being propelled up?
Propelled up? You mean like it has
Whatever
different
form of propulsion that you want to suppose is happening for lithium to not be as falling as fast as iron. Whatever you want. And then I need to know how you know that that is the case.
It has a different it has a different speed, and this can be explained by it deforming the capsule and then it being it having a different speed.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not falling at the same rate as the rest.
Yeah.
How? Why?
Yeah, because it deformed the capsule, which it
How did it deform the capsule?
because it went into the capsule, and the capsule has an elastic deformation. It's elastic, and then it is propelled upwards. Like, you could explain this in
Okay.
in basic physics.
So the lithium is sitting on the floor of the container, right? It's deformed the shape of the container that it's resting on. They vacuum seal the container, and
but
then they drop the object, and then the plastic releases the force that was deformed by the lithium,
Yeah, maybe.
causing the lithium to come up and
Yeah,
not
maybe.
fall as fast as the rest.
Yeah, maybe. Like, you could,
Maybe.
yeah, you could also
That's
explain
just
with
a
classic physics, but this is
hypothetical,
not proof.
man. How are
Like,
you going to prove and show that that is the case? And it's not just some possible thing that could be happening. It could be the case that there's an invisible gnome in there, and he's using the lithium as a weight set, and he's doing some curls.
Yeah, but that's
And then once the container hits the bottom, he has to jump so he doesn't hurt his legs. That's why all of them then fling as the container hits the
Yeah, but
floor of the vacuum tower.
there's no proof for GNOME even existing. But we
Yeah,
have
there's
models.
no proof that the plastic is deforming because of the lithium and causing it to yeet into the air as it falls.
It would be an explanation for this, you know.
Yeah,
And
go with the
yeah,
gnome. The gnome would
I'm
be just
saying,
as good an explanation.
I'm not even saying that your claims are false. I'm just saying that it needs further investigation, and it could be explained with classic physics, you know. And so, yeah, it's not proof for anything. You would have to do many different experiments where you take the variables which might cause this, and then you can say, "Oh, I cannot see any proof of it being deforming the floor." You know what I just said, and yeah.
Okay, so everything's falling at the same rate. It doesn't appear to be that way. It's obviously not that way, but trust me, bro, it is that way. That's what I'm hearing.
But what you should hear is not that's what you should hear, but you should hear there could be there is an explanation for this, and you need further investigation to prove your claim, because it's not enough. You know, you just have one experiment where you see this might be explained with classic physics, so it's just not proof for anything. Like, this is not how you would prove that. You know, that's not how you would prove something like that.
That's why they say that they don't know what gravity is.
Who says that?
Everybody.
The experts. The experts.
Yeah, they say that, but we can describe gravitation very good, and that's enough. You don't need Einstein for that. You don't need Einstein.
Well, the gnome theory of gravity says that the lithium was lifted by a gnome, and objects stay on the ground because gnomes riding unicorns lassos every object and holds them down to the ground. And so when you jump, you actually get pulled back down by a gnome. And we can calculate it, we can describe it with math, and it works. It happens every time.
Yeah, then that's all we need. We don't need anything else. Like, if a gnome is enough of an explanation to explain everything on Earth, then let's take this gnome, because that's very smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but
I mean,
gnome doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but electrostasis does, and it's, you know, way stronger than gravity. It actually makes rational sense as to what's going on here. So, I mean, gravity is, you just said, is an unknown, while electrostasis is measurable, provable, repeatable in real life. You know, scientific explanation for it all. But
Well, not really. Not at all, actually. Electrostatics has nothing to do with the phenomena too.
the gravitational phenomenon. What are you referring to? I may have missed that.
There is no gravitational phenomena. There is no electrostatics phenomena that we're looking at. We're just looking at things going up and down depending on their medium.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, okay. You're talking about the density. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's all we observe is a relationship between the object and the density. It still wouldn't actually even give us a cause. We just observe, depending on the medium, what the object will do and the relative density of the two. I'm not sure I could call that a cause. Now, the thing that gets rid of the idea of any kind of force or gravitation or whatever is the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. So there is no exclusive downward bias for matter.
That's a really good point, brother. I never even thought about that. Well done, says he was always.
Yeah, much thanks. Like I said, I mean, I don't know if I discovered or thought about anything. All I know is that we observe things. The cause is kind of elusive, you know, like let's take the piece of wood, which is my favorite, right? So in air, wood is more dense than the air, so it goes down. In water, the wood is less dense than the water, so it will go up. It will float and maintain its equilibrium at the top. So what is the cause? Density is not a cause. Density is a description, you know. So we don't have to worry about gravity or anything like that.
Well, I'm not like I mean I'm on your team and everything. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of this new stuff on electrostasis and like for the guys at MIT, for instance, if you took a triangle of aluminum foil, a thick triangle made of aluminum foil, and it's denser in the air, so they set it on the table, and it of course laid down the table like it would because it's denser than the air. And so then they hooked up I can't remember what kind of thing it is. It hooked up a little electrical machine that hit the piece of aluminum foil with a negative static charge, and it jumped up off the table and floated in midair. So, I mean, what's that? It's the negative charge being put into something that's sitting on
You
negative
can
charge and
also
repelling it, defying quote unquote gravity. I'm just saying it's been proven much more to be measurable. I think we just need some more info on that. But I
yeah.
mean, it's not like it is there.
Well,
You can
hold on a
also
second.
use
When have you
sound.
seen?
You can also
Well,
you can also use sound to make objects levitate, but that doesn't mean that sound is the cause of everything falling down or rising up based on its medium relationship.
see, they would be proving something. Here's the magic trick when it comes to like the ether and the electrostatics and stuff that I think a lot of flat earthers have got hoodwinked into. And I'm not coming down on you. I'm just trying to help you out. They have the same problem that the gravity has, which is I don't actually see pieces of aluminum foil hovering anywhere. So they're hooking up a machine and creating a charge, right? So this is essentially electromagnetic and making it move. Well, that's fine. We do observe electromagnetic forces or fields or whatever you want to call it doing things, right? But that's energy. So we're putting energy into the system, but we're not recreating the ultimate phenomena that we're looking for. Most people are pointing to this idea that things go down, right? Well, a lot of stuff does go down in air because we live in air, you know. But if we were fish and we lived in the ocean, we'd be seeing shit go up all the time. And we'd be like, yeah, it's gravity. Gravity's the thing that makes stuff go up because we're fish and we figured it out. So just seeing something happening is the observation. All right, in air, most things that are denser than the air go down. We see that. But also the air is moving freely and randomly in all directions, so it's not going down. The clouds, they're kind of maintaining their altitude. We've got all these things that are exceptions to this quote unquote rule. So what would be my cause for the solid objects in the less dense medium going down? I actually don't know. That's the funny thing. I don't know why things that are heavier than air or more dense than air go down. In the same way, I don't know why things that are less dense than water go up. I just observe it. I mean, my personal opinion is this is pretty much a law of nature. Back in the old days, they used to use this term, the laws of gravity, or the law of gravity, right? It's something that cannot be overridden. You can't change it. Like the heavy stuff goes downward. That's why gravity came from the word gravitas, which just means weight. So it's this thing that always happens. The heavy stuff goes down, the light stuff goes up. And in a vacuum, everything apparently goes down, except for the air. There's still a few air molecules in there that are just going all over the place.
Guys, you know, right now, like NASA sent the mission to the astronaut to go to the moon, and they send the pictures. Earth is round. Earth's not flat.
Yo, I got a bridge I'd like to sell you.
What?
I said I got a bridge I'd like to sell you. Amen.
You know, in Artemis 2, astronauts send the pictures of Earth.
They're
NASA sent
images,
the
not
mission.
pictures. Images,
It,
not
it only
pictures.
makes
They're
sense to
not
use that.
pictures.
It only makes sense
That's
to
what
use that turn of
images.
phrase when you're talking to somebody who knows the turn of phrase.
There is
Like
a
you're talking to
video when
someone.
they arrive on Earth yesterday, bro. You don't see in the news?
Maze, we grew up with imagery from space. If it didn't
Bro,
convince us then, if we're not convinced by it before, why would we be convinced of it now?
bro, that's your problem. Like when you see the truth, you said, no, we don't believe in truth. It's a
How do
fake.
you know it's the truth? How is it the truth? How is it the truth?
Because I put this image in ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said it's a real image.
ChatGPT is the arbiter of truth now. Is that our oracle? Is that
No,
who we go to get our truth?
I mean AI confirmed this picture is real Earth from the real.
Confirmed it how? Confirmed it how? How did it?
Confirming about his knowledge of AI.
Yeah. How? What knowledge? How? What did it do
Knowledge of
to
the
confirm
computer.
that it's real?
Electronics.
Knowledge of the computer? You're not making any sense. Knowledge of what computer?
Quantum. No, I mean Python.
Yeah, how does
Sorry,
that
my
tell you
English
that
is
how
my
does it
English
tell
is
you that
bad.
the
Sorry.
image is real? How does it tell you the image is real? Is this mic okay, by the way?
Yeah, you're coming through crispy, brother.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Bottom line, pictures from space don't pass the veracity test. Not around here, brother.
Plus, they're not
What
even
would
pictures; they're
be
images,
true if it
composites. So
was true? What would actually make it true is if the Earth measured to have the curvature rate that would be required on the circumference that's necessary for the radius to be true, right? We have a radius value, it's been given to us. They're claiming that they're orbiting around that radius value. Now we need to go out in the real world and measure the curvature to verify that radius value to be true. Then the photo would be true. Even if they wanted to make fake imagery of outer space, if the Earth measured to have that radius value, then it would be true. It's like I could give you an AI generated picture of a horse. Horses exist. Everybody's experienced them at least once in their life. Unfortunately, not everyone has, but even if the horse was AI generated and it looked like an actual horse, horses would still be true, even if that picture was generated. So you bring a picture from space, the only thing I'm going to ask is, well, it's showing me a sphere. Can you verify the sphere to be true? I can verify an oblate sphere. It'll have a 1.5 million mile radius in one space, 366,000 mile radius in another space, 127,000 mile radius in another area, 264,000 miles in another area. I can make an oblate sphere, or I can make a logical conclusion and say that I'm not looking at a sphere, I'm looking over a flat surface, and my limitation of vision is due to something not the ground, like weather, air consistency, light consistency, resolution limit of my eye or the viewing limit. That would limit on how far I could see.
Quick question, actually. Does anybody know who supplied the radius value of the globe? Like, who came up with the number? 39 and 59 from the magical epicenter out to the crust.
Nobody. What you get is, well, so and so did this, and he came close, and somebody else did that, and they became close. But they're off by a little bit. This is what it actually is. And like, I know a handful of flat earthers have went and dug down the math rabbit hole and was like, hey, it is probably more likely that they took the limitations of the human eye and then constructed it behind that, right? Like for the distance to the horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, the equation for that is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height. That 1.2 is also close to the limitation limits of the human eye, according to Rayleigh, right? The Rayleigh criterion.
So Jimmy, just to confirm this, they constructed the globe based upon the human eye's observation distance to the horizon line. Is that correct?
Well, if boats disappear bottom up because things merge into the horizon, which would be made by the human eye, which would be based on a resolution limit, then yes, they could conclude, hey, I'm on a sphere. And then they could look at the sky and watch the sky move, make certain patterns, and say, hey, that parabola might actually just be an ellipse around a circle because the sky looks like an arch above my head. So that arch must be a sphere. So now you got the celestial sphere, and people concluding that, well, the boats are going down a ball because they're going into the horizon, which is possible on a sphere. And then they just construct math off of that. I know that Yoder, he has extensively dug into the process of taking horizontal Earth measurements and then comparing it to the sky and then filling in the gaps of uncertainty or error with gravity, which is where you get the idea that plumb bobs aren't actually straight lines. They conform perfectly to the vertical direction of gravity. So a plumb bob could actually be tilted off to one direction, but it's just for the purpose of making the observation match the globe model, whichever model that you're wanting to reference.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. That's why Heretic was always like, are plumb bob straight lines? And then you get people just fucking spiraling. Yes, plumb bob is a straight line. No, it's not. Not according to gravity.
Sorry, Spheroid, you can't get past level and plumb. Oops.
Okay. One question. Why in different places we have day and night in one time? When Earth is flat, we all should see sun or night sky and have one time zone. I want to hear your explanation and what you say about it.
But why are you saying we should? Why are you saying that's what should happen?
Earth is flat.
Yeah, and why does that
And
mean constant daylight? Why would that mean constant daylight?
we have when we have sun on sky and Earth is flat, we get sunlight, you and me, in different places on flat Earth in one time, not different time. Why explain me why different time?
No, I'm just wondering why you think that shouldn't be the case. Why do you think that wouldn't be the case?
But it isn't explanation.
No, I'm asking you why you would even think that it shouldn't be like that if it's flat. Why shouldn't it be like that if it's flat? Why?
I don't have explanation of it. If on flat Earth we can have different time zone. You have night sky.
Yes,
You have night. I have Sunday.
Yes.
But
yes.
How?
Because there's no light where you are. The sun's not there.
There's something called light attenuation. Light can only reach so far through a medium.
Yeah, haven't you ever seen like a light that's only lighting up a small area and everywhere around it is still dark?
But sun is huge, you know.
How do you know that?
I see the problem.
How do you know that? Yeah, he's making assumptions about what the light is, or what the sun is.
Yeah, and he's assuming that that there's a Pizza Planet space frisbee inside of a heliocentric model. Nobody's claiming that.
Okay. You think is sun is just flashlight and can flash only a small area?
Don't you straw man him.
The Earth is obviously flat. Right? Therefore, because there's day and night, the sun's range is limited. It does not have the ability to illuminate the entire surface that we know exists. So the sun moves just as you observe it too. And the area that it's above, it's illuminating. And the area it's not above, it's not illuminating. Or it's illuminating less.
What do you
You
mean?
notice how
Not illuminating.
it's not lighting it up. It can't reach everywhere. The light from the sun can't reach everywhere.
How did you know? How did you know?
Because I know that the Earth is flat, and I know that we have day and night. I know that the Earth is flat. I know that we have day and night. And if the sun is, listen. Yes, I am just saying. This doesn't even need an explanation for us to know that the Earth is flat, right? But because we know the Earth is flat, independently of what the sun does, right? We can therefore conclude that whatever the sun is, its light has a limited range.
Okay, but somebody else can say, I write what I say. I write in my opinion, and everybody can say.
You'd have to ask me how I know.
How you know?
Because it's the way it's what we observe, and it's how we measure the Earth, and it's how we use the Earth. Our entire experience of our entire physical experience of the surface that we live on is of it being planar.
I can say also I observe a Minecraft world.
But you don't.
Cubic
You don't.
world.
You don't.
Earth is cube.
No, you don't.
Sun
You
is
do
cube.
not. Hey, bro. No. You don't, though. Nobody does. Nobody observes that. Now, are you confusing flat for a shape? Because flat is not a shape. Flat is a surface description. It's a property, a quality of a surface.
Okay, surface description? What?
Yes, it's a surface quality. So it's flat. It's not curving. Now it's bumpy. It's got some bumps and divots in it, right? But the water is generally flat, horizontal. So it's all stretched out horizontally, not curving around to form a ball that we know of, because everywhere we measure, it's flat. I mean, that's how we measure elevation change across the surface of the Earth, is with respect to it being horizontal. A zero baseline, horizontal, zero elevation, and then we go, what part of the land is above or below that zero line? And we go, right, that's got an elevation of 5 feet. This has a depression of 10 feet here, right? And then when they want to even it out, like for construction purposes, they fill in the holes or they get rid of the bumps.
That's called
to even
backfilling.
level it out.
Sorry. That's called backfilling. Well done, T-Dub.
It is just how people measure the Earth. Flat.
But you small species, like human, you small species can't measure this huge planet, universe. Just
how do you know it's a planet? How do you know it's a planet?
Flat Earth, I can whatever I want. Flat Earth is a planet.
How do you know it's a planet? What makes it?
I have my
what
own
makes
science.
it a planet? What makes it a planet?
Just people called it. Give name, like your mother to you.
Right. Well, it's not really a planet. Planets are in the sky. Planets are lights in the sky that tend to move a little differently to the other stars. They have a retrograde motion, not a continuous left to right motion, or right to left motion, or east to west motion.
Okay,
it's uniform.
If you think Earth is flat, but Sun is sphere. Or
No,
what?
I don't think we're out in. I don't think that we're in outer space. I'm not saying the Earth is a thing and it's in outer space, and there's the Earth there and it's surrounded by space, and then there's the Sun. It's sitting there and it's surrounded by space.
You wanna say Earth and it's only thing materialistic in this universe, and Earth is just universe, yeah.
That we have direct contact and experience with, the things in the sky, in the sky,
and Sun just it's light, nothing.
We see it. We see the Sun. We see a light in the sky that we identify as the Sun. Yeah, that's right. Seems to be a nice source of light and heat. Generates heat and light. So that's good for that. I don't know what else it is beyond that. It moves across the sky every day. That's all I can tell you about it.
Okay, but what's moon?
It's a light that appears in the sky as well. I've seen it both in the day and at night. At night, it's very bright, especially when it's full. You can read from the light of a full moon. It also moves across the sky from east to west.
But why moon have different shapes?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think Earth is sphere, and when Sun on other side and Moon on other side, it's eclipse for Moon.
What made you think that?
Because Earth middle.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I think I learn obviously. Government learn us.
Someone told you that, right? Someone told you that.
Told me. Yeah.
So how do they know that? How do they know that?
I think they learn more than me. Teach and learn and observation.
Yeah, but there's got to be a reason that they're telling you. They can't be just no reason, and they're smart and they know more than me. There must be a reason that they think that's true. I mean, if they're expecting the whole world to believe that that's true, then they better have a damn good reason for it, right?
I also can say all it's matrix, but we can say whatever we want, but it's
no.
Really,
I'm asking for the empirical evidence. I'm not asking. I'm just asking what makes them think that they know what's happening with an eclipse in order to be able to impart that information to you as a child in an education institution. So that you come in here and tell people that that's true, not knowing why or what makes it true.
I don't tell that. I just make conversation with you, and what I know, I don't say it's right, opposite to you, but I say what I know, and it's all.
You're saying what you've been told. Same. I was told the same things. Yeah, and recently, years I've learned to question it, doubt things, and ask, where's the evidence? What is the evidence? Why are you saying this thing is true? And then when you investigate that, they don't have a reason why it's true.
I hear when you have conversation about gravity, it's fact on facts and different opinion, different option, different view on this topic, but always can say both sides always can say far and far away about this topic, because I don't know.
No, there's no both sides. There's people that are going out and looking at physical reality, observing and testing and measuring and drawing conclusions based on that. And then there's people out there that are basing their conclusion on something that they were told that they don't understand and can't reason out why they think it's true.
You're right, but okay, do you have conversation with scientists?
Yes, we have. Yeah. There's regular ones that claim to have, degrees in physics and astronomy, etc., that come in here quite regularly and talk to us.
And how conversation end?
With them not being able to demonstrate their claims.
Repeat, please.
It ends with them, the so-called scientists, not being able to demonstrate what they claim. They can't prove what they say.
But how do they calculate where moon will be or this space station will be? Is it also like a lie or something? Or like if I buy a telescope and I do the calculations, isn't it evidence if I see it?
No.
Because calculations are not measurements. They're mutually exclusive, even. You can have a measurement without having to perform any form of calculation. And you can make up calculations without doing any actual measurements. But we're talking about measurements, not calculations. And the Earth measures to be flat.
No, I'm not talking about the Earth. Like, let's say I have a telescope
No,
and I
I
look
am.
to the sky.
Well, bro, the ground's not in the sky. So no matter what's happening up in the sky, it's happening over a horizontal baseline. You can give us a story about whatever's happening in the sky. Cool story, bro. But the Earth is still, at the end of the day, the Earth is still flat. It measures to be flat.
Okay, I don't say anything against Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I'm talking
That's
about.
what we're looking for. Do you have measurements for curvature, dude?
I like how you end your sentence with Earth is flat. I like it.
It's
Things
Because
in-
it is. What?
lights in the sky tend to move in predictable patterns. There's anomalies that people call things like shooting stars or even UFOs, right? But most of the things in the sky that we see on a regular basis, nightly, they move in a predictable, repeatable pattern. That's how you're able to tell where things are going to be in the sky at a certain time, at a certain place, because they move in a pattern. Not because they've come to that realization because they think the Earth is a ball and it's spinning around the sun in space. No, that's not why. That's not how they predict the positions of stars.
What do you guys think about these space missions? Like, they get into the rocket and head up to the sky. Where do they go?
Well, typically the rocket's always. Now I have seen a rocket Cape Canaveral, so they take an arced path and they head east basically every time. So what happens to the rocket after it goes out of view? I have no idea. I can tell you this though: they are not going into a space vacuum. That would not be a possibility.
Okay, similar example. What about stars on the sky? Why on different place? Okay, Earth is flat, but in Ukraine I see one star. On Australia, you didn't see.
He already
star.
told you what happens in the sky doesn't matter. If Earth's confirmed to be stationary and planar, that's what it is. So, do you have any evidence of curvature of the globe? That's it. If there is no curvature, welcome to flat Earth, and we can move forward.
I just human being. I don't have resources for this to prove this. How I only one man on human being prove you this? But we have scientists. Yeah, it's maybe
You have
government.
faith, right? They're kind of like your preachers in a way, right? Like you just have faith. You have faith in the scientists. You don't know what they did. You don't know how they did it, but you have faith that you could just trust in them and trust that they worked it all out.
Okay,
and you don't have to ever think about it.
Okay, but all you.
There's a.
So, do you want to mute yourself, or should we just ban you?
Lira.
Okay. You say I trust to scientists with no evidence. Okay, but you all what you use, Discord, PC, phones, it's all about scientists. And these people make this because they smarter than me.
Right, but nobody that made a phone is going out and checking for the Earth curvature. Right, that's not part of building a phone. Is to make sure the Earth's a globe.
Okay,
that's a different thing.
You believe in
that's engineering. That's engineering, by the way.
Engineering, but engineering, it's not measuring.
Yeah,
well, they can
they're
measure, but they're not measuring the Earth.
Yeah, you can build a phone on a flat Earth.
I like it. Flat Earth. Every sentence ends like flat Earth.
Yeah.
Well, ultimately, Mayday, that's kind of the topic of the VC, you know. So
Yeah.
when we're talking about this subject, we're talking about what we can measure and prove, right? Now, if you're going to ask us about the stars, I'm going to tell you that the star field has a cycle to it that repeats every year, and it's been this way since we've been, observing the stars. The sun has a pattern. It also does the same thing every year. The moon has a pattern. It does the same thing every year. So it's not a matter of us being able to predict anything. It's more a matter of us recognizing the pattern in the cycles. And then that's how they can quote unquote predict it, is because it does it the same way every year, with a few exceptions. But that's what we can observe. I can't give you a cause for it. You can ask me, why do I see different stars in different places? Well, that's just how the star field moves. That's where it is over your area that time of year. And in another time of the year, there will be a different star pattern. And in my area, there will be a different star pattern. It's a moving star field. And to hopefully put like the luminaries questions to bed, we can't tell you what they are other than they are lights in the sky and they do what they do. We don't know how they do it, but that's what we observe. And anybody that would tell you otherwise would have to prove it, right? If they're going to tell us that the sun is this certain thing and it's this certain size and certain distance, they're going to have to tell us where they got all that information. And I can
Okay.
tell you that all that information is based on the Earth being a sphere. But now, since the Earth is not a sphere, that entire idea goes down the drain.
Okay. Okay. Do you know how to work GPS?
GPS,
Yeah.
Ground
yeah,
positioning system.
it's a ground positioning system. It sends pings through towers to trilaterate your location.
Not only through towers. It's about mathematics and math.
That's not a
Yeah,
force
mostly
field.
math. It's about time, right?
About time, and
Yeah.
in some ways, it's okay. I need find the word.
Mayday, you
It's
trying to say three different signal senders?
it depends from sphere. It's mass, but based on sphere, Earth sphere.
Yeah, they can create whatever kind of coordinate system that they like. However, the system does not depend on the Earth being a sphere. They can go ahead and display for you where your position would be on a sphere if that's the coordinate system that they choose. They could also make it, I like Yoder's example. It could be a dinosaur chicken nugget, and they could still get your position on the dinosaur chicken nugget if that is the coordinate system that they use.
I have another question.
Okay.
Let's say Mayday is living in California and he went to the plane and he flied. So the plane goes to the east side. He has a compass. It shows east. And he flies to the east. And I personally live in Istanbul. For me to go to Tokyo, I get a plane and then I fly to the east as well. Sorry, in the beginning he flies to the west. So both of us goes to the different directions, but we end up in the same place. How this is possible?
You both going to the same airport?
No. I live in Turkey. I am in a different country.
Soot, we get it.
And
We get
yeah.
it. Listen. East and west are
Yes.
circles. They're circles. They're cardinal directions which make circles around a pole. So that would work on a globe, or it would work on a flat surface, just the same.
But I mean, like, I have a campus on my hand. When
Yeah, I understand.
If you want to go east or west around that, okay, let's say you have a magnet in your hand, and you want to go east, then you go in a circle around the magnet. That's east.
Okay. I have a question. When humans, mankind, have this much technology, planes, trains, cars, boats, ships, why we don't? If flat Earth is flat, why we don't reach edge of our planet? Earth flat. I don't know.
It's not. It's not a
Well,
planet.
Okay. Why we don't reach?
Go ahead, says you.
Everything have ends, yeah.
Wait.
Okay. So
And
here's the
what-
thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Which direction do you think we should go to find the limit of Earth?
I don't know. You say Earth is flat. I don't
Yes.
say.
That's a description of the surface. Okay.
Okay.
I can't tell you where the edge or the limit of the realm would be. I wouldn't know which direction to go. So I've been waiting for a long time to tell me which direction I should go to find the edge.
Why don't just go? Okay. If I have a question. Why if Earth is flat, this is circle or just straight line 1 mile kilometer?
I guess I don't understand that question. Anybody else
again
know what he's talking about?
If Earth is not sphere but flat, it's circle.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a circle.
But where's the edge? Why people who tell Earth is flat don't reach the edge of Earth?
Why don't you reach the edge of the universe?
But you okay, guys? You say only about observation and measure.
Yes.
If you can, why you say about universe? Earth is universe because you can only observe Earth.
Right. So here's the thing. I know the question that you're asking, and it's a question. If the Earth is flat, you're going to assume that it has some kind of limit. I would agree. However, I don't know which direction to go to find the limit. Also, I don't have the means. And I don't know how much fuel I'll need and how much food I'll need, all that stuff. Say, if we were in a boat, you still need fuel. If you're in a plane, you still need fuel, right? So whatever direction that we go, we're going to be crossing water, and maybe once we end up on some kind of land that we've never seen before. Now, I'm going to either have to walk or take a car or whatever, and I still need fuel to get to where I'm trying to go, wherever that is, however far away that is. So it's not just as simple as like get in a car or a plane or a boat and then just go find the edge. It's not that simple.
Okay. But most human on this planet, and back times and real time and present, just traveling, make they work, but they don't reach edge. They just continue about what we know right now. All the
How would you know when you've
continent-
reached it?
All okay.
Yeah. Ultimately, most people kind of stay where civilization is, There's a few people that like to go out in the middle of nowhere with, nobody else around, and they can survive. But typically, people like to stay near where other people are and where the resources are. That's how people travel. There was a huge amount of money and a huge amount of military equipment used to explore Antarctica maybe 70 years ago, 80 years ago. It was called Project High Jump. The amount of manpower, machinery, fuel, everything that they needed to go to Antarctica and sort of look around was immense, right? And there's very little information about what they ultimately found down there. There's some rumors by a guy named Admiral Byrd about what he thought was down there. But ultimately, it's just not as simple as going in one direction and seeing if run into something or find the limit. It's just not that simple.
Do you think collectively we know every inch of the surface of the Earth? What's the guy's name?
Mayday.
We're talking to.
Yeah, repeat,
Mayday.
please.
Do you think that collectively, like as a whole, the human species is aware of every inch of the surface of the Earth? Like
No.
that?
No. It's
No,
obviously no.
So there's places unexplored and unknown on the surface.
Mayday, why do you say no?
There's areas of the Earth that people are unaware of, right?
Yeah.
That has not been explored. We don't know what's there. Nobody's been there, right? That we know of.
Can't we see
There's
it from
unknown
Google
areas.
Earth?
Or do we? So we have collectively, we do know. We have surveyed every inch of the Earth's surface. There isn't any unknown spots we're going to discover later. It's all known. Is it?
But not too much, seriously.
Right. And the areas that we like to hang out in are the ones with the most resources, just for convenience sake, because that's how mankind lives on the Earth. He likes to stay where it's, relatively warm and where he has food and shelter and stuff like that, and the weather's not too rough. There are places on the Earth that the elements are just too severe and people don't stay there. Parts of Canada, really cold, really wet all the time, nobody lives there. Parts of South America, very cold and wet. They don't like to stay there. So people like it where the weather's nice and where they have lots of. That's just what we do. Now, you might be interested to know that if you looked at some maps maybe that are 500 years old, there's land in the north, the extreme north. Now, on the maps today, that land is not there. I find that to be very curious.
Because of flood, no?
No, the water levels, as far as we know, have not changed.
Because they were speculating?
Well, I guess if
About
you want to
flood?
speculate about land that wasn't that, if people wanted to make a map and speculate about mapping, not speculating.
Okay, so cartographers of the past never speculated?
Well, I guess you'd have to prove to us that they did.
You mean everybody
Mercator?
America was India before, the 1700s?
Mercator was just making shit up on paper. Some of it true, some of it not. I mean, we use a map today that has his name labeled on it. So he was right about some stuff and just bullshitting about the rest.
I didn't say bullshitting. I said speculating. Bullshitting.
Yeah, that'd be bullshitting.
No.
Yeah,
Bullshitting
that'd be
is
presenting to the world a representation of Earth on a two-dimensional, in a two-dimensional aspect.
If
that
I'm bullshitting with you,
bullshit.
I'm making things up, but that's not what speculation is. Speculation doesn't mean making things up.
Yes.
Okay,
when you present it to the Earth as a representation of reality, it's bullshitting.
Guys.
Speculating.
I have opinion about.
No, it's not speculation in the form of a map, bro. It's. He's saying
okay, buddy.
this is he's saying, well, isn't it, are maps generated to depict what Earth may look like? Are they generated to give a representation of the surface?
Why don't you ask me questions when you know what words?
Yes is the answer. That's why maps are generated.
Guys,
To help people get around. He was helping people get around something that doesn't exist? That seems a bit strange to me. Because it's right next to known land masses that we still accept as being real today. But right smack bang in the middle of it, right, there used to be these islands depicted. Now there's nothing there. So did they disappear? Did they get covered over with water? Was Mercator just bullshitting? Where does it say on his map, hey guys, I'm not sure if this is true. I heard it on the grapevine, so I drew it on my map.
But you know, most people are liars. It can be. It's first. And don't forget about volcanoes, earthquakes.
Like NASA?
What?
You're telling us that there must have been an earthquake that was so great that entire land masses fell into the. Okay.
Maybe I don't know.
Well, right, but that's the thing. It's like, if you think that's possible, what would be the evidence for it?
Just possible.
Yeah, possibilities don't mean truth or fact or reality. That's just something that you conjured up in your head.
We don't know. We don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the land that was, like mapped in the north, and then now all of a sudden it's not on the maps. Now, does that mean that the land is even gone, or is it just removed from the maps? That would be the other question.
Yeah, I don't have evidence, but I think it's possible in some ways. I look, if we have some ground on old maps in real time, we don't have these ground places. I think how it can works, yeah, and I have conclusions to volcano, earthquake, flood, and something real to maybe happened in back days.
Well, what would be really cool is if somebody could go to the far north and see if there's land there. Then we wouldn't have to worry about volcanoes or whatever. Earthquakes, floods.
You saying about Antarctica?
No, I'm talking about the Arctic, the north.
North. Okay. North, south, north. Okay.
When I was a kid, they on the globes and on the maps they depicted it as a big ice shelf. They don't even do that anymore. It doesn't seem to be depicted as a huge ice shelf.
Yeah, it was like this giant glacier thing up there or something. On Google Earth today, it's just blue water.
In one sense, Floundering is kind of right about speculating. Right, the whole lot is speculation. Maps are not accurate depictions of reality. They're not the ground.
What
They're
should
not
I
the
write in
surface.
my journal?
Yeah, ultimately
So
they're
there is no.
reifications.
Yeah, yeah. But they have they serve their purpose, and they can be helpful, useful, navigation and other things. But yeah, it's not necessarily. It's just the people making those maps are saying, to the best of my ability, I'm trying to represent the Earth in this aspect, right? Doesn't mean that
Yeah.
they're correct.
I mean, I suppose, you know, if a cartographer who was very well funded and relied upon to accurately give the size or the relationship of the land masses to each other, and you know the distance, the scale across the ocean, all that stuff, and they put everything that they possibly could have discovered or known about or you know set their eyes upon or measured was put on that paper, then I'm going to go ahead and assume that they were being forthright. Now, if somebody is saying when they made these maps, like Mercator, just started making up land masses, I'm like, wow, how ridiculously irresponsible Mercator must have been. The problem is if he's going to say that people speculated and just made it up, I would kind of need the evidence for that. But in the same way, I would also need the evidence for the land in the. I'm just saying it's curious. I didn't even say there was land in. I just think it's interesting that there was land on those maps, and now there's.
It is. Yeah, it is very interesting. It's also interesting that Google Earth has a strip, a very thin
Yeah.
strip. If you zoom in, where you can, it looks like land and snow.
Right. I've seen that strip, that little line. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's just you know, it's an anomaly. Just it's a you know, it's a production anomaly. Yeah, there's nothing there, nothing to see here,
Nothing
folks.
there.
Move on. They haven't even bothered to remove it or fix it. It's still there.
Right. Welcome to all the new folks. We're just in here talking about how the Earth is measurably flat and stationary, and we were curious if anybody had any questions or perhaps evidence for a globe, most specifically measurements of curvature on the surface. Anything like that. Please feel free to unmute your mic and have a convo with us. Veltrix has just bounced in the house. Not Sunny is here. They seem new. Jose or Oz, welcome.
Okay, I one question not about flat Earth, but about what you think about why scientists and most of human power who rule the world lie to us about Earth flat or Earth is sphere. What reason?
Well, this is going to not satisfy you very much, but I'm not sure that anybody.
What?
Well, let me put it to you this way: have you ever had like an old uncle or a grandpa that used to tell you stories when you were a kid?
To make me fun?
Yeah, to make you laugh.
but it's not for this. It's not really example.
Well, I mean, if someone tells a story, but it's just for your entertainment, would you really call him a liar?
It's for existence. It's not fun.
Well, no, nothing that we do on the Earth do we use the globe for, or space, or anything like that. So it doesn't have anything to do with our existence. As far as I can tell, the entire globe idea is purely entertainment, speculation.
Theater?
Kind of, yeah. Now, if it was just theater, and maybe they just decided to bother not to tell you that it was fictitious because they know that you live on the Earth and you have every determine, especially with your senses, where you live, and they just, decided, well, I'll let them figure it out on their own. Would they be lying?
Repeat last one.
Would they be lying if they just let you try to figure it out on your own?
Okay, if I don't have in my life scientists and other people, government, yeah, I just observant like you and no evidence
Yep.
to. I understand. In first place, I say I understand your opinion and your thoughts about this, but I can't agree with all. I just don't want to agree. I don't.
Yeah, look, we were
It's
all in the
not
same boat
us
as
you have
you.
to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
that's
we
what.
all
Yeah,
believed that the Earth was a globe, and we didn't question it. We just
Guys,
assumed that the
the
scientists
Earth
worked it all out.
is not flat.
Okay.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
chant,
just relax,
okay.
if
bro.
you chant that it's
Okay.
not flat, then it's, doesn't
If
make
government put one of you your group on spaceship and go to orbit or
Yeah,
cosmos.
that'd be great.
Oh, okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay,
Do
if you observe yourself, it's Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, of
You
course.
you believe it in it or
course,
not?
of course, of course
But
we would.
but
Of
the
course.
thing is,
We'd have no choice. This is what we're all about. We're all about what's observed, what's measured, what's like what we can test. What can we observe? What do we experience? Right now, there's a
Okay.
handful. There's a
But
handful. No, listen, bro. There's a handful of people out there, a small handful, that claim that they've seen the Earth as a sphere hanging in space, out of billions of people that just experience it as flat and motionless.
okay, if it was T-Bag go to spaceship, go to cosmos and observe a sphere Earth, but go back to Earth. Have no, it's observing himself, but they friends, group of friends, they what thoughts Earth is flat. He can prove it, yeah, because he only
No,
observed.
he can't. He can't prove it to them. He can't prove it to them. It's his. That would be his experience. How's he going to prove it to them? They would just have to believe him because they'd have to go and experience it the same as he did for it to be knowledge for them.
Okay,
Otherwise,
and
they're just relying on his word.
And T-Bag in future not being in this group anyway. After this event.
Yeah, just because a small handful of people have claimed to have been far enough away from the Earth to have viewed it as a sphere hanging in space is not enough for me, right? Why should I believe them? I've got every reason to not believe them, right? Every reason to doubt them because of my direct experience of reality. I don't know that person. Who is that person that I should listen to them? Why are they so important that their word is held as gospel
person
truth?
from your group who say Earth is flat before going to cosmos, space.
What?
Yeah, that's great. He's saying hypothetically, if someone from our group went to space and saw it as a ball, in space and came back and told us, right? Would that be enough to convince us?
No.
No.
Only person who was in space changed his mind. Group, no. Group don't observe this.
So if I
Yeah.
show you an interview with an astronaut saying that the Earth is flat, then you'll think it's flat?
No.
Okay, well that defeats your logic, doesn't it?
But
So-
guys, I don't. You don't understand me, GJ.
Well, there are astronauts that have been to space allegedly that say that the Earth is flat.
I'm saying it about your group also. If
Yeah, but it's a dumb question because none of us are ever going to do that. I could just say the same thing back to you and it would be equally dumb, right? I could say, if you went to space and you saw the Earth was flat, would you then think it's flat? It's a dumb question, right? We've actually been out and tested the surface of the Earth. Right? You know that there's curvature over distance if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so if you have 20 miles distance, there should be a certain amount of curvature over that distance. You shouldn't be able to see things in the distance because they should be hidden behind the curvature at a certain point.
By the way, is there any astronaut who says Earth is flat?
Yeah, there is. There's a Polish astronaut. There's also another Russian astronaut that says
Can
that
you give
if
me one of
anybody
them?
tells you, yeah, I can find it for you. Just a second.
Keep in mind, even if the astronaut says that, it doesn't prove anything.
There you go. Videos in the side chat. Here's a video of another astronaut saying that if anyone tells you that men have been to space, they're lying to you.
Do you have evidence he is astronaut and actually being on space?
Dude, you're missing the point here. The point is your worldview, you said, is pivoted on what these astronauts say, not ours. It's not, no one here gives a shit what no astronaut says. So now you're being presented things that astronauts have said that either A, you don't know, or B, now you're going to question the astronaut. That's perfect. Either one works. If you didn't know they said these things, now you do. If you're going to question the astronauts, great. That's where we're at too. Let's question these guys. Why won't they come on interviews? Why don't they ever leave their controlled spaces? We're told that, hey, if you don't go out there and get out away from your echo chambers, you're scared, you're a coward, what you're saying can't be true because it won't stand up to scrutiny. You'll never see these astronauts anywhere near an uncontrolled interview. They got caught with their pants down with the Astronauts Gone Wild. Now, everywhere these guys go is fully controlled, fully scripted. And that's one of the reasons why some of the atheists are pissed, because the pilot was asked about, how do you feel about the heat shield? This heat shield should have been replaced, Artemis 1, but due to cost reasons, they're not going to replace it. He just basically said God is going to be with him on the way down. He don't need no heat shield. He's got God. And atheists are pissed, dude. And you don't think that was a controlled statement? They gave the prayer breakfast during Easter, if you watch this Artemis thing. So, I mean, you have to really pick a side here. If what the astronauts say in the Earth is a globe, use every single thing they say and see where you come out at the end of that. Because my take, and pretty much everyone else's take, is these are just some talking heads that work for government. They're true believers.
I don't say nothing about what an astronaut can say, flat or sphere. It's all can make suspicious, you know.
Oh yeah, totally. That's where we're coming from too. The raise of an eyebrow when you hear them say things that seem to contradict this idea of manned spaceflight.
My favorite was the pre-flight interview, and the one Artemis astronaut said, "Yeah, we're going so fast, and we're this, and the Earth is spinning, and all these speeds just seem so unbelievable. I hope we don't have to make any of this up." What does that mean?
Yeah, I know. Just they call it an utterance. In legal terms, it's called a spontaneous utterance, where you people just get sick of lying and they just blurt the truth, just like uncontrolled.
What kind of utterance?
A spontaneous utterance.
I got to remember that. That's good.
Yeah, it's a legal framework where, say, if the police are interviewing you, and you say something like, "Well, I don't remember doing that," it's called a spontaneous utterance. Or they can say, "Well, yeah, you're under so much pressure being interviewed and being questioned that you just couldn't lie to yourself anymore." Like, because keeping up a facade, a story, is really kind of taxing. I know everyone tells little white lies here and there, but if you are just straight trying to con people, it's not easy thing to do.
Kind of
You
like
see,
Buzz Aldrin.
Oh yeah,
like Buzz Aldrin's numerous revelations.
Yeah, that's a really good one too. Like, he just will sit there and just all of a sudden just start spewing, like, and people are like, "Oh, well, he's just an old crazy guy. He's not thinking well," or whatever. And he's like, "What are you talking about? I'm thinking fine, and I'm going to disown my children for even suggesting such a thing."
Spontaneous utterance. What was the scariest part, Buzz? Well, it could have been, but it didn't happen.
What do you guys think about the satellites?
They don't think, they don't observe this.
No, look, there's tech. There's tech. Okay, we're not denying that people send up technology, right, and use that technology for communications and weather research and that sort of thing. Right, not denying that. It's just that how they're operating, the mechanism behind their motion and all that. That's what we dispute. Obviously, they're not orbiting a sphere Earth.
They not on orbit?
No, they're in the sky. We see things in the sky, and we know that there's technology in the sky helping us to communicate. Not entirely, because 99% of electronic communications happens via
But maybe
cables
it's fake. Maybe
under the
it's
sea.
fake. They just GPS
No, there's
work without
Look,
satellites.
hey, listen, bro. It's no secret that there's something that they call pseudo satellites or high altitude platforms, balloons and drones. even conventional aircraft that can stay aloft longer than and for long periods of time. They can even get conventional aircraft like at very high altitudes to stay aloft just by refueling. They just get a refueling jet to come along and they dock, and then the aircraft gets refueled and it can continue on its journey without having to land. They've had that technology around for decades. There's all sorts of different technology. Now they've got drones, they've got drones too. But they've been using balloon technology since the 40s, even earlier. I mean, Augustus Piccard went to the stratosphere with his own homemade balloon. He was the first human to reach the stratosphere that we know of, and in modern times. And do you know what he reported when he got back? They asked him, what did it look like from up there? What did the Earth look like? He said it looked like a flat disk. He said, and listen, August Piccard, the first human to reach the stratosphere, when he came back down, they asked him, what did it look like up there? And he said, it looked like a flat disk with upturned edges. That's how he described what he saw.
Okay, what if you launch your own balloon with video camera, or just what phone who just recorded video on balloon to stratosphere, and then they drop back on the ground, and you find this and look on the video and see Earth is around. It's evidence or not? It's cheap way to have evidence. Earth is flat or not?
Yeah, it's already been done. People have sent up, weather balloons, all that stuff. They come back with a mixed bag. Sometimes the Earth looks flat, sometimes the Earth looks convex, sometimes it looks concave. So it's not really a good test.
Flat? Show me a video about balloons with camera and flat.
Bro, I think you're missing the point. If it looks all those ways, if it looks sometimes convex, sometimes concave, sometimes flat, what would be the best way for us to tell if the Earth is curving or not? Since we're on the Earth, should we just go ahead and measure it since we're on it? Or do you think getting farther away would be better?
Well, far away, it's same. Why it's different? Why it's different? Tell me.
Because if I measure a board, let's say I want to build a house, and I want to measure the wood, should I stand really far away and measure the board, or should I get right up on it and measure it to see how much I need to cut off?
Okay. Look, you have a car. You stay 5 meters away from car. Car is car, and you say, and you walk away on 100 meters, and it stay still car.
Yeah, it stays a car. The problem is I want to measure the fender and see how the fender's curving. Do I do that far away or up close?
Don't get it. Don't get me.
No, you don't get it. You're actually avoiding me now. I'm saying I want to see if the fenders are curved. I want to see if there's dimension to this car shape. What are their dimensions? What is their depth, height, and width? So do I get farther away or do I get closer?
No, it's you threw away my opinion about this, because I show up right now conclusion to this conversation. It's make balloon with camera go on stratosphere or higher. We make evidence about Earth is round, but you can't
It's been
measure
done.
it.
It's been done. Yeah, no, we measure it on the ground.
Okay.
We measure it here on the surface. How are you going to measure it from high? How are you going to measure it from high up?
But you on video you see it's round. It's
No,
it's have
I've
curve.
just posted one from 121,000 feet. If that's your standard, there you go.
It's your
Got any
gift.
questions?
It's
Got any
your gift.
questions?
It's
No,
your gift.
it's from a high altitude weather balloon. Got any questions?
Okay.
There's conflicting imagery, even from the claimed height of the space station, 250 miles. In one image, it'll be the horizon's curved. In another image, they take it from the ISS, the horizon's flat. Same as the the Chinese space station. Same as rockets that they've sent high up. In the imagery that they show,
We don't,
1 minute it's convex, 1 minute it's concave, next minute it's flat.
look. We don't look on satellites or space station because we don't prove ourselves. We about balloons and camera on balloons.
It doesn't matter. Ordinary people have sent up images
Yeah.
on cameras on balloons and come back with conflicting imagery. It's going to be based on environmental conditions, the type of camera you're using, what sort of exposure it's going to have to the elements, and how that might affect the lens shape, everything. Right, you need to take into account that you're using not human eyes, right, to try and get an idea of the Earth's form from high altitude. Right, your own side, there's people from your own side, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, a well-known astrophysicist, says that not even from 128,000 feet, the height of the Red Space Bull jump, right, the Red Bull space jump, he laughs at that. He says that he wasn't in space. That's not space. It's nowhere near space. It wasn't a space jump. He just went to 128,000 feet, and then it showed you on TV this really exaggerated curving Earth. He said, no, you wouldn't see that from that height. That's not the curve of the Earth. It looks flat from that height. You're not high enough. You're not far enough away from the Earth's surface for it to appear curved to the human eyeball. So a camera the camera used a wide-angle lens which distorts horizontal lines. He said this himself, right? He was disappointed in the way that the Earth's form was misrepresented by the media, right? In all those instances where it shows a really exaggerated curved Earth from an altitude that you couldn't possibly see it from that height, right? So there's conflicting information about how high someone has to go before they start seeing the curvature of the Earth, right? There's conflicting imagery from high altitude. There's high altitude imagery from all different types of elevations, right? Ranging from up to 250 miles, so claimed. And all the imagery is all different in all different altitudes. Lower, very curved, higher, not so curved, even higher than that, just flat, right? So it's not a good way, it's not a good standard, it's not a good method. The best way is to just test it down here.
But it's close to convince you. Most closest than
No, the
other
best
one,
way is to measure it down here. Measure it down here.
Just dig a hole in ground to China.
No, measure the surface quality. The surface of the water should be curving down and away from you with distance.
With distance, it's far distance.
It's not so far that we can't measure it.
it's far to observe yourself.
To measure, to see if there's a drop, the surface
Look, you
continuously drops down and away from you further and further as you go.
You need both measure and observe. You need
we
measure
can't
and
observe it.
but you can't
We don't.
observe
We observe it to be
wide.
flat. We observe it to be flat from human eyeballs. Observe it to be flat from all altitudes, unless
your eyes have
unless
limits.
there's yes, but it's still observed to be flat. We're talking about observation. So what happens from the surface? It looks flat. What happens when I go to the top of a mountain? It still looks flat. What happens when I go up in an aircraft at 35,000 feet? It still looks flat. Okay, still it's looking flat from all those altitudes, right, to the human eyeball. So let's go down to the surface, and we're told that it's not flat, right? It's just so big that it appears to be flat, but they give us a specific curvature rate. They tell us the size.
If you doesn't see pyramids from Egypt.
Bro, you need to understand the theory behind what they're saying.
Look. If you don't
No, it's
see
got nothing
on
to do
your
with seeing
eyes,
pyramids, bro.
No.
It's got nothing to do with seeing pyramids.
No. If you don't see on your own eyes pyramids, they don't exist.
No, it's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with seeing pyramids.
No. They don't exist because you don't see on your own eyes.
Mayday, why are you freaking out all of a sudden? You came in here and you were cool, and now you're being kind of ridiculous, man.
No, ridiculous.
Okay.
I say your I need the word to search.
Mayday,
I just said
you're being absurd. Oh, sorry, TJ, just for a second. Mayday.
Yeah.
Do you think that we should be able to see the pyramids from the United States?
I speak in your terms. Don't see on your own eyes. Don't
I
can't
told
measure.
you.
Don't really exist.
No, Mayday, I told you. Okay, I said I agreed. I said okay. Listen, Mayday. Listen, Mayday. I agreed with you.
I need to say.
No, you don't
Look,
need to say it.
Tibet,
I need to. I need to remind you of what I said. I need to remind you of what I said. I said, okay, we went to the ground. We went to the surface, right? It looks flat. We went to a mountaintop. It still looks flat. We went to 35,000 feet in an aircraft. It still looks flat. Okay, I said, we're told it's such a big ball that it just looks flat though. So let's go and see if we can measure the curve that they say exists. That would depend on the claimed geometry. That would be a sphere Earth with a radius value, a circumference, and diameter. So we can test the curvature rate over distance and see if it exists or not. I wanted to get that out, but you interrupted me and didn't let me finish.
It's like ants measure humans high. Can see but can't measure. You too small
Yeah,
to measure.
we're not ants.
But for Earth, you ants, even smaller.
No, it doesn't matter. They've given us a size. They've told us how big the Earth is. Sorry,
But
go on, D.
I want to come back to
Mayday. If we have 10 miles over the surface of the water, right?
Okay.
You can picture that in your head. 10 miles. That's 16 kilometers. Right? How much curvature do you think there is on the globe over that distance? The answer, how much curvature, how much does the Earth curve over that distance? Okay, the answer is 20 meters, 20 meters of curvature. Okay, that means that if I was standing at one end, and right, and then you're 10 miles away from me and you're standing there, I shouldn't be able to see you because you would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth unless you were 20 meters high or more than 20 meters high. Does that make sense?
But it's your point of group or scientist point?
Yeah, like let's say we're at a lake. Okay, we're at a lake and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and then you're 10 miles away from me on the other side of the lake. Okay, you should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. I shouldn't be able to zoom in with a telescope or a camera or binoculars and see you because you should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Does that make sense?
You didn't hear me. It's your point of your group Earth flat, or it's point of scientists on Earth?
Yeah. See, I don't think that you're going to be able to get this.
Maybe.
Unfortunately. Back to you, T-Dub. Good luck.
Well, actually,
Why
I'm glad
does
he brought
any?
that up again.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, one sec. I'm glad he brought that up again because earlier he alluded to the same thing. Now, it's not about you believing us or believing somebody else. It's about you undertaking the research for yourself and investigate this for yourself. I mean, you're quite within your rights to walk away from here and just believing that what the experts say without further investigation. That's your right. You go ahead and do that.
But
If you're interested, though, if you want to know for yourself if what we're saying is true, then you'd have to actually go and see if it is. So
Look, guys, I don't want to be toxic or just don't respect you. I just want to understand you all the way.
just told you that's what we're saying. We're saying that what DJ was talking about is verifiable for yourself, right? You could go out and
No.
see if that's true.
He's asking if it's the scientist claim that you should not be seen 10 miles away. Yes. Even though this is not science, the expert would be saying, no, you should not be able to see somebody 10 miles away because the Earth curve would be blocking them out. That's what the scientists say.
Okay.
Now,
That's what I'm asking about.
In reality, when we test this, we can see people 10 miles away. The Earth is not a ball.
Can't see or
Can. We can see them.
Then we can extend the distance to 20 miles and we can still see the person.
How about atmosphere?
What about it?
About the atmosphere? We can see through the atmosphere over 20 miles distance usually.
What distance is break visible?
About 300 miles.
300 miles, okay.
That's when the air gets too thick.
But even really good high-powered optics is going to struggle to see that far, like clearly.
Yeah. Can I ask a question, Mayday? One question, I wonder.
One.
Okay. So, guys, the sun or the light source that you guys talk about, it travels in a straight line across the flat Earth, right? Like every day, because it becomes day and night.
Yep.
It goes.
Just like it.
Yeah.
Like you see it. Exactly like
Yeah.
you see it.
Yeah. Okay. I have two questions from this logic. So if it's like that, for example, right now it's nighttime in my city and it's daytime in Denver, let's say. And for example, it's right now it's hot here in my region. But in Brazil, the weather is much more cooler. When we have summer here, we have winter in Brazil. If it goes with the straight line and it creates different weathers, then it's not giving this heat maybe from the sun. Is it possible, or what do you think about this, guys?
The path changes. The path changes throughout the year. For example, when you're in Australia and it's summertime, the path of the sun means that the sun will be passing straight over the top of your head, approximately. Okay, and at the same time, in Europe, it's winter. And the sun's not passing straight over the top of your head, right? Let's say I'm in Australia during the Australian summer, and at 12 p.m. midday, I look up in the sky, the sun's directly above my head. Right? Now we have another person in America. Okay, at the middle of the day at 12 p.m. for them, the sun's not going to be directly above their head and it's going to be winter. 6 months later, it's going to be the opposite. Right? At midday at 12 p.m., the sun's going to be directly above the person in America's head, or approximately. And then in Australia, it's going to be colder. It's going to be winter. The sun's not going to be taking that particular path. Okay, so the sun's path changes throughout the year, and that's what creates the seasons. From our perspective, it appears to rotate between the tropics every 6 months, and that's what creates the seasons.
So you say that it goes from the different path. Let's say it goes little bit from the left, so it creates winter on my country and it creates summer in Australia.
Yeah, like the sun would be taking a path, right? Look, just to make it simple to understand, let's say the sun does a big circle over the surface of the earth. Right? A circular path. Right? When it passes over Australia or South Africa or Chile, okay? When it's their summer, it's taking a path that's above that area of the earth, right? It's circling around, and when it passes over the top of those countries, then it's summer, okay? And then at the same time, it's going to be winter in countries like Europe, America,
Okay.
that
But
kind of
then,
thing. But
like,
six
how?
months later, 6 months later, the sun's going to be taking a different path. It's going to be taking a path over the top of those northern countries, and it's going to be winter in Australia. So it changes its path throughout the year slowly.
Okay, so I get this, and this is logical. But with that logic, at the same time, how it becomes night on Europe? And
We'll have a look at the graphic that old dude just posted in the side chat there. Right, this isn't a perfect
Okay.
model, but this is just to give you a basic idea of what we're talking about. So the sun being much smaller and much closer than what the globe model would suggest means that when the sun takes its
But it,
path over the surface of the earth, it only lights up a certain amount of the earth because the sun can't push forever through the atmosphere.
yes, but yes, that's what I was going to ask. But in this logic, in this GIF, the path shouldn't be changed. If the path changes, then also the night and day circles
Yeah, it does change.
would.
It does change. So in the summer, you get longer days, and in the winter, you get much shorter days.
No, not like that. I mean, it would be a huge change because in this GIF, like, it doesn't even change the path it goes.
Right, because this is just showing one rotation.
Yeah, so if it goes to
So it's one rotation per day. Okay, so each day the sun would be taking a path closer towards the north or further away from the north, depending on which time of the year it is. To the point where, look, let's say you're in Iceland, very close to the North Pole. Okay, in the summer in Iceland, you get 24 hours of daylight because the sun's circular path that it's taking around that part of the the Earth, the sun never gets far enough away to get nighttime there. And then 6 months later, you get 24 hours of darkness in Iceland because the sun never gets close enough to light up that part of the Earth.
Yeah, but in this situation, doesn't Earth also turns around itself?
No, the Earth doesn't move. The Earth is stationary. The sun is what's moving. Yeah, the Earth doesn't move. The Earth is a flat, stationary plane. And then the sun moves, and the moon moves, and the stars move, just like we experience.
So in this logic, also the satellites orbits like this, like sun.
Well, depending on what satellites are specifically, yeah, the satellites
Let's
would
say
be what would be
let's say
moving.
Starlink.
Yeah, you see Starlink moving, right? You see the sun
Yeah.
moving, you see a plane moving, you see Starlink moving. Yep.
So like we can buy a Starlink and use it, like it really exists. So, but we can also see it from the Starlink through
Well,
the
not
photos.
really. I mean, they say that
No?
there's thousands and thousands of these Starlink out there, but you don't see them. You might have seen one or two in your lifetime at low altitude. Okay, you'll see them once or twice, and then you'll never see them again.
But when they send it to the space, we can see it with the telescope. They make a queue like with 10
Yeah,
or
but
like
you'll only
15
ever
of
see
them.
that. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times, but they say, have you seen how many they say are out there? You don't see them. But yeah, whatever Starlink is, look, think about this. Russia just recently proposed that they could make their own Starlink and have Starlink for the whole of Russia. And you know what their idea is, right? Just to put up satellites on balloons. If you look up Russian Starlink, you'll see that they can give Starlink to the entirety of Russia just
But
by
isn't
putting
it
up
about the
satellite
budget?
balloons. Yeah, yes, it's
It's cheaper.
expensive to. Well, it's much cheaper to do what Russia is talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just the same thing, right? It's the same thing. People can get satellite internet from anywhere in Russia, and all they're doing is putting them up on balloons. So
Yeah. Okay, thank you for answering.
no, that's okay.
Yeah, I like this community here. It's really nice. We can ask questions, and you guys are here. But like, I feel like before my question, may they ask that if like we send one of you guys to the space and like he came back, like let's say your best friend, and you like won't believe you. Some of you said like I won't believe it because I need to experience it. So in this way, like every one of us needs to experience it. So let's say if there's a possibility that the thing is real, in this case, like we all need to experience it, because even if I talk in the perfect way here, I feel like none of you will believe me, and at the same time, I will not believe you.
Yeah, because we've measured the surface of the Earth. We've measured the surface of the Earth to be flat. So you don't need to go up to the sky. If you've measured the floor, okay, it doesn't matter what's happening above the floor. If you've already measured the floor to be flat, right, nothing can make it a ball. You're never going to go to space. I'm sorry to tell you this. You experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Okay, that's what you experience. But you've been tricked into thinking it's a globe. And you don't have any evidence that it's a globe other than suggesting that you should go to space, right? Which you've never done yourself. And realistically, you're never going to do that. Okay,
Yeah,
you just
probably.
experience a flat Earth. Yeah. And we've gone out and actually measured the surface of the Earth using high-powered laser systems, using high-powered infrared cameras and zoom cameras, and zooming in over huge distances and seeing things that would be impossible to see if the Earth's a globe far away from you.
Yes, but at the same time, let's say if I stay with you guys, like let's say I think like you and I join the community, but for example, I don't know history of it, like when this idea started, maybe like 500 years ago, or maybe much more older than that.
When what idea started? What idea?
Yeah, the flat Earth idea, like
No, see, you've got it the wrong way around. Okay, all of the ancient cultures, all of them, for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, for all of known history, were all flat earthers. The ancient Egyptians, the ancient Babylonians, the ancient Indians, all of these cultures were all flat earth cultures. Okay, it wasn't until about 500 years ago that people started thinking the Earth's a globe. And if you look into how they came up with the globe theory, you'll be very disappointed because nobody went out and measured it, right? It was a bunch of people that made philosophical reasoning, right? Philosophical claims into the Earth being a globe. It's the other way around than what you're thinking.
yes, but in the end, if I like stay with this community, this idea, like, is there any like technology that you can show me that we flat earthers and maybe some countries, some states, the states that accepts this flat earth,
Yeah,
and
like
like they,
airplanes. What about airplanes? Do you like airplanes?
I like airplanes, yes.
Yeah,
Who
so
doesn't?
so when yeah, aerospace engineers, okay, when they design aircraft, they have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary to design the aircraft. It's in all of the manuals, and we've spoken to aerospace engineers in here as well. We also have some people that are from the aerospace industry. There are a lot of pilots that are flat earthers as well. But any aerospace engineer will tell you that yes, they have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of the equations in the aircraft design. And we can show you the manuals. We can show you the citations from the manuals, even from NASA, that that clearly state that they need to treat the Earth as flat and stationary to be able to design aircraft.
Yeah, but like
But if you
when there's a
have a
gravity,
look at
it
what I'll
must be
do.
like that.
No, they ignore the gravity vector in the design of the aircraft as well. It says that in the manual as well. But when I say that, okay, we can all agree that things fall at a certain rate. That's not something that anyone ignores. That's little g, right? That's different. That's things fall at a certain rate. We all agree with that because we can all observe that. That doesn't mean the Earth's a globe just because something falls down.
But I mean, like this airplane thing, how it connects to the flat earthers, because there are some planes which turns around, like let's say they say that it turns around the world, like what if I go to straight from the United States and in the end I will be in Japan, then I will be in United States if I do it with a plane, because there are
Yeah,
some people
they're
who
not
did
going in
it.
straight lines. They're not going in straight lines. They're
Can't
going in
I
a
go to
circle.
can't I go straight?
You can only go straight for a certain distance, right?
Why?
Not very far because of jet streams, wind currents, things like that. And you also need to be able to use a compass or a map to be able to navigate. So planes don't go straight and then come back to where they started again. That doesn't happen. You won't be able
So
to find any planes that go in a straight line and then come back to where they started again.
I I can't find any plane like that.
Yeah, there's no planes that go in a straight line, right?
No,
Planes
no.
take flight corridors. Planes just take like it's like highways but for the sky.
Yes,
Just like
yes.
ships take shipping lanes, planes take sky corridors. And right, east and west are circles as well. Did you know that? East and west are just big
Yeah.
circles around a pole. So you can go east and come back to where you started, or you can go west and come back to where you started. But obviously you could also do that on a flat earth as well.
Yes, because you guys think that there's a circle in like world in sky and
No, no,
east and
no.
west.
No, no, this is just how this is how the magnetic fields work. It's the same thing on a globe, right? On a globe, east is a circle, west is a circle. It's a circle
Okay.
around a pole.
Yeah, because but
All right, just quickly before we get too far ahead. All right, just have a look in the side chat and look at what old dude posted. Old dude posted it. If you just scroll up a little bit, you'll see the ancient cultures depictions. Right, they all depicted a flat, stationary, enclosed system for the Earth. Right, we got the Norse, right, which is the Vikings. We got the ancient Hebrews, the Mayans. We got the Navajo Indians, the Japanese, the Sumerians, the Incans, the Egyptians, the Hindus. They all depicted the same thing: a flat Earth that's not moving inside a contained system.
Yes, but why do you think I cannot go straight from United States to the end of the world?
It's impossible to just go in a straight line for a certain amount of distance. You won't find anyone that's done it because if you're in a boat, you have ocean current.
Okay.
Okay. And if you're in a plane, you have air currents. So once you hit the ocean, right? How do you know that you're still going straight? Because if you just keep the steering wheel straight, you're not going to be going straight because you've got all of these air currents and things like that.
Let's say I
and
have
same with a boat. You've got all of these ocean currents.
Let's say I have a really
we
powerful.
have jet streams. Powerful what?
I have a skyrocket, and it's so powerful that none wings can it change the direction of it.
This
Let's
is
say
imaginary though. Like nobody has that. Nobody goes in a straight line.
But
in
don't
a
you believe?
skyrocket
Don't you?
and comes back to where they started.
Yeah, because.
Well, we're just trying to keep it realistic, right? So
Yes,
do you think
but there are
someone's done what you? Yeah, but they don't even go in a straight line. Look at any rocket launch; they go in a big parabolic arc. They go in a big arc. They don't go straight.
I am asking this. There's big civilizations, China, India, United States, and other countries that design space programs. They all go up and to the sky. What there should have been tried by some of them to go to the end of the world, because yes, it is an imaginary question, but why no one tried that? Like, why China doesn't try that and they just try to go to the sky? Or like India.
Just 1 second. I just got to pause. I'll be back in 15 seconds.
Okay. We can also just send a
I guess
ship
that's more of
without
a
any people.
It's probably more of a question for you. Why, since the Earth is measured flat, has nobody gone to find the outer limit?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
If the Earth is measurably flat, why hasn't anybody gone to find the end of it?
Because there is no end.
There is no end. So you think that the flat Earth goes on forever?
No, I believe that it's like it's a diagonal, and in the end, I will be at the same spot that I started.
Yeah, I know, but why do you believe that? I know, but why do you believe that when the Earth is measurably?
Why do I believe that? Because there is no reason for me not to believe, because there are so many technologies and so many different countries which try to kill each other.
Bro, let's not go on that tangent. I just gave you the reason. The Earth is measurably flat. There is no curve. So that's the reason why you shouldn't be believing in the ball.
Can't we measure a ball?
No, there's no curve to measure on the.
What is teabag?
Teabag.
Yes.
Teabag, you've been summoned.
Yes, Teabag is here. But is Teabag?
Yeah, he might be busy. He might be busy at the moment, making some
Yeah,
tea.
send a direct message.
Sorry, what's going on?
Oh,
Who wants me?
Teabag. Teabag,
Yeah.
how are you? Do you have this your name, your real name? Teabags?
No, of course not.
Bags. Bags. Bags of the bags.
This sounds like it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Dude, are you really that triggered by user Nick?
Run.
Great. So anyway. So anyways, yeah, the Earth doesn't curve like a ball. So whatever you believe is going to be ultimately your desired belief system, but not reality. Who are we talking to? Who was this fella?
I was the one. Yeah.
Okay.
You asked me why would I believe in that.
Yeah.
So my main reason is that there are like even right now, YouTube live streams that it shows it's like a ball, but there are no live streams that it shows a flat from the space. Like why there is a much more higher chance that
All
I
right.
should
All
believe
right. Find
in a
us a live
ball.
stream. Find us a live stream that shows it's a ball.
So there is not a live stream that it shows that?
Wait a minute. You just said
Well,
that there
there's,
was.
yeah.
No, I'm asking to him. If he asks me that, then there is not, because otherwise,
No.
like he will be like, oh, okay, now I believe it's a ball. No.
No. He's asking you to prove the thing that you just said that there is. Certainly you know that there is a live stream somewhere that does this, or were you lying to us?
That would answer why they would lie.
Okay, let me Google it.
What is it? Which one did you see? You said you saw a live stream.
Yeah,
Just describe what you saw. I should be able to find it too. You don't need to. You shouldn't need to Google this. Where did you see a live stream of the Earth?
On YouTube.
Well, I saw like a fairy in the Easter Bunny. I saw all kinds of stuff on YouTube.
I mean, I don't memorize the URL of the YouTube live stream. Of course, I will Google it. Why wouldn't I?
I saw
Google it?
Bigfoot on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. I got a live stream here. So this is what I did. I went to YouTube. I typed in ISS live stream. Okay, and then I just clicked on the first link that came up. Okay, so here it is in the side chat. All right, now I'm in the video, and I'm having a look through the video. And the Earth looks like a cartoon.
Yes, but it shows the path that it would go. So if it goes like that, in the end, we will see that it's a ball.
Yeah, but it looks like a cartoon. And if you have a look at the footage,
it must be a fake, right?
If yeah, it's fake.
So why China and United States and Russia and like I don't know the rest of them, they lie to us at the same time, and they are enemies with each other, some of them.
Well, you just lied.
Did I?
Yeah, you said you saw a live stream on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
You never did. That was a lie.
But he shared the link. Did I lie? Didn't he?
Yeah, but it's in the link. It's just CGI. I mean, you can tell that it's CGI if you just have a look
but
at it.
you say CGI. I don't say CGI. I mean, I
No,
said
you
there's
can
a
tell.
live stream. I
No, we
didn't
can show
lie.
you. We can show you that it's CGI. I can. What if I can prove to you that it's CGI?
Of course, I would like it, but I didn't lie. Why would I lie? Like, why do you say that I lied
Because
to you?
if you saw that, you would have said, "Yep, that's CGI." What you did was somebody told you a story that there's live stream cameras pointing down to the earth, and you never looked into it. But you told us you did. That's
I
a
did.
lie.
But I'm still looking into it, and I don't see a CGI. In this case, I don't lie to you because I believe that it's not a CGI. Why would I lie?
Yes, that's that. Why would you lie?
Yeah, so I don't, and you say that I lie. Like,
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're telling me that even though it is obviously fake, you believe it to be true, so you are not lying.
when I see this video, I don't feel like it's CGI, and
I'm not
I
asking
don't
for
have.
feelings.
Okay, what should I say then?
Well,
My
why don't you just
eyes.
go ahead and be honest with us? Just say,
I
all
have
right,
be.
it looks like it's a fake, so I guess there isn't necessarily a live stream of the Earth showing it to be a ball.
I say what I see, and what I see is real for me. It can't be fake for
Okay,
you. I'm not saying this
perfect,
is the reality or
perfect.
something, but for
Do
me,
you
it's yeah.
do you want to know if it's real or not?
Of course, that's why I'm here.
Great.
But
So what we're going to do is we're going to measure the Earth, and we're going to see if it's curving like a ball, and then we can see if that live stream or anything else that we get on YouTube or the news or the elementary school textbook is lie or truth. So let's measure the Earth. Where's the curve?
what do you mean? Where is the curve?
When we measure the Earth, the surface of it, where is it curving like a ball?
I mean, everywhere is curving on a ball.
Okay. Show me the measurements.
How can I show you the measurements?
Well, you just look it up. See who measured the Earth curve and how I can do it too. I mean, you went through the effort to go onto YouTube for a live stream to prove that apparently there's a ball Earth. Certainly, you can figure out who measured the surface of the Earth and how it curves.
Okay. Okay, it says that I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but Aristotle, I guess it's Aristoteles or Eratosthenes or something. Is it the name that you want?
I believe it's Aristophanes.
Did we find any Earth curve measurements yet?
I told the name of the guy who did it.
No, you gave me the name of a guy that measured two shadows and pre-assumed the Earth to be a ball, pre-assumed the sunlight rays to be coming in parallel, and then he took those shadow measurements, created angles, which he would need a flat Earth for, and then created a large circle, and that large circle he presumed to be around the outside of a sphere. So I still need someone to tell me where the Earth curve measurement is on the surface of the Earth.
What is it?
What is what?
I am asking to you.
There isn't any. That's the whole point. I'm asking you to find somebody who measured Earth, and so far you haven't given me anything.
But the one who did it, isn't
No,
it accurate?
Eratosthenes didn't. Number one, he didn't measure Earth curve. He measured angles of shadows. And to measure the angles of the shadows, he would need to have a flat Earth. Then he decided that the angle of those shadows is going to create a great circle. And that great circle is going to be in the outside of a sphere Earth. He didn't measure the sphere Earth. He calculated it based on assumptions. You have to have the measurement of the curvature. What we're looking for is measurable drop-over distance between 2 points on the surface of the Earth, preferably over water.
How can we measure that? Is there any method?
Well, you can find it, right? Like, you're on the internet. Somebody, I'm sure, has done this.
I tried it, but I couldn't.
So you're saying there are no measurements of Earth curve?
No, I said I couldn't find it on web because like I didn't
So why
prepare
would...
for this.
Right, I understand, but you have the entire internet at your fingertips. I would imagine that this kind of information should be readily available to everybody to make sure that we all know the sphere, right?
Yeah.
And yet it's not there. I find that to be interesting. Now, what we do is use theodolites, lasers, sextants, you name it, every tool that we use for making maps, traveling, building, all that stuff. Everything that we do have measures the Earth to be flat, no curve. In every industry, even the military, they use line-of-sight targeting systems at vast distances on the surface.
But don't
with
we
no
have
Earth curve
like
in the way.
little curve even in this flat Earth theory?
What?
Don't you guys agree there is a curve even in this flat Earth theory?
No, there's no
No.
curve. The land has curvature to it as far as the undulations, right? Like hills and valleys and stuff. I'm talking
Yeah.
about, we're talking about the whole Earth being a ball, bro.
Hmm.
So there's no one that's ever measured the Earth to be a ball.
Yeah, but if it's flat, how these ships, when they go away from you so much far, you can see its tip of it. If it's so flat, then like the
So
sea
you see
is not
ships
flat.
disappear? So you
Yeah.
see ships disappear?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And why do you
didn't,
think
by the
that
way.
is?
Because it's curvy, and when it goes
Where?
far away, where?
Where's the curve? Where's it measured?
But I'm saying you, don't you agree with that? Like, if we go to a
No.
seaside, if we like watch a ship, it didn't happen like that.
No, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. You're telling me it's because of the Earth curve, and I want to know where the Earth curve is so I can prove it. And yet you told me that no one has measured any Earth curve. So you experience some kind of phenomena where boats disappear in the distance, and you're automatically going to call that Earth curve. instead of maybe thinking that there might be another reason for it.
Yeah. Yeah, on this case, I don't have any idea because I'm a random citizen. I just came and joined here, so I don't know. So
Well, yeah,
why
but me
it
too. Like
happens?
you and I are in the same boat because I'm just a normal guy. And
Yeah,
yet
but
I've
like
been asking this question like everybody else has, where the Earth curve is, and no one has measured it. In fact, when we do measure the Earth, it's always flat.
I know, and I didn't say you're a special guy, but you know you're a member of this community, so you know much more than me. So why it happens? Can you tell me about the
Why
ship?
did I don't know. Probably a lot of different reasons. Waves, they obscure your view. It's all about perspective. Typically, it's probably an optical phenomena with many different factors. But one thing we can tell that it's not Earth curve.
If I could give you a couple examples of how that works, man. You ever look down like a long hallway that has doors like on either side? You look it down towards the end. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, yeah. You know how you look down like a long hallway and it's got doors on either side, and you're looking down towards the other end of the hallway, right?
Yes.
You know what that looks like? How it looks like they're kind of converging towards the sides, you're kind of converging towards the center, and the top and bottom are kind of converging towards the center. And all the doors as they go away from you seem to get smaller. They look like they're getting shorter and shorter and smaller. But they're all the same height and everything. Everything's the same height. It just looks like it's converging on a point. That's how our vision works. And so when a ship reaches that point or that point of convergence between their sides and the top and bottom meeting that horizon, that eye level then there comes a
Uh-huh.
point where our eyes just can't see anymore past that. And so they appear to disappear from the bottom up because that's where our eyes are seeing things happen. But what we are saying is
Yeah.
that when those situations, when we see that, you can take a high zoom camera or a telescope or something and zoom back in wherever that ship was, and you can bring it right back into focus and even see far past it. So it's not the curve, it's the perspective and the distance that your eyes can see that is what's making that illusion happen. In the same way that you're looking down that hallway makes the doors look shorter. In the same way that looking down a flat level street with like street lights going running down it, as you look down there, the street lights seem to be getting shorter and moving towards the center. And eventually, those street lights will even start to disappear from the ground up, just like a person walking far away from you. If you can look at them, they will start to disappear from their feet up. It's just a matter of your eyes' perspective and how far you can see. But if you zoom in past that, you can see past that, and there is no curve whatsoever. It's just a trick of your eyes.
So we can do an experiment on this. I don't know if anyone tried that, but it just came into my mind right now. Like if we build a really long stick, like really long, let's say 100-kilometer long stick, and we put it on the back of the ship, and on the opposite side I will, or DJ will hold it. So, and there will be some, spirit level measurements on this stick. So if we do this experiment, then I guess we will have a direct result. I don't know if anything tried like that, but because if it's flat, like it won't be little curvy,
I mean, yeah, these
right?
that kind of experiment has been done like a million times in this community, man. They all turn out the same way.
So someone tried this experiment? I really love to see
Yeah,
this.
geez, man, I don't know, there's so many of them in the FAQ and the chat. If you just search like Flat Earth Dave and Eric Dubay, I mean, everybody's got these same kind of experiments being done. I mean,
All right, so here's evidence, I would say proof that that live stream is CGI. All right, obvious stitch lines in the earth. There are much more obvious examples than this that I've seen in other ones, but this is off the actual stream that was posted in the side chat. So you can see the seams, right? You can see the straight lines. And if you have a look at those images, you can see that it's stitched together. And obviously it just looks completely CGI as well. And you wouldn't even see that much curvature from that height, even if it was a globe anyway. So.
If I use a telescope on, can I see this, like while on the live stream, where it says, I don't know, it says Indian Ocean right now.
No, you cannot.
So do you guys have telescopes in your home?
No,
do you like
but
test this?
I have owned. Test what? Tested what?
Like following the satellites on the sky, or like the objects that we say
if you go
planets.
go to Google and type in photograph of a satellite in space. And all you're
Yes.
going to see is a bunch of cartoons. Pages and pages of cartoons.
Yeah, why it's like that?
Why? Because outer space is fake, dude. The way that you've been taught outer space as a big giant space vacuum, it's not real. That's why they're all CGI.
But how can I took a real picture of a satellite on a space? I mean, there must be a photographer or like a machine that it, you know, you need a third person view for that. I mean, like, I can't say anything without buying a telescope, which like high quality telescope. So you are saying like I cannot see any space stations with a telescope?
What's the problem? Don't like it, do you? That's what you're trying to shut me up by ringing down my effing phone, trying to control, man. You can't fucking control me. I'm not crazy. You can't control, man. You can't. Intimidation tactics. I'm not even saying proper bars to you people yet. Look at this intimidation you're trying to give, man.
Who the heck is that? Who's that? What the heck was that?
I think it was.
Wait, there's two says who's. There's who says and says who.
There's a big one.
Hey, says who, you've got a fan.
Which one is the real one?
I'm internationally known. I got a big fan club.
Says who? Are
Yeah.
you the real one? Says who? Are you the real one, or is who says the real one?
No,
Who's
it
the
says
real
who.
one?
It's the question, right?
Yeah. What did you do to Articota?
I don't know.
There can only be one true flat earther. I think it's who says. Who says is the real flat earther. Says who is the glober. Anyone wants to debate? Say, for example, I'm a glober, just for today. Anyone want to debate?
We don't really need any more help on top of me. I make enough noise.
Matrix, is that you? T-Dub, can we debate? T-Dub?
The air itself will be the main.
Well, what's up, mate?
Air that
Can we debate?
Yeah, look, like, I guess if you want, or we can just have a discussion. Don't have to be a
Sure, we
debate.
can have a discussion. Why is everyone on mute? Is everyone, quite occupied today?
I guess partially, and others are just listening.
In all conditions, they don't care. Today's
Okay,
visibility range 20 miles. Tomorrow's visibility 5 miles.
Is that
Due to-
Matrix?
Or whatever the reason.
Okay, he's muted. I don't know what he's doing. Why he's playing that
I'm
back
sure
through.
that's the
mic.
Matrix, right? Off the top of my memory. It's the Aussie, right? The Aussie action.
Yeah, yep. Matrix is Aussie, yep.
The Aussies. Are you an Aussie, T-Dub?
Yeah, yep.
Why is it called the Down Under?
Yeah, I don't know because it's not even on the ball. It's not quite down under. It's just sort of like, just below the equator. I mean, New Zealand's further south than Australia. The tip of South America is further south than Australia. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
So I don't know. It just kind of got nicknamed that and stuck, I guess,
See.
based on its positioning on a ball. Right? People imagine that people in Australia are upside down compared to them in the north, right?
Or are they? Or no?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I don't feel like I'm upside down. I feel like I'm the right way up.
Okay. So let's just say it was a Glover just for today, and I claimed that was due to gravity. What would you say?
Can you repeat that?
I said just I'm a flat earther, but say I just turned into a Glover just for today, and I claimed that was because of gravity. You're not falling. Then what would you respond to?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that 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 concept, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that gravity, it's something that you cannot, let's say, show to us, in a test, replicate it.
Je déteste la
So
gravité.
how are you gonna show us, gravity in a lab, for example, with
I can test it.
with a ball inside a vacuum chamber? It doesn't work.
I can test and debunk gravity. We've done that hundreds of times. Right, gravity would mean that the water should be curving around the surface of the Earth, right, Sim? And he's gone.
He's gone. He left. Oh, he's not here.
He's gone. Yep.
He went down.
Dude, I asked that guy yesterday. I was asking, like, he didn't know if the Earth spins east to west or west to east. I asked him how many times does the Earth spin in one day? He said 1,057 times.
There's a Glober in our main server. He was saying 2,000 miles. He is in cognitive dissonance. Yeah, Kia is his name, and he's on a server with the name Fool. He was saying, like 1 hour ago, wait till they found out we moving at over 2,000 miles per hour. Amazing. And then he's talking to Douglas. Have you ever studied physics by chance? Where the guy did get that number, 2,000 miles per hour? Amazing. Yeah, not sunny.
Sorry, T-Dub, I had to go for a bit. So yes, about the down under, you were saying that Australia isn't truly down under, correct? It's actually New Zealand. Sorry, T-Dub.
Yeah, there's no down under, dude.
Oh, sorry.
By the way, I have family there at Australia, and I'm sure they are not down there.
That's a good joke.
Yeah. I mean, if you say down a sphere, you have to prove curve first. Not Sun is talking about things in the sky, but not proving curve in the side shot.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the point talking about the sky? At night, I
yellow.
see some lights. At night I see some lights passing by. Some people call it planets, but I see just lights passing by, and it's not proving the ground, So it's just an excuse, to running away from proving the curve of that ball story. The other day, there was a guy talking about an app. He's using an app in his cell phone, to see where planets are and etc. So according to his app, some planets were below the ground, and I did ask him, "How do you know that?" So that's a big problem. You can programmate something, but that is not proof of the reality. Then I did post this. They said, I'm going to show you something that your app cannot show to us, about the reality. So in this, it was already saying it is a desert when it's actually water there. But I was asking, can you see that city there, and those buildings, and behind those buildings there's more sky? You cannot see it, with his own normal eyes. But actually, there's I'm going to post. There's a city there. Those buildings are vertical, so your eyes cannot see that city. But the city is there, And behind those buildings, there's more sky that he cannot see it. So his app cannot show this to us, because his app is just a concept. So yeah, he cannot see, he thinks that going outside and watching the sky, you should see the entire sky. No, you cannot see it.
But what did you give to him? You said you forgot.
It was just his SD card. He gave me some SD cards to put the India stuff on. and I gave him one of them, and I was meant to put some more on the other one, but I forgot about it, so I just gave it back to him.
Not Sunny, if you want, you can open your mic. It will be more easily instead of typing. Yeah, that's not the same. No Sunny, but it's a light that you can see at night. I don't have a mic. Yeah, that's Mars, by the way. Yeah, Mars. But NASA is not showing this to you. You know, they are manipulating with using low exposure, exposition to get the result they are showing to you. But they are not showing the, as I did post it. So yeah, that's a light in the sky that you can see at night, and that's Mars. Not Mars they are trying to sell to you, in fairy tale stories. Yeah, that's Mars. Anyway, it's not proving the ground. But anyway, just to see what do you see on space textbooks actually is not the reality. No, yeah, now you are making up. I did ask to you, is that the light of that was coming from the sun or itself? Now you are making up. Yeah, yeah. Show me. How about you prove it's a mirror? You are a joke, You can call it planets or because old times wandering stars. Yeah, wandering stars. Maybe you can tell me how how a star can shine another star. By the way, the sun is not a star, but you think because someone did tell you. Oh yeah, made by hydrogen. How about you show me a sample of that? To test something, to know what is something, you have to present, a sample. Nice story. Only how you say, regurgitate something that someone did tell to you and never did present any proof. You just believe it. And how can you have? Wait, you are talking a lot of space, space, space. How can you have, gas pressure next to that vacuum of space? Because it doesn't work if you do the experiment. Not sunny. Look, your space is gone to the trash. Not working. It's proved by NASA. Yeah, even NASA says to have gas pressure, you need a container. How about that? You just believe in fairy tale stories, nothing more. NASA is not proving anything to you. You are saying that we or me don't like any website. That's a different websites, different things talking. How do now you are talking? I don't like any website. There's a lot of websites. I like it. I'm not sunny. Yeah, making more crap talk. The space has been analyzed. I just did the debunk to you right there. You have a vacuum, you have a gas. When you open the valve in the middle, yeah, the gas goes into that available space, negative pressure, vacuum. So your ball earth is not working. Your space is gone. You speak Spanish. I can show you some videos in Spanish. My point about the earth is proving the ground. You have to check the curve. You go to a big lake, you don't see curve, that's the end of story. No curve, no ball. It's easy. Not sunny. Yeah, I just said to you, you are asking why the earth is flat for you. Yeah, no curve found, man. A ball earth has curve. You check for that curve, you don't found it. Bye bye ball. It's easy. If you are speaking, let's say if you don't speak English, or maybe Spanish. I can show you something to you. No curve, no curvatura, no ball. End of story. Good.
offline. No. Alright, no one speaking. Yeah.
Hello? عجبنا شربيديك أنا الإنجليزي Hello? No one here?
Guys, Earth is round. You know that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, round like a hula hoop.
No, no,
Is
no.
what you
The
mean?
Earth is round.
Like a hula hoop. Hula hoops
Yeah.
are round. Yeah, like a hula hoop.
Yeah.
Like a CD. Is the CD also round?
Yeah.
Is Earth like a CD?
Yes. Earth is round.
Like a tube? Tubes are
No.
round.
No.
Like a CD?
No, like a ball.
Oh, like a sphere. So
Yeah,
if I
sphere.
passed you around, like I wouldn't say here's a round, would I? It would be a sphere or a ball.
What?
Yeah, like so if you're trying to talk about
Earth
shape,
is round, like a ball.
you should try to be more specific when you're trying to troll. Otherwise you're gonna sound like an idiot.
How am I trolling, bro? Was it like
Your voice change is cringe. Super cringe.
I don't have a voice change here. What do you mean?
Well, maybe you're just cringe. Just next level cringe.
What the?
Yeah.
Are you insulting the way I sound?
Yeah, it's cringe. Cringy.
I
Embarrassing.
can't help out what I sound like, mate. You know, that
Pretty lame.
can't help with it. Can't help it.
No, you kind of like sounds like you've got your microphone like in your mouth and using a voice changer and you don't know how shapes work. It's just a big epic fail.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
I don't understand you. Sorry.
question, please. You come with big, big theories. Spinning water, flying rock, but 5-minute talk and system shock. You in a Discord full of pride. Chest is big, ego wide. Talking NASA gravity, but cannot explain velocity. We ask you simple question now. Horizon flat, explain it how. You say curve, but never see 30-mile clarity. Temperature control the light. Refraction bending left and right. You say globe with confidence, but no experiment, only defense. Breaking balls, shaking up your spinning walls. Round theories start to fall in 24/7 server halls. Breaking balls, confidence becomes so small. Now you thinking fight or flight, stay and learn or say goodnight. Boy, mood beat drop. You say Earth is moving fast, but cannot show it in the glass. Water level are always same, still you trust the textbook game. You come to teach but start to sweat. Forgot the math you once had read. We speak calm, no need to shout. You slowly feeling modeled out.